Alright guys, so cluster number 4, cluster 4, 5, 6, all these are again important. So this, as I told you, one question 100% will come, and one question from each mini cluster. 173, 174, 175, one question will come, and yesterday we discussed all these other areas, 176, 7, 8, 9, all these other areas. In that we did few sections yesterday. Let's finish off now. So coming to board meetings, cluster number 4, again important and regularly asked in the examination. This particular chart is important, which speaks about what are the various types of board meetings in the company, when to hold, what to hold, and all those things. First board meeting within normal company within 30 days of incorporation. When Act uses the word of incorporation, should you count the day of incorporation? MCQ question they can ask. They'll say incorporation date is 1st January. When should be the first board meeting held? 30th January, 31st January, 29th January they'll give. Fourth one, why I took up CA. Option. What do you think? Which one? Which is the option? Of is what? Should I count or not? Yes, when Act uses the word of, I should count. When Act uses the word from, then I should exclude. General Clauses Act. Correct? That's why if you see the independent director, when should I appoint? I mean the casual vacancy of woman director, when should I do it? 3 months or next board meeting. Within 3 months it says. Within 3 months. So 3 months again from which date? From the day of vacancy. So that vacancy date you should exclude, or that board meeting, last board meeting you should, and then you should do 3 months. Doubt. Correct? That's why. That's why I said you should see the law properly. Answer will be different from different faculty, etc. So you should see the law and understand the law and answer according to the law. That's it. So whenever the Act uses the word from, kindly exclude that date. Whenever Act uses the word of, include that date. So here it's of, so you should include the date of incorporation. Then subsequent board meeting, it says at least 4 board meetings every calendar year. So guys, before they had one this thing, what do you say? Secretarial standard had told that board meeting should be held every quarter. That secretarial standard has been removed. That part has been amended. So there is no requirement for me to have every quarter now. I can have 1 quarter, but not every quarter. Yes. So at least 4 board meetings every calendar year. Every calendar year. Mind you, it says every year. When Act uses the word every year, financial year or calendar year? Always calendar year. If it had to be calendar year, financial year, they would have given it as financial year. At least 4 board meetings every calendar year you should have. 30 days of incorporation. At least 4 board meetings every calendar year. Gap between 2 meetings. Gap between 2 meetings is what? Maximum gap must be 120 days. Maximum gap 120 days. Because obviously otherwise, you will ensure that basically you will have some random 200, 300 days gap, etc. No. Board has to keep on meeting regularly. So maximum gap of 120 days. This is for the normal companies. At least 4 board meetings every calendar year. So it should be spaced out in such a way that it should be done so. Now the thing is, in the year of incorporation, is it 30 plus 4, 5 meetings? First board meeting should be, 30 days. After that again like plus 4, because it says 4 board meetings every year. Is it 1 plus 4 or overall 4? Obviously overall 4 is what we have to see. But what if the incorporation is, it says 4 board meetings in a calendar year. What if the incorporation only is in December? Only one you can do, right? Obviously only one you can do. So that is the problem. So you need to see. Pro rate also you should do if your company is incorporated anyway in between, right? Yes. So for a Section 8 company though, see, Section 8 company is, and this IFSC company actually, IFSC and Section 8, that is given in the 462, that is your CG rules have prescribed. Whereas OPC and one part of Section 8 company also is given in 173.5. So basically all combined reading of this, they can ask you any company. So all these provisions you have to remember. Section 8 company, 30 days of incorporation. At least 1 board meeting every 6 calendar months. At least 1 board meeting every 6 calendar months means what? Once in 6 months you should have. Now here maximum gap is 6 months or minimum gap? Maximum gap. Maximum gap must be 6 months because it says at least one every 6, which means maximum gap is 6. Can I have one in and 6 calendar months? Can I have one in January and the other one in December? No, because the maximum gap must be 6 months. On the other hand, you see IFSC, slightly different. 60 days of incorporation, a slightly extra time is given. On the other hand, see, at least one board meeting in each half of calendar year. At least one board meeting in each half of calendar year. Now, each half means what? January to June, then July to December. Can I have one in January, one in December? Yes, because at least one in each half. In that half, I can hold whenever I want. That's the difference between the two. Here, Section 8 company you should hold when? 6 months. Section 8 company you should hold in 6 months. Otherwise, it is the, in normal companies, what? The IFSC company, SEZ, when should you hold? When should you hold? At each half of calendar year. So, many people tell me that this cluster 3 is very difficult, I cannot understand and all. So, whenever they tell me, not here, not after class, before class they tell me. So, I ask them one question. If you can understand this one dialogue that I am showing, if you can understand that, you can understand everything. Right? So, if you can understand this dialogue, whatever this fellow told, then you can understand anything. This is, is one of his amazing dialogues. Yeah.
He's only sitting as me, you. These two only is talking to each other. Understand, I can only talk to me and give my understanding. I cannot talk to anybody else and give my understanding. So the me resides in this as me, is residing in all of that as me, so that me, through this me, talking to me.
We have to understand that Nityananda is very brilliant. He is actually talking about OPC meetings. Right? Yes. OPC meeting with what? One director. Now you listen to this again, you will understand. This is how OPC meeting will happen.
He's only sitting as me, you. These two only is talking to each other. Understand, I can only talk to me and give my understanding. I cannot talk to anybody else and give my understanding.
Now minutes of the meeting.
So the me resides in this as me, is residing in all of that as me, so that me, through this me, talking to me.
He is a very misinterpreted fellow. He's if you think brilliant, he's talking about OPC and all. Yes, so see that. OPC with one director, Nityananda case. Everything cross only. What? Obviously, what meeting will be there? Nothing. Right? Yes. So, first board meeting, nothing. Subsequent board meeting, nothing. Gap between two meetings also, nothing. Because you are only talking to me. Me talking to me. Yes. OPC with one director, nothing. OPC with more than one director. OPC with more than one director, what? Then in that case, it will be there. So for OPC with more than one director means two people sitting and talking whatever they want. 30 days of incorporation is one. At least one board meeting in each half of calendar year. Here minimum gap must be 90 days. Minimum gap must be 90 days. Minimum gap will be 90 days. So as I told you, that guy is so strong. I am not joking. There is one more since we are already watching. One more quickly because yes. Right. So 30 days. So OPC with more than one director is what? 30 days of incorporation. Then at least one board meeting in each half of calendar year. And then minimum gap of 90 days. Minimum gap of 90 days is what we have seen here. Cool. So then this relaxation, COVID and all is over, guys. Leave it now. So that is gone. Moreover, now in this maximum interval of basically SS1 is also there. Wherever SS1 is there, I've already incorporated in this only, so it will be easy for you. Maximum interval of 120 days between any two consecutive meetings, such that at least 4 meetings in each calendar year. Date of incorporation should not be included while counting what? 30 days. This was a mistake which I have already rectified there. Should be included, should not be. Yes, so in the corrigendum, I have told that please remove not. So here also you remove. In there, if you see the changes, it's already there. The gap of 120 days should be counted. One more thing is the 120 days gap is there, no? 120 days gap between one meeting and the other meeting. So 120 days gap between two meetings means, should I exclude the meeting date also or include? Exclude. That's simple because it says within 120 days between. Between means those two should be excluded. And one more thing, if one meeting is done here, second meeting I do it in the, let's say, 119th day. Second meeting I do it in 119th day. The next board meeting, I'll adjourn it to 126th day. Is it allowed or not? Guys, 1 second, we will die here. Is the power gone or what? Or the AC is off. Somebody offed it. Yeah. Because it is the, what is it? There's no ventilation, right? We need, I think there's no power. Anyway, let me just find out. So guys, tell me, 119th day is there, no? Then 126th day it goes. Is it, have I followed the law or not? Tell me. Power? I adjourned it. What I'm trying to tell is that day that meeting happened, then I adjourned the meeting. Actual date of the meeting was 119th day. Then I adjourned it to 126th day. Allowed or not? It is 100% wrong. See, I told you, reverse the gut. So, even the adjourned meeting should be held within 120 days. This was a case law. People, what they were doing, just for the heck of holding the meeting, they used to hold. Simply call the meeting and hold. Nobody came, nothing. Then they said adjourn. Keep on adjourning. So in the old law, there was a provision. If the meeting is adjourned, no problem. It is valid. But now they have removed that provision. Case law is also there. Same for AGM also, guys. AGM also should be held on the last day on which AGM should have been held, including adjournment. So here also same thing. So maximum interval of 120 days, that's fine. Date of incorporation should be included while counting 30 days here. So okay, power is gone. So no problem. When it comes, you'll see. So if you see, that is what one point. Second one is, guys, the adjourn meeting should be held within the 128 days on 128 day. One more question. Okay, first day I will hold. Okay, 90th day I will hold. Adjournment I will hold on 118th day. This is allowed, no? Yes, because it's within 120. Next meeting should be 120 days from this day or this day. Original meeting or adjourn? Original meeting. Yes, that also SS1 says. See here. An adjourn meeting being a continuation of original meeting, interval period in such a case should be counted from the date of the original meeting and not from the date of adjourned meeting. Date of the original meeting. A board meeting shall be called by giving not less than 7 days notice in writing to every director. One question they had asked, original director did not get, alternate director got. What do you think? Everybody should get. Interested director did not get. You send it to him also. Everybody should get. He may not be eligible to attend the meeting, but guys, notice of the meeting only for that particular item of business will not come. Other businesses will be there, no? So you have to send it to him. You have to send it to everybody. Notice and agenda will be served at his address registered with the company. This also they have asked in MCQ. I am not joking. Correct? MCQ they have asked, the notice and agenda shall be served dash address in India. Like that they are asking, stupid fellows. They'll also not know, right? Honestly, there's no point asking such questions, to be honest with you. You will never see all this in your life. I don't know why they ask, and the penalty question they shouldn't ask. It's all memory based questions. This also so stupid, like how will you send, who cares? We'll see that later. No, ask some technical questions, not these things. But they're asking, you also know, they're asking MCQ. Like the notice will be sent to dash, address registered in India, address registered with the company, correct? Address as per Aadhaar card, as what do you think? All those things. They are asking everything. So what should you write? Yes, address registered with the company. Then there is notified address. What to choose? it need not be notified address. It will be address registered with the company. This is one point. In 175 circular resolution, one point. They are asking the where the notice should be sent. Here I studied and went this properly, wrote that in the exam, but that was a 175. 175 is they are saying address registered in India. So we should be careful. That's why these points. And again, if you see, notice plus agenda to a director who's abroad should also be given to the address registered with the company. Could be foreign address also. These are all MCQ points, guys. MCQ. Being they're asking this regularly in the exam, like this, questions like this. One director says, I will not attend the meeting. You don't send the notice to him. Then later he's telling why you didn't send. What do you think? You should send. That is why point number 8. Then one question MCQ. The notice can be sent in the following except. One is hand delivery. Second one is post. Third one courier. Fourth one none of these. Following except. So we will write none of these and come. Because everything generally it is possible. But imagine SS1 also says cannot be sent via courier. See, these stupid questions people are asking. No choice. Notice cannot be sent via courier or MCQ questions. And I told you these areas, the company secretary will go into one more mode while setting questions. His favorite area, no? That's why. What happens if video and all is not proper? All those questions will come. Right. Institute also doesn't know what to answer. Yes. No, notice cannot be sent via courier. All these are important areas. Next, moving on. Then here, shorter notice for board meeting. 173.3, shorter notice. So can I send, generally notice is for 7 days. Can I send for less than 7 days? Yes, here, 101. Ordinary notice, 21 clear days before the meeting. 21 clear days before the meeting. If the company wants to send less than 21 days, then following approval is needed. This is for normal meeting, guys. Shareholders meeting. 21 clear days before the meeting I should send. For less than 21 days, you should follow this. 95% of the members, not 95% of value. And for EGM, majority in number and 95% value. For example, if there are 960 people having 4% share capital, 40 people having 96% share capital. For short notice of AGM, in this example, 960 people should approve, not 40 people. But for EGM, 501 people having 95% value of share should approve. Right? 501 people having 95% share should approve. Section 115, special notice. There is no short notice for special notice. Third one, board meeting, 173. Now this is what it is. This is again very, very important. MCQ or normally they keep asking. Independent director. Now the thing is, can I send shorter notice in circumstance of urgent necessity? Yes. VG Siddhartha jumped off the bridge and passed away. And he is missing today. The driver informed the company secretary. Company secretary will send 7 days notice. No. It is an urgent necessity. Immediately we should do. So if you see, but in that meeting, whatever they are going to discuss, independent director, for listed and prescribed unlisted company, presence of at least one independent director must be there. He has to ratify that. He has to ratify. If it is a no, that independent director is not there, then what to do? I will circulate. Independent director not there means I will circulate. Correct? Circular, no, it is circulate. Change the spelling. So independent director is not there, what to do? Circulate. I will circulate all that notice, etc. It should be ratified by at least one independent director. Ratified means approved. Very, very important, guys. Regularly, if you see the previous year's question papers, you will only know all these questions they are asking. Next, private and unlisted company where independent director is not required only. This SS1 tells. Now the thing is, here it says independent director presence is needed. What if it's a private company? Then they say majority of the directors of the company should approve. Mind you, it is not majority of directors attending the meeting. It is majority of directors of the company. They can give you an MCQ, 10 directors are there. 6 attend the meeting. So 4 out of 6 should they approve? No. 6 out of 10 should approve. Majority of the directors of the company and not majority of directors present at the meeting. There are 10 directors, 2 are interested. Disinterested are 8, of which 6 come to the meeting. 4 out of 6, 6 out of 10, or 5 out of 8. What is the answer? 4 out of 6, 6 out of 10, or 5 out of 8? 2 are interested, I told you. So it is 5 out of 8. See, MCQ. They can do whatever they want. This is, 5 out of 8. Why 5 out of 8? See, majority of the directors are those who are entitled to vote or entitled to vote. Unpublished price sensitive information. Unpublished price sensitive information. Like for example, VG Siddhartha's case. It's a listed company. The death of the MD, is it unpublished information? Yes. Very, very price sensitive. After his death, the share price reduced to 20 rupees. Right? So that is what? Majority of the directors should approve, including one independent director, listed companies. They should approve the shorter notice. Shorter notice will be next to tomorrow only. Let's call a meeting. Today only. Let's call a meeting. That's called shorter notice. Now, if I don't send the notice to one person, will it invalidate the meeting? Yes, he can come and challenge. It can invalidate the meeting. So if you see here, in case of failure to give notice, proceedings and resolutions may be invalid. Even an accidental omission also will be invalid. But all the directors attend the meeting without any objection. You take an NOC from them, then no problem. Take an NOC from them, then no problem. Let's say in the articles only I would have told, or in the initial year only I would have told, board meeting is there on every third Saturday of every month, or third Saturday every 3 months. This time, this day, this place. Still should I send a notice? Yes, as per SS1, it is so. You have to do it. Should I send notice for adjourned meeting also? Yes. Relevant all data, including those who did not attend the meeting. 7 days before the meeting again. Then they'll ask you, can I discuss any other matter which is not there in the agenda? Agenda also is a must as per SS1. Can I discuss any other matter? Yes. Earlier it was only permission of the chairman. Now they have changed it. Good provision. What? Majority of directors present at the meeting. One extra item is there, with all your approval, can we do so? So there are 10 people there, 6 out of 10 if they say let's go ahead, you can discuss. The majority of the directors present at the meeting. A resolution by circulation under section 175 cannot be considered as board meeting. Board meeting is separate, 175 is separate. Any director may call the meeting. If he wants to, he can just inform the company secretary, he shall do. The director instructs the company secretary shall call the meeting. Now, can board meeting be held outside India? Yes, but it should be bona fide. It shouldn't be like out of 10 directors, 4 directors make one separate WhatsApp group. They'll say, bro, come USA visa will apply. Once USA visa is applied, then they'll hold the board meeting in USA. 4 out of 4 will agree and come back. The other 6 cannot come. Visa is not there. What do you think? Not possible. People are doing that. 1 or 2 cases were there. So board directors, if can hold board meeting at any place in India, even in foreign country also. But there should be no malified intentions. Bad intentions should not be there. So whatever is possible, all the important areas you have condensed into this summary book. Next, board meetings can be held when? On any day, including national holiday, anytime, wherever you want, you can. SS1 earlier said meeting should not be held on national holiday, but later it was deleted in the revised SS1. You can hold it on the national holiday also now, no problem. What about AGM? No, AGM cannot be held on national holiday. What about EGM? EGM can be held on national holiday. AGM only. Original AGM cannot be held on national holiday. What about adjourned AGM? What? Adjourned AGM also can be. Reverse the cut. Simple. Adjourned AGM also can be held on national holiday. Adjourned AGM also can be held on national holiday. Which is the one adjourned AGM which cannot be held on national holiday? No. Which is one adjourned AGM which we have already done now. That's why I'm asking. Which is one adjourned AGM which cannot be held on national holiday? No. Then the directors are not been appointed or reappointed. Yesterday we saw 152.6. The meeting shall stand automatically adjourned, same time, same place next week, not a national holiday. Only in that one case only you cannot hold it on a national holiday. Normal AGM cannot be held on national holiday. Adjourned AGM, any adjourned AGM can be held on national holiday except this AGM. This is this AGM where automatic reappointment happens. I mean the automatic, adjournment happens. If at that meeting, if you have not reappointed the directors or new directors are not appointed, or the meeting has not expressly resolved not to fill the vacancy, meeting stands automatically adjourned, same time, same place next week, 152.6. So that provision only, adjourned meeting cannot be held on national holiday. All other AGMs can be held on national holiday. SS1, SS2 has been revised. They have removed that national holiday concept. But board meeting, original also can be held on national holiday. The directors may participate either in person or through video conferencing. This is also MCQ, guys. If an attendance register is maintained in loose leaf form, it will be bound periodically at least once in every 3 years. MCQ. Minutes to be filed within 30 days of the meeting. During these 30 days, draft minutes should go to all directors within 15 days and they should approve within 7 days. 14th is an important point because they have deleted it. That's why. 14. Actually, it's important because these items, these items could have been that if the following matters can be dealt with in a meeting through video conference if there is only physical quorum at the meeting. Physical quorum should have been present for all this. Annual report, approved board report, prospectus, etc. This entire rule has been omitted from June 2021. In the Act, the section is still there. Tomorrow they can insert new rules, but as of now, it's not there. So, which means, if they ask in the exam, they are approving the board report. Quorum was 3, but the people present in the board meeting was only 2. All others attended via video conferencing. Is this valid? Yeah, last to last attempt it was invalid. From now this attempt onwards it is 100% valid. Right? It is valid. So this is an important point because no physical quorum needed. After COVID they said all these things I should delete. But that section is still retained, mind you. Tomorrow if they feel for some items of business physical quorum is needed, they can bring back. But the rule they have omitted. Section is not omitted. This section is still there. This section is still there. Following matters that matter, whatever rule that is related. Right? So don't get confused. There are some items where physical quorum is mandatory. Those items are deleted now. So please go through this. Anything they ask in the exam, please note that physical quorum is not needed at all. And as we have seen here, board meeting time and place chart, board meeting. Original meeting as per the Act can be held in India or abroad, bona fide, any place, any time, including national holiday. Meeting 173.1, yes. Adjourned meeting, 2 things. One is for want of quorum. For want of quorum means original meeting, nobody came. The quorum only was not present. So it says go to the articles. If articles are silent, this is the peculiar thing. Same day, same time next week, and it must not be a national holiday. This is as per Act. But as per SS1, no, as I told you, they have told you can hold it on national holiday. So what will you write in the exam? First write the Act, then you write note as per SS1, board meetings can now be held on national holiday. That's what in the SS1 it says you can hold, unfortunately. So that's why I'm saying write the Act first. Write the Act. Act 100% it says what? Cannot be held on a national holiday. But revised SS1 says it can be held on a national holiday. Anything, any adjournment, any board meeting can be held on national holiday. Just write as a note, that's all. But this should be the main answer. Okay, so one is normal, original. Adjourned for want of quorum. Act is very clear. Act says what? Cannot be held on a national holiday. But SS1 says, let's make it practical. You can hold on a national holiday. Now, because of this, video conferencing, everything has become, easy, guys. There's no, chance of anything. Even, for example, classes also, everything have gone online. That's why I am a proponent always of face-to-face classes, because the aura of the students and the aura of the teacher is different. So that connection only is different. Honestly, I am always a proponent of face-to-face classes, always. That's why, I always like face-to-face classes. But yeah, this is secondary. Of course, this is very important also, definitely. But you can reach many students with online. But face-to-face, the aura itself is different, 100%. Some of you attended my video classes now probably are seeing the difference. Maybe there is some slight difference. But the only problem is there you can sit like this. Yeah. When your shorts, banyan and all, here you cannot do it. That's all. Yeah. You can pause me whenever I want. This fellow boring, pause. Madam wants a tea break, pause. But here nothing is possible, right? Okay. Yes. Other reasons what? Board to decide or articles. Here, other reasons mean what? Other than for want of quorum. Fights will happen. It happens in fights, in board meetings. Suddenly, chairman will start throwing his chair only. Right? And from that side, one chappal will come. So, mic will come. You have seen now parliamentary discussions. Kerala, Karnataka, all these are famous. Tamil Nadu, famous. Even in North India, all these, local parliamentary sessions you would have seen. Even in Indian Parliament also, basically Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha also, many years ago, they were doing all this. Now, at least, nobody comes only now anyway. So, it's fine. So, other reasons, board to decide or articles. So, can be adjourned to a national holiday also. It can be, but SS1 should also be followed. Other reasons, no problem. Board will decide. Adjourn only this. This is the board meeting provisions. Yes. Quorum is what? Minimum number of directors required to be present to validly transact any business at the meeting. Minimum people required. The quorum shall be what? Higher of 1/3 of total strength or 2, whichever is higher. 1/3 of total strength or 2, whichever is higher, that will be the quorum. Any fraction will be rounded off as 1. Any decision taken at a meeting without quorum is void. All the directors, including the interested director, will be counted for calculation of the total strength. Very simple. So, let me see if we can just, do those exercises quickly, which is in the other book. Let me figure it out. So, yeah, then all the interested directors, including the all the directors, including the interested directors, will be counted for calculation of total strength, is what they say. One second, let me open that. So, that will be easy for us to finish, to check that portion. One second, some other book we will take. This will have ideally, let us see, this is my old material. So, I think I don't even have the new one. This is all old stuff. So, let's see this quorum provisions. Total number of directors are 15 in the company, of which interested directors are 8. But at the meeting, 13 directors come, of which interested are 8. So, all the interested directors come for the meeting, and 2 disinterested directors seem to be uninterested also. They don't come. Those 2 fellows. Now, what in the company, what should I do? 1/3 of total strength, 15. 5 or 2, whichever is higher, 5. And how many have come at the meeting? 13 minus 8, 5. So, is there quorum? Yes. That's how we should see. Here, on the other hand, 1/3 of total strength, 1/3 of 12. 4 or 6, 4 or 2, whichever is higher, 4. Here 9 minus 5, 4. There is quorum. But interesting to know, for example, here, what is the quorum? 6. 6 are, now let's assume this was 14, just for your information, 14. 6 are needed for quorum. But if you see, let's assume in this only, 18 minus 4, only 4 are disinterested. So it is impossible for me to bring 6 people when there are only 4 people there. That's why there is something called concessional quorum. Concessional quorum is 174(3). What does that section say? It says that if the number of interested directors is how much? Greater than or equal to 2/3 of total strength. Number of interested directors is how much? 2/3 of total strength. What is 2/3 of total strength here? 2/3 of total strength is 12. Correct? Here 2/3 of total strength is 18. 2/3 is how much? 12. Number of interested directors in this example, 14. Is 14 greater than 12? Yes. Or in this example, it was 12 only. Is 12 equal to 12? Yes. If number of interested directors is greater than or equal to 2/3 of total strength, then what should I do? Then it says concessional quorum. Minimum 2 people will form the quorum. 2 disinterested directors will be the quorum. General rule, 1/3 of total strength or 2, whichever is higher. General rule. Other rule, I have to see whether the number of interested directors is 2/3 of total strength. If interested director is greater than or equal to 2/3 of total strength, then the disinterested directors being 2 minimum will be the quorum. So if you see here, ideally it should be 6, but actually 14 minus 10, only 4 are there. There is no quorum, but I have to go to the concessional quorum. Concessional quorum, minimum 2 disinterested director will be the quorum. Here answer, minimum 2 only. It's 4, no? So it is disinterested quorum. So basically, there is quorum. Same here, 12 and 9. First I'll do 1/3 of total strength. 4 or 2, whichever is higher. Then I will compute interested directors are 9. 2/3 of total strength is 8. So obviously 9 is greater than 8. So when 9 is greater than 8, normal quorum provisions will not apply. What will apply? Concessional quorum. Under concessional quorum, what is that? 2 disinterested directors. So 11 minus 9, 2. This was asked in the exam. 15 directors, out of which 11 are there. So what is the quorum? 5 or 2, whichever is higher. 5. But the problem is, if you see, okay, 5 or 2, whichever is there, that's okay. But then interested directors are 2/3 of total strength is 10. And number of interested directors are 11. Correct? So it is more. So minimum 2 should be there. So 10 minus 9, 1. Can there be a one-man quorum? No. But always please see the type of company. That is one thing that we miss out. In this case, it's a private company. Private company, should I follow this 2/3 concessional quorum? No, because we saw in private company, all the directors can vote. So concessional quorum provisions will not apply only. Why? All the 10 can vote here. They have to disclose and vote. Right? So that is same thing is given here only. Check it out. So if you see, yes. Here. Interested director specified under 184(2) will not be counted for the purpose of quorum that we know. Concessional quorum where the number of interested directors exceed or is equal to 2/3 of total strength. Number of remaining directors who are not interested present at the meeting shall be the quorum. Articles can provide a larger quorum. If you scan this as an animation video, you can get full revision of that later. So that is, everything, whatever I discussed now is in animation format. You can check it out. So that is about it. Apart from that, if you have, participation of director through video conferencing and other audio visual means also shall be counted for the purpose of quorum, obviously. Now, original director is there, alternate director is sitting somewhere else. Original director has come for that particular meeting only after I requested them. Who will be counted? Alternate director. That's what they say here. It will be taken as one director. Articles can provide for a larger quorum that we have seen. Quorum should be present not only at the commencement but throughout the meeting for every item of business, since the number of interested directors will keep on changing for every item of business. Where this also we have seen the absence of disinterested quorum. Even in the adjourned meeting also, guys, same quorum must be present. If quorum is not there within 15 minutes, then it will stand automatically adjourned, same time, same place next day. It is national, not a national holiday. We have seen this already. So as far as quorum is concerned, this is the master chart, page 59. In that, let's stick to the board meeting part. 174.1 board meeting part. 1/3 of total strength. 1/3 of total strength or 2 directors, whichever is higher. Whichever is higher. If interested director is greater than or equal to 2/3 of total strength. 174.1 not applicable. 174.3 will apply. 174.3 is what? Minimum 2 disinterested directors. 174.3 is not applicable to private companies by virtue of section 184. We have seen that. 184, directors should disclose and can vote. Quorum for a section 8 company should be how much? 8 members or 25%, whichever is less. Slightly different. Adjourned board meeting, quorum should be same as 174.1 also. Now, what if the adjourned board meeting also is postponed? Or adjourned board meeting, nobody comes, then? Yes, meeting will stand cancelled. In the adjourned board meeting will stand cancelled. SS1, para 3.4.2. All this is not yet, but yes, this is an interesting point. It will stand cancelled. Next, resolution by circulation, section 175. Applicable for board and committee meetings. Resolution should be circulated in draft. So this is what I will not discuss face to face, but the documents will go to each of their residences, either through email or through post, and they will have to discuss, see everything, and they can vote. Yesterday we saw, can it be done for additional director? Yes. Can it be done for alternate director? Yes. Nominee director? Yes, generally. But then what about casual vacancy? No. Casual vacancy should be board meeting resolution. Here again you see, they will say the notices of resolution by circulation can go in the following except hand delivery, then registered post, courier, none of these. In the previous attempt, you have made that mistake. So in this, you will write courier and come. Right? So institute will say, come again. CA. What? See here. Here courier is there, guys. These questions they are asking, I cannot help it. They are asking this, you also know. Right? They are asking these questions in MCQ. Hand delivery or by post or by courier. Courier is there in resolution by circulation. Courier is not there in not normal thing, notice. So yes, courier or through such electronic means. Necessary papers to be sent, all important documents should be sent. To be approved by a majority of the directors or members who are entitled to vote. Members here means members of the committee, not shareholders, members of committee, audit committee and all those things. Majority of the directors to approve. Now the thing is, how many days time that you have to respond, it is not given in the act. SS1 says 7 days. 7 days. So basically it can be lesser number of days also, depends on what you say. So basically if 7 days are given for you to respond, when there are 10 directors, let's say, all are entitled to vote, assume. Now how many, majority is when it is passed. My question is, if 6 out of 10 directors agree on the 3rd day only, the resolution is passed on the 7th day or the 3rd day? Because the date of the resolution also is important. Contract begins that day. So, because everything in the future, legal requirements will happen on the day of the contract. The contract is happening on the day of the resolution, 3rd day or the 7th day? 7th day. Answer? 3rd day. No, 7th day only, guys. Why? Okay, if I change this slightly, 7 out of 10 I have approved. 7th day or 3rd day? Confusion. You are simply saying day. Which day I don't know. Correct? So if you see, anyway, 6 out of 10, why I'll tell you, you see, 6 out of 10 is majority. But there's one more provision. They say, if you see here, this is SS1 provision. SS1 and Act. If minimum 1/3 of the total number of directors want a board meeting instead of resolution by circulation, they can demand a board meeting. What is 1/3 of 10? 3.33, which means 4. Minimum 1/3, it will be 4. So if 4 people, though 6 out of 10 approval they have got, if 4 people say that no boss, I want board meeting, then board meeting has to be called. But if 7 people have agreed, then no option. Remaining 3 will not be 1/3. It will be less than 1/3. So can I say if minimum 1/3 asks for board meeting has to be done. Can I say if more than 2/3 approve, that is the day when it is approved? Same. Instead of seeing here, I am seeing from the other point of view. If more than 2/3 have said yes, 2/3 of 10 is 6.67. What is more than 2/3? 7. If 7 people have agreed, 7 out of 10, is the board resolution, is the circular resolution passed? Yes. So SS1 tells that here. Date of resolution would be the date when more than 2/3 of them approve. It's all logical. And see, this also they are asked in the exam. To be sent at their address registered with the company in India. MCQ. There it is, registered address. It can be foreign address also. Here, registered in India. Right? Actually, it was old law only gave permission for Indians only to vote. That's why they have not changed this. And institute will see this only, sadistic mindset. They know that we will not touch this for sure. They want to ask this. I really don't understand the point, honestly speaking. You ask any CA, they will not know. They will not know resolution by circulation only, first of all. Right? Means what they'll ask. Yeah. So then you'll ask that where you will send, etc. God only knows. So it's sad, unfortunately. Directors outside India can vote on circular resolution. If alternate director is appointed for original director has gone abroad, it appears that vote of alternate director only will be counted, obviously. Inspection, all this is done, guys. This is fine. Then all this done. Yesterday only we finished. So this cluster 4, very important. Now come to this area, 180. This also regularly ignored by students. That's why regularly asked by ICI. 180. Board should not exercise the specified powers without the consent of shareholders by special resolution. So in these cases, no, what you need? Shareholders resolution also you need. Board resolution also you need. Shareholders resolution also you need. Board resolution also you need. Right? All the powers under the section are exercisable only with the prior consent of shareholders by special resolution. So it is special resolution plus board resolution. What? 181 A, B, C, D, like that. In that 181A, disposal of undertaking. To sell, lease or otherwise dispose. They have used the word otherwise. What do you mean by otherwise? Otherwise than sell or lease. They have used the word otherwise. What do you think? Otherwise. So if I obviously say cat, dog, sheep, goat, etc. Does etc. include tiger? There is actually a case law. I'm not even kidding. Does etc. include tiger? No. Why? These are all what? Domesticated animals. Does etc. include hen? This was actually a case law. Does etc. include hen? That was the case law. Question of law to the High Court. Sir, does etc. include hen? Because there was some tax to be paid by a poultry farm. So that fellow tax officer said you have to pay. He said no, etc. doesn't include hen. Went to High Court. Imagine. So High Court said etc. doesn't include hen. Why? 2 legs, correct? 2 legs and that's a bird. These are 4-leg domesticated animals. Right? Because the word etc. It is called ejustum generis. The generic word etc. is derived from the genus that it associates from. Cat, dog, sheep, goat are four-legged domesticated animals. The etc. will not include hen, etc. will not include tiger. Correct? All those things. So that is ejustum generis is the general role. Generally when you see medical and other stores, you would have written, no, medical and other stores. Can you go there and ask for cricket bat? Others. Can you go to Decathlon, chess, sports and other equipment? Can you go and ask for 1 kg basmati rice? They have written other. Other means everything. No, it is linked to whatever they are selling. So here now, for why I told you this was sell, lease or otherwise. So otherwise should be linked to what? Selling or leasing using ejustum generis. So in selling and leasing, lease means finance lease. What will go? In selling and leasing, what will go? Asset will go, ownership will go, money will come. So anything where ownership goes, money will come, will be otherwise. So if they ask you, if one company gifts the company, one undertaking or one branch to somebody else, will it come? No. Or what if it mortgages? Mortgage. Company mortgage one of its undertaking to get a loan. Will 181A come? No. In mortgage, ownership is not transferred. Right? There's only one mortgage in which ownership is also transferred. The actual example of otherwise is usufructuary mortgage. Little bit spelling here and there if it goes, dangerous. Yeah. Usufructuary mortgage. Right? Usufructuary mortgage is a mortgage where the ownership also is transferred. Ownership is it's like first I will sell and then I will buy back. This is not prevalent in India. But that's the meaning. If at all it comes to India, then that is the actual meaning of otherwise. Right? After reading some 200 pages, I figured it out. Because actually I was figuring what is otherwise. I didn't know because sell and lease is there. What is it gift? Is it mortgage? Then after reading the English Companies Law, because that's all copy paste of English Companies Act. So if you see English Company Law commentary, then they are given there. Usufructuary mortgage. Seeing the word only, I was like, what is this word? Then we have to figure out what is usufructuary mortgage. Then we figured out that it is not in India only actually. If it comes in India, in the future where you sell the asset, then you will buy it back. So I will sell the asset at 1 crore, buy it back at 1.1 crore or 1.2 crore. That 20 lakhs is the interest. Ownership is transferred immediately. That is the meaning of otherwise. Dispose of the whole or substantially the whole of the undertaking. Undertaking was not defined before, now they are defined. See, investment of the company exceeds 20% of its net worth. So if it's ITC hotels may not be earning money. I'm just giving an example. But investment of ITC in ITC hotels, isn't it exceeding 20% of its net worth? Yes. So if the net worth of ITC is 100 crore, minimum 20-25 crore, they have invested in ITC hotels, assume. So then obviously it is an undertaking. And undertaking, or let's say in the tobacco division, they may not have invested so much because it's an old business. But is the tobacco, your ITC tobacco unit, is it giving them more than 20% of the income? Yes. So that is also a undertaking. When I say whole of the undertaking, full. What is substantially the whole of the undertaking? That also they are given 20% of that value. 20% of tobacco division if I sell. 20% of ITC hotels if I sell. Basically demerger, for example. Then what happens? It comes in, it becomes what? Undertaking. So then whose permission I should take? Shareholders. Then one question they asked that 181A is not followed properly. Some undertaking has been shifted to a bona fide purchaser. He has sold it to somebody else already. 181A was not followed properly. Can I take it back? 181A, they didn't take the resolution properly, everything. It's already passed to that fellow. That fellow is already transferred to somebody else. Yes, that question also was asked in the exam, point number 8. If 181A is not followed properly, good title is still passed on to the person who buys or takes on lease in good faith. Indoor management will apply. (181B) to invest otherwise in trust securities, amount of compensation received by it as a result of any merger or amalgamation. We'll see this. 181C. We'll see 181B, 181C. To borrow money, where the money to be borrowed together with the money already borrowed will exceed aggregate of paid up share capital and reserves and security. This is borrowing beyond net worth. Will exceed aggregate of its paid up share capital, free reserves and security premium account. PUC, FR and SP is nothing but net worth. So if I am borrowing up to net worth 179 3D, if I am borrowing beyond net worth 179 3D plus 181C. 181C. 179 3D is what? Borrowing up to net worth. Borrowing beyond net worth, same 179 3D plus 181C means what? I should take the approval of whom? Shareholders also, because I am borrowing more than what shareholders have given. Shareholders net worth is 200 crore. I am borrowing more than that. So I need to ask them first. Is it okay if I borrow more than what you have given me? Is it okay? Yes, they can go ahead. But apart from temporary loans should not be counted. Temporary loans means what? If you see here, within 6 months, anything that you do be less than 6 months is obviously temporary loan. Temporary loans you should subtract. What if it's a 4-month loan to buy an asset? Is it temporary loan? No, that is what they have said, but does not include loans raised for the purpose of financial expenditure of a capital nature. All working capital loans, etc. must be excluded, but even if it's a 4-month loan, but to buy a asset, capital, any asset of capital nature, then it should be not excluded in the calculation. Basically, I should do the borrowings and see whether borrowings is more than net worth. In that borrowings, what all I should include? All loans more than 6 months. All loans less than 6 months I should exclude. What about loans less than 6 months, but it is bought for what? Capital nature. Then I should include that in the calculation is what they say. The way they are asking questions are in such a manner that, I'll just show you one part. I think it is in, if I'm not wrong, it is 2018 or 19. You should see, the way they are asking questions, we should understand and try to appreciate what they are asking. Okay, was it this one? Yeah. 4 marker, 2019, 2020, whenever this is, same. See, 4 marks question they are asking. Same, see, 181C. See, they have given paid up capital, preferential capital, security premium account. So they are given free reserve. So totally what is it? 270. Now borrowing should exceed what? If it exceeds 270, 181C. Less than 270, 179 3D. See, then they are giving you all these things. You see, cash credit repayable on demand to be taken or not taken? Not taken. Why? Cash credit, temporary. 6 months loan for purchase of plant and machinery. Take. If it is 5 months loan also, take. No problem. 24 months loan for plant and machinery from scheduled bank. Take. Here, working capital loan. Working capital loan, exclude. You exclude and come, they will also exclude. See here, from Sigma Capital Limited. See guys, how they are asking. Sigma Capital. See, that's why important. Read here, now you will understand. Temporary loans from companies, bankers. Loans from other bodies, corporate, shall not be considered here. Means what? What will you exclude from the borrowing in the calculation? You will exclude working capital loans obtained from companies, bankers. Here is it bankers? No. By not taking it, answer only will change. So they are not asking easy questions. I am saying out of 100, 40 will be easy, no problem. But the remaining 30, 40, we need to work hard. And these are going to be tricky stuff like this. Gone are those days when direct questions are coming. So it is like this, Sigma Capital Limited. So we need to be careful. Again, this 12th one also was asked. Amount borrowed in excess without approval also will be valid if the lender proves that he advanced the loan in good faith and without knowledge that the limit had been exceeded. That also will apply. 181D. 181D, this is to remit or give time for the repayment of any debt due from a director. So if a director has a debt which is due, and if I give time, remission means giving extra time, giving acceptance of lesser fulfillment of the promise. So you had given, 10 lakhs, I waived off 2 lakhs. Can I do like that? I cannot do that unless I take the permission of the shareholders, is what they say. Now this is interesting. 181B, invest otherwise than in trust securities. Amount of compensation received by it as a result of any merger or amalgamation. So let us see quickly. So, we'll come to this. See, money, when it is lending, no. Lending, we've already seen 186. What is that? Up to 60 or 100% of PUCFR, whichever is higher, that entire chart we have seen, lending chart. But as far as borrowing is concerned, this will come. Borrowing up to net worth, up to 100% of PUCFR SP, 179 3D. And I told you yesterday, whenever 179 is also passed, BMR is needed and MGT 14. MGT 14 is for two things. One is special resolution, one more is 179.3. And it can be delegated to MD or principal officer. It is beyond 100% and that to only long-term loans. Plus short-term capex loans, any period. Plus temporary loans from other than companies bankers. That you should add. Companies bankers you should exclude. In that example, Sigma Limited you should add. In the calculation you should add. Correct? Then, so that is what it says. On the other hand, this it's fine, no problem. On the other hand, this investment point is what? Let's see. Investment can be of three things. Investment in the funds of the company 179.3E. 181B is what? Investment of otherwise than in trust securities, the amount that you receive from amalgamation. This will come only when the source of the amount that you are investing is from amalgamation. That is purchase consideration you are receiving. You are receiving purchase consideration. If you invest it in a fixed deposit, no problem. If you invest it in some government bonds, which is completely risk-free, almost, no problem. It will only hamper, 181B will only come if you do in otherwise than trust securities. Otherwise than trust securities. Only then you have to take permission of the shareholders. Because purchase consideration is money that you have received for amalgamating and then you are using it for something else. That is what you need to see. Then 186.2C. 186.2C is what? That is, we have seen already, investing the funds of the company where? In the securities of a body corporate. Securities of a body corporate. So if you see, source can be mergers and amalgamation, that is purchase consideration, or source can be anything else. If the source is anything else, if you are using it for securities of body corporate, 186 already discussed. If it is for other reasons, using it for, let's say, buying, you are using the money to buy, non-fungible tokens in MG India. So what do you think? Is it 186? No, it will come under 179.3. But now, interestingly, the money that you have received is what? Purchase consideration, money. You are using it for what? First one, trust securities. You are using it for trust securities. That bonds issued by CG, etc. Then no tension, 179.3. If you are investing in shares in a company, what money are you using? Purchase consideration. Where are you using? Shares. So two sections will get triggered. 181B and 186.2C. 181B and 186.2C. Why 186.2C? Investment in the securities of body corporate. Why 181B? Because you are investing otherwise than in trust securities. And the interesting part of this is, 181B, even if you want to spend 1 rupee also, you need to take special resolution. In 186, when do you take special resolution? Only if it is more than 60%. So one peculiar thing is here, even if it is less than 60 or 100% also, I need a special resolution under 181B. I need a special resolution under 181B. Other things remain the same. But you need special resolution under 181B. On the other hand, if it's going beyond 60 or 100%, then you need 2 prior special resolutions. One under 181B, one more under 186 2C. One under 181B, one under 186 2C. In regular batch, obviously, we'll only deduce and you will only write all this. Now it's just revision, guys. So, fine. Mutual fund units of Raha mutual funds, as I told you, one is, which is Raha mutual fund, definitely it's not trust security. So 181B will get attracted. Plus, is it security of body corporate? No. That's why 179 3E will come. So these are some of the hidden points in this area. That's it. This much is enough just for your knowledge. Done. So this is done. Temporary loans, all this is done. Donations we had done. All this part was done. Very, very important cluster. Cluster number 5. We'll do the basics and then we'll break for lunch. Very important cluster. 100% question. Minimum 6 to 8 marks. Cluster 4, 2 mini clusters are there. One mini cluster is 4 marks. Other mini cluster 4 marks minimum. 8 marks there. Cluster 1, 2, 3, again 3 anything can come. 4, 6, 8, 12. Cluster 5, generally if you see the trend, minimum 6 to 8. Minimum 6 to 8. Can go up to 10, 11, 12, whatever. But 6 to 8 marks generally will come in this cluster. Appointment on remuneration of what? Managerial personnel. Very, very interesting, important area. Managing director to clause 54. Manager to clause 53. Whole-time director to clause 94. Who's a MD, who's a manager, who's a whole-time director. So, basically, who are these people? Managing director, if you see, will come back to this here. Managing director must be a director of the company, obviously. It means a director of the company. Should he be an employee? Need not be an employee. Should he be working full-time in the company? Need not. So, managing director is a person who has substantial powers of management. Who has substantial powers of management of the affairs of the company. But is manager more powerful or MD? So if you see, is MD more powerful or managing director more powerful or manager is the question generally people ask. So if you see, 1 second. You check this. Here. Who is entrusted with substantial powers of management of the affairs of the company? With substantial powers of management of affairs of the company, right? So, on the other hand, if I say, what is your capacity, how many chapatis you can eat, you will say 5. So, if I say, substantial, have you finished substantial portion of the chapati? So, that can be anything, right? It can be substantial portion of whatever I have prepared, or substantial portion of what you can eat. It's unclear. But if I say, have you finished all the chapatis? Or have you finished substantially all the chapatis? Which means, have you finished 5 out of 5? Or I have made 20. Have you finished 20? Or have you finished substantially means what? 18 out of 20. What is more, what is very clear? Substantial whole or substantially the whole is more clear than substantial powers of management. So, if you see manager definition, interestingly, it says, who has the management of the whole or substantially the whole of the affairs of a company. If you see just the meaning, if the definition, who is more powerful? Manager seems to be more powerful. But then one word makes the entire difference. If you see, substantially the whole of affairs of a company. A company means what? Single. Whereas here, it says substantial powers of management of the affairs of the company. The means what? Group. The should be read as the group. So technically what it means is, in one company, I can divide various areas and that substantial areas can be managed by a guy, MD. Which means in a company there can be many MDs. That was what was there in Reliance. Reliance, Dhirubhai Ambani was the main guy. Joint MDs were there. These two fellows, Anil Ambani and Mukesh. And now these kids also, Akash, all these fellows also are slowly being groomed to become the joint MDs, and eventually they will take over. So if you see, these are the various things that we have to see. In a company, there can be, you can divide the substantial powers and you can allot that. So substantial powers of management can be different. So substantial powers of management can definitely be different. You see here, it can be different. So what is it then? It is, so can a company have more than one MD? Yes. But if a person has the whole powers, can one more person also have whole powers? No. So there can only be one manager in the company. But there can be more than one MD in a company. Obviously, guys, can manager and MD be there in the same company? No. That is what 196 says. Manager and MD cannot be in the same company. So predominantly how it works is MD heads the entire group, and there are many group companies. Each group company will be headed by a manager, either a manager or an MD. Both cannot be there. And under each manager, there will be various sectoral functions, accounts, HR, then your sales, etc. These will be headed by a guy called whole-time director. Will be headed by a guy called whole-time director. That's the crux of the story. MD heads the group, manager heads the each company. With respect to that particular company, nobody else can, interfere. Because he has whole of the affairs are substantially the whole of a company. But an MD has substantial powers of management of the company. Like Dhirubhai Ambani, he can split it into two also. They were joint MDs and they were handling two separate areas, functional areas. One son was handling all functional areas, so he divided the entire company into two groups that time only. One was handled by Dhirubhai Ambani, one was handled by Anil Ambani. So after he died also, eventually it was a proper split, in which Anil Ambani got better companies. That clearly shows that whether you like it or not, it is always the person behind the show that matters. It's not the company. You invest in Reliance not because of Reliance. That is secondary. It is because of Mukesh Ambani. If today something happens to him, just God forbid, something happens to him. Let's say he's what he said, he's like, for example, Dhirubhai Ambani, it actually happened. He had a stroke. And once he had a stroke, the stock prices crashed. So it's always the man behind the show. VG Siddhartha passed away, stock prices crashed. It's like that. So if you see, that's what. So coming back to this, how can they be appointed through articles or whatever, to resolution, whatever. So let's see here. Yes, must be a director. Resolution appointing MD should be preceded by a resolution first appointing him as a director. First only you are a director, only then you can be an MD. Any director can be the MD other than independent, small and nominee also. Nominee. Appointment can be made how? Can be made by an agreement and or by a board meeting resolution, general meeting resolution, CG approval. This we'll see. Can also be done by memorandum or articles. But technically speaking, how will the appointment be made? We will see 196.4, then we'll understand. He must be entrusted with what? Substantial powers of management. But if he does some normal things like affixing common seal, endorsing check, all that, then it will not make him a managing director. Should the heading managing director, is it important, or you should see the powers? Powers. So if you have any fancy name, like for example, Subrato Bakchi of Mindtree had the heading lead gardener. So you go there to see the gardens and say, who's the lead gardener? Subrata Bakchi. He's actually the head of the company and his designation was lead gardener. So basically Mindtree, he thought of it as a tree and he's the gardener, nurturing the tree, that level. Yeah. So lead gardener. Correct. So you can keep whatever your name you want. I have seen one of the designations, chief thinker. You enter the room, he's thinking, sitting and thinking. Yeah, chief thinker. Correct. So he's called chief thinker. So yes, there are many such weird designations. Doesn't matter. It all matters what is the power given. What is the power given? Correct. That is what it is. What is the power given? So even if the what do you say, power given to you, the name is fancy, power only is not there means no point. There is absolutely no point, correct? So if you go to some random tour agency here and say they're in India, operations India head. Sir, where do you operate? Sir, only Malleshwaram, Bangalore, Chennai, local trips, Tirupati Darshan, yeah. But he's managing this, designation is what? India, world operations head. Yeah, so if you see, that is what. So it doesn't matter, the name doesn't matter at all. It is the powers. Those of you, all of you have done BCom, you would have attended, before CA, probably would have attended these, what do you say, campus placements and all that. There in BCom, what you'll get? Some 10, 12,000 rupees, 13, 15,000 rupees you'll get. And the designation though is very deadly. Data scientist, data analyst, basically data entry job. But the word they use is, chief data analyst, it seems. Yes, all those things they'll give. So basically the designation really does not matter. What matters is the power, substantial power. So you see the difference now, you'll understand. MD 2 clause 54, whole time director 2 clause 94, manager 2 clause 53. Definition clause, MD means exhaustive, whole time director includes, manager means. Should he be a director? MD, yes. Managing director has to be a director. Whole time director also, yes, he is to be a director. Manager need not be, because they use the word manager means an individual. Power, substantial powers of management for MD. Whole time director, substantial powers of management of that particular sector, sales, marketing, like that. Manager, whole or substantially the whole powers of the management. Affairs here means, affairs means company affairs, right? Affairs of the company, considered as a group. A company, single company. A company again, single company. Disqualification, apart from 164, I also need to see 196(3). Special disqualification it is. Similarly here 164 and but for manager, since he is not a director, 164 not needed, but 196(3) is needed. Employee MD need not be. This fellow is an employee. Both are generally employees, are working full time. So now tell me, can there be more than one MD in the company? Here, this point. MD plus MD in the same company, yes. MD and manager in the same company, no. Manager, same company, no. 4, 5, 6 will, 4, okay. 5 you see, same person, manager in more than one company, not possible. He is working full time here. How can he work somewhere else? 4 and 6 we'll see later. Then, what are the various combos? Karabat, Kesribat, yeah. MD plus MD, yes. Correct. Then, MD plus whole time director, it is also, yes, possible. In the same company, that is. Manager plus MD, not possible. Manager plus manager, no, not possible. 2 whole time director in the same company, of course. There are various sectors. Each sector can be headed by one whole time director. Manager and whole time director, of course, possible. So, just that MD and manager in the same company is not possible at all. So, if you see, includes by whatever name called, as discussed, president, vice president, chief executive, all these things to be taken into consideration. Disqualifications, we will see. Appointment to see, before appointment, disqualifications. Here, this one. Disqualifications, point number 60, page 68, point number 1. No company shall appoint or continue the employment of any person as MD, whole time director, manager who is below the age of 21 or attained the age of 70. So very simple, guys. 21 to 70. At 18 you can become a D, director, but can you be an MD? No. 18 to 21 MD not possible. 18 to 21 MD not possible. Why? Because you are a minor, you can get directorship, but why not MD? Because they have seen, analyzed 18 to 21, your persons are extremely brilliant, but extremely reckless also. There are classical examples of that reckless behavior. That's the reason why 18 to 21, they will not allow you to become a managing director. There's an entire analysis done by them. In my regular class, I've explained the logic. Now it's not needed. 18 to 21 is what? It is, what do you say? Not possible. 21 to 70, yes, allowed. Now more than 70 also not allowed, because you are obviously old. But if you have seen these experienced people, there, for example, Ratan Tata, right? 80 plus, 75, 80 is already, right? And Prime Minister of our country, I'm just saying, we are experienced people. They are obviously running the country, running the companies. Why not? And Ram Jethmalani passed away, but then he was at age 93, 94. He had come on Arnab Goswami's show. And when he was at 1991, he had come. What clear diction, the way he was speaking, the comprehension, the way he was. Arnab Goswami shut his mouth. Imagine. That is saying something actually. He only was tongue tied. He didn't know what to speak. This guy remembered everything. Ram Jethmalani is always a lawyer who only supported, who always represented criminals. So his idea was, everybody should get fair representation. He was Harshad Mehta's lawyer, Salman Khan's lawyer. That's why Salman Khan, conviction only got removed now. Right? Ram Jethmalani has not even lost one case. His success rate is 100%. Right? Deadly lawyer. So if you see, he actually would have extricated Harshad Mehta also if he had not passed away because of heart attack, etc. 100%. He is one lawyer with 0% failure rate. That guy at age 92, 93, he had a experience of 70 years. Imagine. 70 years work experience. At age 93, he had come on Arnab Goswami's show, clearly speaking with proper comprehension. Now, why can't that person be a director? MD, sorry. So basically comes by experience. So that's why lawmakers have allowed it. They said, yes, I agree. More than 70 allowed if you pass a special resolution. Plus give an explanatory statement justifying why this fellow should be the MD. Now let us say special resolution could not be passed. Special resolution could not be passed because of whatever reason. But at least he got more than 50% votes. Then if the company truly feels that he should become the MD, they can go to CG. Don't write ordinary resolution. Ordinary resolution equivalent means what? Votes cast in favor is more than votes cast against. If you write ordinary resolution, you lose marks. Law does not use the word ordinary resolution. They say you aim for special resolution. If you get 50 plus, it's like CA only, aim for 75. Yeah, if you get 50 plus, pass. Who cares? Like that. If you get then CG approval. Here in our case, ICA approval. Yes. So votes cast in favor more than votes cast against. Then what? CG approval you have to take. So CG approval comes here where they will approve your, if you are 70 plus. 18 to 21, can I take CG approval? No. So if they ask an MCQ, 19-year-old fellow wants to be an MD. First one, special resolution. Second one, votes cast in favor more than votes cast against plus CG approval. Third, both either A or B. Fourth, none of these. None of these. So it is only for more than 70, not 18 to 21, not allowed. This is the first disqualification. Now my question is, I am at age 68 and my MD can be appointed for 5 years. I am age 68. I have to pass special, I am appointed for 5 years. Special resolution should be passed at my 73rd birthday or 70th birthday. Already appointed when I was 68 for 5 years. 73 or 70? 70. Why? Here, no, first dialogue. Here. No company shall appoint or this one. Continue the employment of. So it should be 70 years. So 70th birthday party plus special resolution. That one meeting you should hold. Yes. Second one. If the MD or whole-time director manager is an undischarged insolvent or has at any time been adjudged as an insolvent. You have been adjudged as an insolvent 20 years ago. Today you are one of the richest people. For example, Amitabh Bachchan. He was almost bankrupt. Right now, Amitabh Bachchan didn't go for bankruptcy, but assume he went for bankruptcy. Today, can Amitabh Bachchan be an MD? Can he be a director? Yes. Can he be an MD? No. Why? He was once upon a time has at any time been adjudged as an insolvent. Today is not an undischarged, he's a solvent guy, but he was at any time been adjudged as an insolvent. But Amitabh Bachchan can become, because he was never adjudged as an insolvent. He was almost going for bankruptcy when he got a call from Siddharth Basu. First thing he said was, bro, please grow a beard. Actually, French beard you grow. Second was, come on, which one? कौन बनेगा करो, and that rest was history. After he joined KBC, rest was history. Yes, therefore, the person was either insolvent at any time in his life cannot become an MD, but he can definitely become director. Third one, if he has at any time suspended payment to his creditors, means what? In his life, he could not pay money, so he's gone and begged the creditors and got into a compromise with them. Paid less amount, legal compromise. So in that case, again, is not allowed because law says when you could not manage your own financial affairs, how can I trust your skills in handling other people's money? That's the idea. Fourth one, to be interpreted as what? Moral turpitude or otherwise, in line with section 164. You have been convicted of an offense involving moral turpitude for how many months? More than 6 months. 5 years and all is useless here because even if you are convicted 10 years ago also, today you cannot become a managing director. 15 years ago you were convicted for moral turpitude and jailed for 1 year. Today, can you be a director? Yes. Can you be an MD? No. And for appointment of manager as discussed, section 164 will not apply, but 196(3) will apply. No waiver granted by CG or court to remove disqualification under section 196(3). No waiver at all whatsoever. So coming back to the first area, no company shall appoint or employ at the same time managing director and a manager. No company shall appoint or reappoint any person for a term exceeding 5 years at a time. So can I appoint for 1 year also? Yes. So 5 years. Can I do this? 2025 to 2030 I will appoint, and in 2026 I will appoint you from 30 to 35. No. When should I do that? Within 1 year before. Within 1 year before, which means in 2029 I can appoint from 2030 to 35. So if you see here, that's what it says. No reappointment shall be made earlier than 1 year before the expiry of his term. Section 196(3) prescribes additional disqualifications for MD, old-term director, manager. Since a director, he would have already complied with section 164. It is not only at the point of entry, appointment, but also during his tenure, because it says no person can continue the employment of. Now, in the old law, what used to happen was, this interesting to know the old law because you will never forget this also. 269 of the old act, 1956 act, the power was given only to the CG guys because people did not have faith in the concept of company. Power was given only to the CG to appoint MD. But after 44 years, in the year 2000, they said enough is enough. We will also be there. You also do something. You means what? Shareholders. So they had a schedule called schedule number 13 that time. And they said, I will have some parts in this schedule. Follow everything. And you only appoint. Don't come to me. So two options were created in the year 2000. And the year 2000 year paper, if you open now, 20 marks question. First one full balance sheet and all is there. Students are shocked. Law paper or accounts paper. Alright, 20 marks question on schedule 13. Because it had calculation of, net worth and all those things. So, yeah, I remember I was seeing that paper just to see how the old questions were coming. So that those type of questions they will not ask now. That the truncated version of that they are asking you for 4 marks. The 20 marks and all, no scene now asking. So if it is schedule 13, now they say CG also is there. Better than CG, you follow this only. And since CG is not certifying, I will give it to chartered accountant or company secretary. Chartered accountant or company secretary, he will certify. He will certify. So the beauty is if CACS doesn't certify properly, jail for him that time. Now this went through various iterations and in 2013, and it's very simple, CG will appoint or now these people. And now in 2013 what happened? Very simple. They said board meeting resolution. Shareholders also have to pass. I will give you equal importance to shareholders plus CG if need be. I don't want to go to CG, no problem. Board meeting resolution plus shareholders resolution plus instead of schedule 13, schedule 5. In schedule 5, you follow part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. You follow all the 4 parts. Don't come to me is what CG said. Part 2 predominantly spoke about remuneration, which means central government also had a say in the director's remuneration before, especially if it's a loss-making company. This was 2013. 2018, because to appease the businessmen, they have removed all these things. It is still there. What I'm trying to tell is CG has no longer any power to what? Fix any remuneration. Only P1 is some conditions of appointment. If you follow that, no problem. So now, as of now, this is the scene, guys. Very simple. Board meeting resolution, shareholders resolution, and schedule 5, part 1 you follow, that's all. If you follow part 1, no need to go to CG. If you can't follow part 1 also, only then CG. So CG's power is extremely limited now. CG's power is extremely limited. So actually, no, CG power is limited only to 2 things. What are the 2 things? Yeah, one is more than 70. One more? One more is what? Yeah, if you cannot follow part 1 of schedule 5. If you cannot follow, that's all. They used to interfere in remuneration before, now nothing. That's the most important thing from 2018 onwards. Huge amendment, whereby they have no longer any power to do what? Take part in remuneration. Profit making company, shareholders decide. Loss making company, shareholders decide. I will not come into the picture. So these are the only 2 limited powers of CG. One is more than 70 years, and that too if you have passed an ordinary resolution equivalent, then come to me. Second, part 1 of schedule 5 you cannot follow, only then you come to me. Otherwise, please do not come to me. You handle your own stuff. That is what they have come to now. So appointment provisions are this only, guys. Remember, in casual vacancy I told you, it is appointed by a board, approved by shareholders. There, casual vacancy. We did yesterday casual vacancy. You're looking at me as if some new subject I'm missing. Casual vacancy, like that one concept is there in paper called law, paper 4, which we did yesterday. There we had seen that appointment will be done by board, approval will be done by shareholders. Same dialogue here also. See, yes. That is what 12 is. I've already explained 12. MD, all-time director, manager shall be appointed, and terms and conditions will be, it can be passed, you can pass ordinary resolution and all these things, but predominantly ordinary resolution. Obviously, guys, if it is more than, I'll come to here, 21 to 70, if it is more than 70 special, 21 to 70 will be ordinary resolution. That is what says here. Board meeting resolution, ordinary resolution, follow part 1 of schedule 5, or board meeting resolution, ordinary resolution, CG approval if part 1 is not followed. Then when you appoint him, you have to file one form called MR1 within 60 days. MR1 within 60 days. Where such appointment is not approved by the company at a GM, any act done by him before such approval shall be valid. Appointment provisions don't apply to government company and private company. They can appoint whoever they want. Any director, whether rotational or non-rotational, can be appointed as MD, as we have seen already. Removal from the office of MD, does it require 169? No. If I am removing as a director, then yes. If I am just removing from captaincy, no need of 169 is what this section says. However, can I do a retrospective appointment as that? No. We have seen you cannot do illegal retrospective appointments. Cool. So after the break, what we will do is we will discuss an interesting concept of remuneration and other things. We will finish off this entire cluster, and the other one also, second one, cluster 6 also, all these are important. We'll do all those things. All right, guys, good afternoon. Ready to sleep, had lunch. Yeah, post lunch session is horrible. It's good. We have already finished major portions in the morning, so this will be chilled out. But of course, we'll have to do the important areas. So let's begin. So whatever we cannot do, I will obviously, when it is going on YouTube, I'll put those other relevant videos. But at least the major portions let's cover, guys, which covers the important areas. Let's finish off all those things. All right. So any director, whether rotational, okay, all this done. So now remuneration, managerial remuneration. Managerial remuneration under section 197. It shall not apply to a government company, and of course for a private company also, remuneration you can pay whatever you want, because that Schedule 5 itself is not applicable to a private company. So remuneration means any money or its equivalent, so even in kind, given or passed to any person for services rendered by him, and includes perquisites as defined under the Income Tax Act 1961 to clause 78. The remuneration payable to the directors of the company shall be determined subject to the provisions of this section 1 by the articles of the company, by an ordinary resolution, and by a special resolution, that is if articles specify. One is by the articles of the company, one is by ordinary resolution or by a special resolution if articles specify. So this is how the remuneration is decided. A director or manager may be paid remuneration either by way of a monthly payment or at a specified percentage of the net profits. So the money can come monthly or it can come at a percentage of net profits. Net profit should be, for example, for the year 23-24, net profit should be from 1st April 23 to 31st March 24. If you see, the net profit should be calculated as on the projected profit of 24 or the actual profit of 23. What do you think? That is always projected profit. So going forward, projected profit I can consider and do so. So yes, it is a projected profit, or partly by one way, partly by the other. The total managerial remuneration payable by a public company to its directors, including MD, whole-time director, manager, or any other non-executive director, including an independent director. This was the amendment in 21. Because now even payment can be made to non-executive director, and it can be made to, what do you say, independent director also, if they are, what do you say, if there is a loss-making company. In respect of any financial year, shall not exceed 11% of the net profits computed as per section 198, except that the remuneration shall not be deducted from the gross profits. The company in general meeting may, by ordinary resolution, authorize the payment of remuneration exceeding 11% of the net profit, subject to the provisions of Schedule 5. Provisions of basically here, it's little weird. If you see here, remuneration, MD, whole-time director, manager, other directors, that is and independent directors. For MD, whole-time director, manager, if it's a profit-making company, assuming there is one MD or one whole-time director or one manager, the percentage is 5% overall to all put together, which means if the company has one MD and two whole-time directors, to all put together 5%. If the company has more than one MD or whole-time director or manager, then it is 10%. So one MD, whole-time director, manager 5%, more than one MD 10%. On the other hand, if it's a loss-making company, if it is Schedule 5 it goes under Schedule number 5, Part 2, Section 2. Part 2, Section 2. Just change that. Part 2, Section 2 for loss-making company. We will see that now. For other directors and for independent directors, profit-making company, when there is no MD or whole-time director or manager, 3%. More than or equal to one MD or whole-time director or manager, it is 1%. Loss-making company. Now this is what was amended. Earlier, for loss-making company, normal directors did not get any payment. For loss-making company, normal directors did not get any payment. Now they are saying even for loss-making company, I will give you payment. For other directors or independent directors, that is Schedule 5, Part 2, Section 2. Same, whatever these fellows are getting, you will also get the same. The amount is different, but of course they will get the money. One managing director, whole-time director, manager, more than one MD, whole-time director, manager, 5%, 10%. Schedule 5, Part 2, Section 2. Profit-making company, no MD / whole-time director, manager. More than one MD, whole-time director, manager, 5%, 10%, 3%, 1%. Now it can all be increased to 11%. Special resolution has to be passed. It can all be increased to 11%. Beyond 11% also you can go. Earlier it was ordinary resolution plus CG. I told you central government is no longer there in any part of remuneration. So it is weird. From 5 to 11 it requires special resolution, but more than 11 it requires ordinary resolution. So in this case it is ordinary resolution 197(1) first proviso. Logic and all we have discussed in class. So this is how the businessmen control the country. That's how it is. So ordinary resolution, it is beyond 11% ordinary resolution, 197(1) first proviso. So that is it here. Now, yeah, so it is special and here it is ordinary and this is extra part. As discussed, this is the important one, 21 amendment. Provisions will not apply to private company. Now, sitting fees, will it be part of this remuneration or extra? Extra. Sitting fees is always extra. Even in the section it is there. Yes, sitting fees payable to directors excluded in calculating the above limits. Yes. So, remuneration payable to any one, all this the same thing, whatever discussed now. So, if it's a profit making company, all that we have seen here, 10% remuneration, all that we have seen. The problem is when there's a loss making company, inadequate profit or loss making. Inadequate profit means what? I had told that it is 1 crore, I'll give salary, but the profit itself is how much? 1 lakh rupees. So what is 11%? 11,000. In on cover you will put 11,000 and give him, no. You have to give him 1 crore because you have promised him. That's why I will have to go through Schedule 5. So that is the beauty of Schedule 5, which we will see shortly. So all this we have already discussed. Now, this is one extra point in Nidhi company. For a Nidhi company, remuneration payable maximum is how much? This one, 10% of the net profits of such Nidhi or 15 lakh, whichever is less. I think once they had asked in MCQ. 10% of net profits of Nidhi or 15 lakhs, whichever is less. Maximum you can pay him that much with a special resolution. The amount of sitting fees payable to a director for attending meetings of the board or committees thereof may be decided by the board. Sitting fees, will you get it per meeting or how? For example, one meeting I attend, nobody come. I am the only guy who has come, nobody has come. So I will go back. They'll call me again next week. Sitting fees I will take twice or once? Twice. Yes, sitting fees for the time that you have given, not for the meeting as such. So it is per meeting or per meeting in the sense per sitting per meeting. So if the meeting goes on for 3 days, you will get sitting fees actually twice, 3 times you will get. It is actually per day. You can take it as per day. So, and for listed company, it is maximum 1 lakh rupees per meeting, up to 1 lakh. It can be 10,000, 20,000 also, doesn't matter. The board may decide different sitting fee payable to independent and non-independent directors other than whole-time directors. This also they had asked one question 1 or 2 items before. They had given one sitting fee for one guy separate and for other guy one more sitting fee. Yes, you can, no problem. The overall managerial remuneration excludes sitting fees. Yes, limit does not apply to a private company. If articles prescribe a lesser amount, a sitting fee can be paid at the higher amount by suitably amending the articles. So as I told you, sitting fees is payable for attending the meeting, which means to be present at the meeting with a view to participate. Thus, the emphasis is on attending the meeting and not holding the meeting. Attending the meeting and not holding the meeting. Thus, sitting expenses can be paid to director even when board meeting was adjourned for want of quorum or otherwise. This also means that he will again get sitting fee or attending adjourned meetings. Directors were so cheap that they were coming to one company. They were cheap. That's why this MCA guidelines came. So they were so cheap that they were going to one company, like in one place only they were attending 3 board meetings. In one city, they went to Pune, 3 board meetings. So they said, I'll only book the room. I'll only book the flight tickets. I booked 1 flight tickets. Room I stayed in my relative's house. And then I asked my relative to get a bill, hotel bill. So basically flight to and fro I went, hotel bill I got. 3 companies I attended. No, all 3 companies I submitted the bill. That too, first of all, hotel I didn't stay only, fake hotel bill, plus flight tickets I submitted to all the 3 companies. So copy, of course copy, because I can obviously say that boss, this is what I came only for your company. So basically they used to do it. So I spent 20,000, got back 60,000, 3 companies. So if you see, what is this? I am making it a profit thing. So in fact, MCA, I spent 20, I got back every company I claim reimbursement. So in that 40,000 extra I made. So if you see MCA, that's why they told you cannot use it for making profits. Imagine they had to come out with an MCA guideline, and everything should be, clearly given in the board meetings. Article should provide sitting fees only for board meetings and committee meetings also, and it should be reimbursed on actual basis. It should be kept to the bare minimum is what they had told. And if you see, traveling expense should be proportionately shared with each company. That also they told, that at least once you give it and all the three companies you share it. It shouldn't be like, what do you say, all the three companies you will take, but sitting fee and all you can't share. Correct? You sat in each company, no? So you should get 3 times sitting fee. Fine. Apart from that, some interesting restrictions for independent directors is you will not be entitled to any stock option. He may receive sitting fees also, and anything profit related commission he can get. If a company has no profits or if profits are inadequate, an independent director may receive remuneration exclusive of any fees in accordance with the provisions of Schedule 5. So this is the addition that has come. If any director draws or receives directly or indirectly by way of remuneration in excess of the limit prescribed by this section, with or without prior sanction of the central government, where it is required, he shall refund such sums to the company, and until such sum is refunded, hold it in trust for the company. This is one deadly thing. So here they are saying, this also 1 or 2 attempts before, 3 marks they had asked. This fellow had received extra money. So guys, in 185 you cannot take loan, right? But under this section you can take loan. You can say the profit of the company, I thought it would be extra. So basically I know that the profit will be 10 crores, but I'll make the profit 15 crores. It's anyway budgeted. So I'll take every month extra, 10 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs extra I'll take. By the end of the year, I would have taken 36 lakhs extra. So what will I do? I'll have to return it back within 2 years. That's the best part, interest free. So basically that's what they're saying. But this also can be waived off if they pass a special resolution. It's a huge lacuna when it compared to 180. 185 says you don't give loan. Here you can give like this. You take extra, later you return. I can waive it also by passing a special resolution. Yes, the company shall not waive the recovery of any sum unless it's approved by the company by a special resolution within 2 years. Then if you have not, if you have defaulted in payments made to a bank or public financial institution or non-convertible debentures or any other secured creditors, then of course prior approval from them has to be taken, or other secured creditor as the case may be shall be obtained. Every listed company shall disclose. In the board report, this was by Narayan Murthy, they said you should disclose how much the the CEO is earning compared to the median employee. Median employee means what? Midpoint employee. Average, midpoint, exactly midpoint. If there are 100 employees, 50th employee to the main guy, how much is he earning? So after they started doing it, they saw Cisco, etc. They were earning 400 times the median employee. 4,000 times, not 400, sorry, 4,000 times the median employee. So crazy amount. So they were earning some 200, 300 crores like that because of all the other things, stock options all put together, not just the salary part. So that you have to disclose this. So it shows how, skewed the entire figure is what they are trying to tell. This also was one question asked in the exam, key man insurance policy. Key man insurance policy, right? So if I have taken any, this was asked. This is part of the problem they'll give now. They have taken a key man insurance policy. Let's say key man insurance policy is what if any of the directors commit fraud, then company should be protected. They have to be reimbursed, right? That's why they'll take key man insurance policy. Every year the company pays premium. Company only pays premium. Company has paid premium of 20 lakhs per annum. 20 lakhs every year they're paying. Now this 20 lakhs, is it part of your remuneration? No. But what if there's fraud? Then it becomes part of your remuneration. This question they asked in the exam as an adjustment. They said key man insurance policy was so and so. The fraud was committed by that director. Then you have to add it in the remuneration. Fraud was not committed. There was no fraud or nothing in the year. Then no need to add. And the auditor also in his report shall make a statement. 2-3 attempts before, 2 marks question this was asked. What is the auditor's, in auditing, in law question, law paper auditing question had come actually. So this was an auditing question. What should the auditor check in his report? What should he do? That the remuneration paid, whether it is there or not. Earlier it was in Caro clause number 11. Now it is removed because it's part of the section itself. Correct? In clause, the new Caro clause 11, something else is there. This is not there. Right? So earlier they said that you had to check the remuneration part. That is this part. Next. This also is a 4 marker, which 1 or 2 times they have asked. So basically, Narayan Murthy starts Infosys Edutech Limited, assume. It's a company in which Narayan Murthy is the founder. So Infosys Edutech Limited goes to bank and asks for a loan. They don't have any assets as such, but they have the main person, Narayan Murthy, who started it. So they say, sir, it's okay, I'll give you a loan for sure, but I need, they'll tell the company, you will definitely get a loan, but you need to bring me a guarantee from Narayan Murthy. If Narayan Murthy gives a personal guarantee that in case the company does not pay, then Narayan Murthy will himself pay, then definitely will give you. Why did you get a loan? You got a loan of 100 crore purely because of Narayan Murthy's, what do you say, expertise, his guarantee. Now, the company, after receiving this 100 crore, gives 2 crore to Narayan Murthy as guarantee commission. Guarantee commission. Now, is that commission remuneration? This is the question they asked in the exam. No? Why? Is this remuneration? Personal capacity. Okay. So, if you see this one, 197.4. Remuneration payable to a director for rendering services in any other capacity also shall be covered in managerial remuneration, they say. But here again you tell me, guys, any other capacity, how will you define other capacity? Adjustum generis again. Other capacity, how will you define? There are 2 things. One is adjustum generis, one more is nocitor associ. All Harry Potter's, thing, all these spells will come. It is nocitor associ. In nocitor associ, what does it say is that if there is a string of words which are connected, for example, in if I say let's one day let's leave this revision and all, let's go for a trip. If I tell, you will say, my fellow, shut up and sit, come tomorrow. But if you say let's go for a trip, and I'll say you pack your toilet kit, so you will what? You will pack the paste, you will pack brush, you will pack your deodorant, you will pack comb, you will pack powder, etc. Now, does etc. include cricket bat? Adjustum generis, that is. Does it include cricket bat? No. Now, when I say powder, what is this powder? DDT? Other, joint family, is that without powder? No. What powder is this? Talcum powder. It is not DDT, it is not narcos, weed, or all that powder I'm not even telling. This is what? Here. It is very clear. Paste, brush, deo, comb. So this is nocitor associ. Nocitor associ means powder has many meanings. But what meaning does the powder derive? It is derived from the associated words. Etc. is a general word. Adjustum generis. Etc. does not include cricket bat. That is fine. This is called nocitor associ. Nocitor associ, meaning of the associated words. Paste, brush, deo, comb. So powder will be anything which relates to toiletries. So talcum powder, no other, not any other powder. So if you see here also, any other capacity means what? Linked to managerial service, technical service, clerical, supervisory. If I'm showing my money power and giving you 2 crore guarantee, is it related to any of those things? No. So if you see, the services are rendered of a professional nature, and in the opinion of the Nomination and Remuneration Committee or the Board of Directors, the director possesses the requisite qualifications for the practice of the profession. So that we'll see. But here, even they say any other capacity will not include professional services. If you are giving services like CA, CS, etc., then it is not included in professional. So they say professional includes everything. I mean, managerial remuneration includes everything except professional services. Still now, when I give guarantee commission, is it professional service? No. When I give you my guarantee, is it professional? No. Is it managerial? No. It is clerical? No. So that's why it is not part of remuneration. So you see here, director giving guarantee does not render manual, clerical, technical, supervisory, administrative service. He gets the commission for the risk which he bears that has nothing to do with the directorship. So hence, this is not remuneration. Then what is this then? This is over and above remuneration. We saw 188, 1F, office or place of profit. This is the classic example of office or place of profit. For a director, over and above remuneration. This is over and above remuneration example. So 199 section came because of Satyam and also the ILFS scam. ILFS scam was the first in infrastructure leasing financial services, was the first ever company to be charged under 199. But the section actually came because of Satyam. In Satyam, if any fraud has happened and later you come to know that the directors have taken extra money, can I ask for a refund? Yes. 199 is asking for a refund. So Satyam, they asked for a refund, and more importantly, recently ICICI Bank from Chanda Kochar, they asked all the bonuses, etc., everything back because she, obviously gave loan to Venugopal Dut of Videocon without any, following any provisions of the banking or even internal guidelines of ICICI was not followed. It was in the name only, Videocon. They could have figured it out. Con is there inside only. Yes. So where a company is required to restate its financial statements due to fraud or non-compliance with any Companies Act, the company shall recover from any past or present MD or old-time director or manager or CEO during the period for which financial statements are required to be restated, received the remuneration, including stock option, in excess of what would have been payable to him as per restatement. That is what it says. Company to fix the remuneration, keeping in mind all these things: financial position, remuneration, or commission drawn by individual, drawn by him from any other company, professional qualifications, such other matters as may be prescribed. Every application made to the CG under this chapter shall be in form number MR2. General notice to be issued, published in 2 newspapers, one in English, other in principal language of the district in which the registered office is situated. Now this is also a fancy topic: compensation for loss of office. 202, they keep asking regularly for 4 marks. No compensation for loss of office shall be paid by a company to any director other than the managing director or whole-time director or director holding the office of a manager. So to normal directors, will you get compensation? No. But for whole-time director, managing director, etc., you will get compensation. Now, if you are charged under section 243, operation mismanagement, if you have committed fraud there, then you will never get any compensation. But if the contract tells that you will get compensation, and if you have been removed under section 169, then you will get compensation. So very simple rule. Normal directors, will they ever get compensation? They will not get under 202. But under 169, if the contract of service says that they will get compensation, then they will get compensation, provided it is not under 243. 243 is what? Oppression and mismanagement. That is a deadly section. So in that operation mismanagement, what happens? It is an overriding section against the full Companies Act. So there they say, I don't care whatever you have written in any contract arrangement, I don't care. You will not get any compensation because the company, the MD has created fraud. MD or any director. So simple rule for every director, generally will not get compensation in 202 because 202 is only for MD, whole-time director, manager. But you will get compensation under 169 if you have been removed from office. You are not efficient director, they have removed you. They did not wait for you to go to rotation also. Before that only they removed you. No problem. Have you committed fraud? No. So will you get compensation if it's part of the contract of service? Yes. So this is the thing. But if you have committed fraud or charged under 243, then you will not get any compensation from loss of office. 242, 243, you will not get any compensation from loss of office. This is what they say. Apart from that, in this section, compensation is given to whom? MD, whole-time director, manager. No compensation is payable in the following cases: where due to reconstruction or amalgamation is appointed as MD, manager or other officer in the reconstructed company. So in the first company, he is an MD, manager, whatever. In the next company, he is again appointed as MD, manager or officer. And a company has gone through reconstruction. Have you lost your office? No. So there is no compensation. Second, when you resign from your office, 168, no compensation. Where the office is vacated under 167, no compensation. Office vacation, we have seen 167. Where the company has been wound up because of your negligence, obviously no compensation. Company only ended because of you. Yeah, so what compensation? Where the director has been guilty of fraud, breach of trust, gross negligence, gross mismanagement. Gross negligence means negligence of the highest degree. Negligence of the highest degree is called per se negligence. So gross negligence is one level down. Higher negligence it is. The court will define what is gross negligence. And this, of course, not only in that company, but also subsidiary and the holding company in these cases. Next, where the director has instigated. Instigate means what? Brought about, provoked, or has taken part in bringing about the termination of his office. In all these cases, you will not get compensation. Then when will you get compensation? Removal. You will get compensation. More than 70 years you are, and you have not been, at age 68 you were appointed for till 73. At age 70 you had to go for special resolution. People did not pass special resolution. So did you lose your office? Yes. Will you get compensation? Yes. These are some of the cases where you will get compensation. But if you go through 243, it's a non-obstant clause. At any cost, you will not get any compensation. Next, the compensation must not exceed remuneration which the director would have earned for the unexpired residue of his term, or for 3 years, whichever is shorter. So he will not get compensation when? For how long will he get compensation? Remainder period or 3 years, whichever is shorter. Correct? Remainder period or 3 years, whichever is shorter. So basically, if this fellow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the end of the second year, if he is there, if he is thrown out, so he still has what? 1, 2, 3 years. Or at the end of the third year is thrown out. How many more years did he lose office? 2 years. So he will get for how much? 2 years or 3 years, whichever is shorter. At the end of first year only if he is thrown out, remaining period is 4 years. 4 years or 3 years, whichever is shorter. Like that. If he is thrown out at 4 years, he will get for 1 more year. But for how much he will get? What is the amount that he will get? He has to go back. How many years he should go back? Either 3 years or lesser period. So at first year only if he is thrown out, 3 years I cannot go back. So it is 1 year salary into 3 more years I will get. Second year if he is thrown out, first 2 years salary for 3 more years he will get. Third year if he is thrown out, last 3 years salary for 2 more years he will get. Fourth year if he is thrown out, from the first to second, second to third, third to fourth. These 3 years into 1 more year he will get. So that's how it is. They can ask you in months also. 2.5 years he was thrown out. So you can divide everything by into months and then do the needful. The amount should be calculated on the basis of average remuneration actually earned by him. This is what it is. Actually earned by him. So basically if they had promised him some bonus etc., that will not be taken into consideration. It is remuneration actually earned by him during the period of 3 years before the termination, or where he holds office for lesser period during such period. Actually earned by him is what you should consider, not the money that he would have, promised, but actually earned. Correct. Not the money that he was promised, but actually earned. This also can be, asked. You should be careful in checking this. So that is regarding 202. As I told you, these two things you have to keep in mind about 243 and 169. Next, coming to 203, appointment of KMP, key managerial personnel. So in this case, guys, every listed company and every other public company, not applicable to private, every listed company and every other public company having paid up capital 10 crore or more shall mandatorily have the following whole time KMP. Managing Director, CEO, Manager, and their absence, whole time Director, Company Secretary, and CFO. Section shall not apply to a Managing Director or CEO and in their absence, whole time Director of a government company, obviously. Public company includes a subsidiary private company. Paid up share capital is equity and preference. KMP means what? CEO, MD, Manager, Company Secretary, Whole-Time Director, CFO, and such other officer not more than one level below the directors who is in whole-time employment designated as KMP by the board, and such other officer as may be prescribed. These are the things. CEO, MD, CS, Whole-Time Director, CFO, and such other director, officer not more than one level below the director who is in whole-time employment, designated as what? Key managerial personnel by the board. So CEO or MD, company secretary, whole-time director, CFO, such other officer is what they say. Now the question here is, can one person be, they had asked this in the exam 2 times, can the same person be MD and company secretary? Like some fellows will be there, no, CA, CS, CM, everything they do, correct? And the little, everything, it's hats off to them. But if you see all degrees, rather than asking what have you done, better to ask what you have not done. Everything they would have done. So those fellows, can they become CEO, company secretary, CFO? All 3. They have the caliber. Of course, they'll have the caliber. Can they become? No. So if you see, because of this semicolon in the law everywhere, whatever semicolon is there, because of that, it means that this line stops here. If you see the law, for example, that's what I'm trying to tell. This was an exam question, by the way. So if you pick up all these previous year's questions, whatever we are discussing, it's there. We obviously cannot open the paper now and analyze because it's a revision session, but nevertheless, it's there. All these things are there. You see here, the semicolon. So what does the semicolon indicate? It means that in this one line, it ends there. But however, the section still remains. It's like a CA's life only. Alright? Life has stopped, but still life has to go on. Exactly like us. So, managing director or CEO or manager in their absence, whole-time director. Which means, can the same fellow be CEO and MD? Within the line, can he be CEO and MD? Yes. Ambani is CEO and MD of Reliance. Of course you can be. Same fellow, can he be company secretary and CFO? No. Practically it is yes, but institute says no. And it's fine. Let's stick to the institute view, because the fact that they've given 3 different lines means they're asking for 3 different people. So this was an exam question. So it is 3 different persons. So can the same person become company secretary and CFO? No. As per ICA, no. Apart from that, every private company which has a paid up share capital of 10 crore or more also shall have a whole-time company secretary. Shall have a whole-time company secretary is also what they are saying. Every private company which has a paid up share capital of 10 crore rupees shall have whole-time company secretary. So same thing. Chairperson of the company can be managing director, CEO at the same time. You can be a MD or a CEO at the same time. How? If the articles of the company so provide, or the company does not carry any multiple businesses. So if the articles say that you can do so, or if the company does not carry on multiple businesses, then You can be CEO and MD at the same time. But Reliance is having multiple businesses. How come for them you have MD CEO, same guy? You see, that's next one. Public companies having paid up share capital of 100 crore or more, an annual turnover of 1000 crore or more, engaged in multiple businesses. It has CEOs for every business, can have one person as chairman, MD, Ambani. Because of this is Ambani only, exactly, him only. So it has what? Paid up share capital of 100 crore or more and annual turnover of 1000 crore or more. And it's engaged in what? Multiple businesses. And it has appointed CEOs for every business. They can have a person appointed as chairman plus MD. We have seen this already. Can a CS hold office as CFO, MD in the same company? This was an examination question. Answer is given there. Separate persons. Appointment of KMP must be through board meeting resolution and not circular resolution. If the office of any whole-time KMP is vacated, the resulting casual vacancy shall be filled up by the board at a meeting of the board within a period of 6 months from the date of such vacancy. Which combination is allowed as per 2033 third proviso? MD, this is, we'll discuss that. So that is what it is. Now, can you be a, I asked a question, same person, can he be, if you see subsection 3, a whole-time KMP shall not hold office in more than one company except in its subsidiary. So you can be a MD in your holding and MD in your subsidiary, it says. Will subsidiary include subsidiaries or only one company? General Clauses Act, singular includes plural. Right? Subsidiary includes subsidiaries. So you can be a MD in the holding as well as subsidiary. Holding subsidiary, okay. So basically they are telling you can be a whole-time KMP in the holding and in the subsidiary. This is okay. My question is, what about some sister concern? S3, some other company. So if you have Tata Sons, what about TCS? What about Titan? If you see this guy, Tata Power, let's take an example. Cyrus Mistry was like this only. He was not only in the subsidiary, but also sister concerns. He was the one sister concern. He was the MD. How is that possible? For that, we have to see 203 subsection 3, third proviso. Company may appoint or employ a person as its MD. Where? In the second company, sister concern. Company may appoint or employ a person as its MD. Where? In the second company. If he is the MD or manager of one and not more than one other company. Company may appoint or employ a person as its MD if he is the managing director or manager of one and not more than one other company. Not more than one other company. If he is the managing director or manager of one and of not more than one other company. Means what? Yeah, one and not more than one. Basically, if you are already a MD or manager of one company and in the other company you are what? Managing director, that is allowed. Managing director or manager of one and not more than one other company. So in the first company, what should you be? MD or manager. Second company, what should you be? What can you be? MD. So that combination, if you see, only these things are allowed. First company, you can be MD. Basically, in the second company only, you should be MD. That's it. Second company, can you be a manager? No. So anything related to whole-time director, I can avoid. Whole-time director is not covered anywhere anyway. And second company manager also not possible. Second company can be MD. First company can be what? Either MD or manager. MD or manager, that's all. So basically only 7 and 1. 7 and 1. Seven and 1. right? So this is what it is, 7 and 1. Then casual vacancy, this is the master chart of casual vacancy. All the casual vacancies are given here. First, director 161.4, BMR plus approval of shareholders you'll have to take. You have seen this already. Other than 161.4, articles will tell. KMP casual vacancy. So if they ask you in the exam, a KMP has resigned, how will you fill the vacancy? Please don't go to 161.4. There's a specific section 2034 which says should be done within 6 months. Director is different, KMP is different. Vacancy in removal is a separate thing. This is women directors. I already made the change, not common directors, women directors, right? So next board meeting or 3 months, whichever is later. Independent director we have seen, resignation or removal, Schedule 4 says filled within 3 months. And other reasons it says 3 months or next board meeting, whichever is later. 3 months or next board meeting, whichever is later. We have seen this, same as woman director. This is the entire casual vacancy master chart. Secretarial auditor, you just have to remember this for MCQ. Secretarial audit is required for bigger companies, listed company, public company having paid up capital 50 crore or more, public company having turnover 250 crore or more, and every company who has outstanding borrowings from banks or financial institution 100 crore or more. Format of the secretarial audit report will be in form number MR3. Paid up capital or turnover or borrowings to be seen as per the latest audited balance sheet. Now comes the interesting and important area. It may not be interesting, but it's important. Schedule number 5. This is again important, guys. It is actually quite interesting because some intricate points are there which thankfully they are asking now, which we can crack. So part 1 is about appointment. Part 2 is remuneration. As I told you, part 2 was what? Inadequate, adequate also is there, inadequate is also there. But this entire thing was controlled by CG before, now not anymore. Everything is done by shareholders. Part 3 is approval. Part 4, CG grants exemption in certain cases. In this case, central government will, grant exemption in certain cases. What are these cases? We'll see. If you see here, this part number 4 is useless. Why? Earlier, central government used to grant exemption for certain companies to take remuneration more than the limits. Now, when the entire central government part is no longer there for part 2, there is no point in having part 4. Part 4 is still there, but it is redundant. Means it is useless. So, no point studying that. Coming to part 2. Section 1 is profit-making company. Section 2 is loss-making company. Section 3 is a special case where CG approval is not at all required. Special case where CG approval is not at all required. Now, section 3 also was relevant earlier when the entire part 2 required CG approval. When entire part 2 required CG approval, there was one part which said, even though for these items, if you don't take CG approval, it's okay. But now section 3 also has become redundant. Why? Because the CG approval is removed from the entire part 2. Obviously, you will give exemption here under section 3 only if the main part is applicable, right? Now, main part only is not applicable. Section 3 no longer it will apply. Section 4 is what? Perquisites which is not forming part of remuneration. And section 5, can you get remuneration in more than one company? Can you get remuneration in more than one company is the next part. Can you get remuneration in more than one company is the next part. So appointment, remuneration, approval, part 4 removed. Part 2 remuneration, section 3 removed. So basically guys, profit making company we have already seen. It is nothing but section 197, 11% profit. 11% profit. But if you see section 4, perquisites not forming part of remuneration in this case. What is the scene here? What do we see here? This is also one question they had asked, but anyway, let's finish this. Section 2. Coming to section 2. Earlier it was very simple. If you, there are some limits. Within the limits, if you give remuneration, ordinary resolution. Twice if you want to pay, special resolution. More than twice also if you want to pay, CG. That was what was there until recently, not recently, 2017-18, where they removed that also. 2018 and again in 2020 they again removed. So after 2020, what has happened is very simple. The CG is removed, which means now within the limits if you pay, ordinary resolution. More than the limits, even 1 rupee if you want to pay, special resolution. That's all. CG power only has been removed. So part 1 we will see. Part 2, section 2, general rule is this. Now section 2 they have divided into 2 tables. Table number A, table number B. That also we will see. But first let's see if you want to go through schedule 5 appointment without CG approval. As I told you, CG approval is only needed for 2 things. 1, more than 70 years, and if ordinary resolution equivalent is passed. One more thing, part 1 if it is not followed. What is part 1 not followed? This is the one now. Schedule 5 has to be referred to, all that we have seen now. Yes, part 1, first one. All the following conditions must be satisfied. First, he had not been sentenced to imprisonment for any period. He had not been sentenced to imprisonment for any period or to a fine exceeding 1000 rupees for the conviction of an offence under any of the following acts. Stamp Act, Excise Act, Wealth Tax, all this. Should I remember all these things? What do you think? Should I remember all these things? Customs, company, which all law should I remember? Like that we thought and we went to the exam. They asked an exam in the question. He was convicted under Factories Act. Exam question. Convicted under Factories Act. Covered or not? Not covered. So should I remember? Yes. There is nothing no in the CA syllabus. Everything is yes. So very easy actually. If you see, it's quite easy. I'll just quickly check that. So basically guys, 6 fiscal laws are there. Actually 6 fiscal laws, 2 laws related to development, 2 laws related to food, and 8 plus 1. That is our CA syllabus. 6.1 fiscal legislation. In this also CA syllabus is there. Income Tax Act, Wealth Tax Act, Excise, Customs, Stamp and GST. Fiscal legislations. 2 related to development, industrial development, foreign trade development. Just need to remember what all is there. No need of remembering the years and all those things. Food, Essential Commodities Act, Prevention of Food Adulteration Act. Then the CA final syllabus we have Companies Act, Competition Act, which is in 6D. Then SCRA, SEBI. Then PMLA, FEMA, IBC. Then Vijay Mallya Act is there. Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. He is the first person to be convicted under this act. Fugitive Economic Offenders. Really, he is the first person to be convicted under Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. First fellow is this, second is Nirav Modi. Both are convicted criminals under Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. And SICA, Sikh Industrial Companies Act. SICA is no longer relevant. Only SICA Special Provisions Act are still there. So Companies Act, Competition Act, SCRA, SEBI, PMLA, FEMA, IBC, Fugitive Economic Offenders Act, all these things are there. Then SICA, Sikh Industrial Companies Act. That's it. So you need to remember that these are some of the laws that are there. You have to be what? Here, how much fine you should pay? 1000 or more if you have paid, then you cannot go through part 1. Where will you go? Does it mean you are barred from becoming MD? No, you can be under through central government approval. So let us say Income Tax Act is also there. There is an income escaping assessment under section 147, and then you will be now you will have to pay tax of 50 lakh and penalty of 25 lakhs. Can you become a MD through Schedule 5 route? You have to pay fine of 25 lakhs. you have to pay a fine of 25 lakhs. What do you think? Can you become a, what do you say, MD through Schedule 5 route? No. Why? Fine. Wrong answer. Right. See here. For the conviction of an offense. Income tax appellate tribunal or income tax authority cannot convict you. Conviction will be done only by criminal court. So even if you have broken all these laws also, you can still become a MD under Schedule 5 route. No problem. No problem. No need of CG approval. So it is conviction, very clearly given. Conviction of an offense involving what? Under any of the following acts, namely all these acts. So conviction is the keyword, not anything else. Conviction of an offense under these things. So all those laws you have to remember. Exceeding 1,000 rupees and imprisonment what? Any period. Imprisonment any period. So now basically if there is any 6 months or 6 months imprisonment or fine, like this dialogue if it's there, to escape imprisonment I have paid fine and that fine happens to be more than 1,000 rupees. Can I go through CG route or can I go through Schedule 5 route? Ideally CG, but MCA has told that even if it is a, what do you say, compounding of offense like this, when they use the word or, it's compounding. Compounding is not deemed to be conviction, is what they have told. So if you have gone through compounding of offenses, you can still go through Schedule 5 route. These are all 1 mark questions. It's there. Don't worry, it's here. Point number 3, 4, 5, 6. Check it out. Read point number 3, 4, 5, 6. So here 19 laws are there. 19 laws. 6 fiscal laws, 2 development, 2 food, and 9 final syllabus. So labor acts, etc. not covered. Pollution laws not covered. Next, he has not been detained for any period under the Conservation of Foreign Exchange and Prevention of Smuggling Activities Act. Correct? Conservation of Foreign Exchange and Prevention of Smuggling Activities Act. This also they could have added here, no, made it round figure 20. Actually, 19 anyway there, add this also. Why haven't added? Yes, keyword is detained. This is not conviction, this is detention. Assuming that you are conserving foreign exchange, basically smuggling foreign exchange, I can detain you. So Raha Fateh Ali Khan was caught in this, detained, not caught. Basically, he earned that money in India, kept all that in notes in US dollars in a bag, and he was carrying it to Pakistan. So the authorities stopped. Sir, why are you smuggling foreign exchange outside the country? Show me the source. So Raha Fateh Ali Khan, that singer of Pakistan, was detained. Then he was able to show that, this, all these things were part of his earnings in India. Then they obviously, you cannot carry so much cash like that. So that is detention. Prevention is, detention is a preventive measure. Whereas this is a punitive measure. Punitive means punishment. Third one we already discussed, 21 to 70. If it is more than 70, we know what to do. Section 4, that is, he is a resident in India. What is resident in India? Staying in India for a continuous period of not less than 12 months. This also they asked in the exam. Immediately preceding the date of his appointment. He should be in India immediately 12 months, immediately preceding the date of his appointment. Got it? they asked, this fellow was not staying for 12 months before the date of appointment, but he was a resident as per FEMA. Should we go through Schedule 5 route or CG route? CG route will write answer Schedule 5 route. Why here? Right? All important areas includes. That's why point number 4. In FEMA, it is about your residential status previous year and also current year. Current year, your intention, what you will do, and previous year, how long you stayed. That is what it matters. So here, they are not talking anything about previous year. They are talking about 12 months preceding the date of appointment. That is different. Yes. Next. When is non-resident treated as a resident? Now, this was actually asked, I think, last attempt. Either May 22 or November 22, this question came. When will non-resident be treated as resident? So, even though you are a non-resident, which means you are a non-resident as per Companies Act also, non-resident as per FEMA also, doesn't matter. Still, they will be treated as resident if this is predominantly for helping or for, giving some benefit to foreign companies or basically SEZ, where you will come to SEZ and you will work, outsiders. Non-resident appointed in a public company as a MD, whole-time director, manager, complying with other conditions of Schedule 5, in a unit located in what? Special economic zone, entered India on what? Direct employment visa. Entered India on direct employment visa. So, non-resident appointed in a public company as MD, whole-time director, manager, complying with other conditions of Schedule 5, in a unit located in SEZ, entered India on a direct employment visa. So, in all these cases, what will happen? The non-resident will be treated as a resident. So, a company having profits in a financial year may pay remuneration to a managerial person or persons or other director not exceeding the limit. The section 1 is very simple, guys. So, these are all the points, by the way. If you follow all these things, no need of CG. Otherwise, CG approval here. Otherwise, CG approval. In part 2, section number 1, profit making company, we have seen. Section number 1, profit making company, we have seen. Loss making company. Loss making company, quickly we'll see. Loss making company, what is it? So, if you see, this is very simple, but guys, this is the extra point here. Important amendment, even for other director, independent director and non-executive director, what happens? If there is a loss or inadequate profit, even other directors, including independent directors, will be paid as per the Schedule 5 limits. Will be paid as per the Schedule 5 limits. Even others will be paid as per Schedule 5 limits. Who are that? That is other director, as well as other director will be equal to independent director and non-executive director. They will also be paid as per these limits. So, this is with respect to what? Section 1. Section 1 talks about that here. So, part 1 appointment done. Part 2, in that section 1 is profit making company. Section 2 is loss or inadequate profit. This will also apply to whom? Other directors. It will also apply to other directors is what they say. Very simple. Yes. So, this will also apply to other people. Now, section number 2. Section number 2. Remuneration payable by companies having no profit or inadequate profit. No profit or inadequate profit. Where in the financial year during the currency of tenure of a managerial person or other director, that's what is added now. Company has no profits or profits are inadequate. It may pay remuneration not exceeding. So guys, very simple. There are two limits here. Limit number A and limit number B. Limit number A says if you follow within the limits, ordinary resolution. Greater than the limits, special resolution. Table A, table B, basically. Table A, table B. Table B says payment is as per table A. And what's the difference? One slight difference is there. This is what? Limit, ordinary resolution, more than the limit, special resolution. For table B, it says payment should be as per table A. Payment should be as per table A. Then what else does it say? Yes, for everything, it is special resolution. It is not this one. It is for every item, special resolution. But still, what's the difference? I'll still go to A only. Now, why will I come to B? Actually, B is for professional managing director. These directors come into the company to revive the company. Company is loss-making company. I want to revive that company. Company is a sick industrial company. I want to revive it. I want to add life into it. So that's why we will give what? Professional MD. So if you see, I want to revive the company. How will I revive? By doing this. By infusing life into it. By how? Through my expertise. So if at all they have used the words revival, or if they have used the words, what do you say? A professional expert, or they have used the word technocrat. All these are examples where they are talking about table number B. If nothing is given in the law, which one to follow? Table A. In the exam, nothing is given, table A. Both are the same only, just that this fellow is a professional MD. He should not be promoter. He should not be related to promoter group. He should not be linked to anything. He is just coming to the company to revive the company. And for that, what resolution is passed for him? Special resolution. That is table number A. Where in any financial year during the currency of tenure of a managerial person or other director. So this table we have to remember, guys. Important table we need to remember. Because in the exam they will ask you this column, effective capital they will give you. This is purely based on what? Effective capital. It is based on effective capital. Yeah. Cool. So effective capital is what? What do you say? What is effective capital we'll see later, but you need to remember this. If it is negative or less than 5 crore, you have to compute. I told you in schedule 2000 year, 16 marks, 20 marks question, this only. They ask you to compute effective capital. Nowadays, they'll still ask you, but for 4 marks. Yeah. So negative or less than 5 crore. 5 crores and above, but less than 100 crore. Assume, guys, remember this is less than 5 crore. So if they ask you exactly 5 crore, it comes in the second one, not in the first one. This is greater than or equal to 5 CR, but less than 100 CR. Third one, 100 crore and but less than 250 crore. That is greater than or equal to 100 CR, but less than 250 crore. Fourth one is what? 250 crore and above is what they say. So where the effective capital is, yes. Now, if the effective capital is, let's say, negative, means when you compute it's coming negative, but still I can pay how much? 60 lakhs. So if there is one MD and one whole-time director, how much will they share? 60-60 or 30-30? Yes, it is 60 each, guys, because it says to a managerial person. It is 60 each. And we need to remember this. 60, 84, 120. 60, 84, 120. And I think if you divide by 5, right, you will get this is for the other fellows. Who are the other fellows? Other director. Means independent director and non-executive director. 60 lakhs per annum is what they will get. Here 12 lakhs per annum, 17, 24, 60, 84, 120. More than 250 crores, 250 crores or more, 120 lakhs, that is 1.2 crores, plus 0.01% of the effective capital in excess of 250 crores. Which means, if I have an effective capital of 300 crores, how much will it be? 120 lakhs plus excess of 250 is what? 50 crores. So, for every crore, 0.01%. 0.01% for every crore is how much? 1000 rupees. 1000 rupees. So, 300 crores means 1.2 crores plus 50,000. That's all. 1.2 crores plus 50,000. So 1 crore, 20 lakhs, 50,000. Like that. So here it is again. Here it is 24 lakhs plus 0.01%. Effective capital in excess of 250 crores. Now, if my negative capital is negative, I am paying 60. That fellow wants 70. Can I do it? Yes. What resolution? Special resolution. If it will come under table number A, special resolution. That's it. So the company can pay any amount beyond limit number A by passing special resolution. Amount payable will be per managerial person. If a director is appointed during the year, limit shall be prorated. This they asked in November 22. Every line they are asking. They asked that fellow was appointed somewhere in the middle. Some July or something. So April, May you cannot pay. 10 months you have to calculate. People didn't do that only. 10 months you have to calculate. And they had given one question. Leave encashment should not be prorated. That only be prorated. They have only given not to be prorated. That's the terms and conditions. November 22 question paper, 6 marks. Right? So I'm saying it's not, they're not giving direct questions. So you see one line here also is important. So do not miss any line in my book because it's very, very important. So everything, if you had solved this properly, the November 22 paper was very easy. May 22 is also very easy. Just that we need to study it the right way. That's all. But they are asking standard questions, and of course, they will, do it for all the subjects also. But of course, you cannot say the entire paper is tough. I am just picking out the tough questions, so that's why you are sitting here for. Easy questions you can only solve at home. 40 marks will be easy only, don't worry. Remaining 30, 40, you have to work hard. Little bit. Yeah, the appointment during the year, limit shall be prorated. So he is appointed only in July, and that was a yearly package that they had given. Make it for 10 months. That fellow was appointed in June, so 10 months. Limit B. Limit B, as I told you, this is same as limit A only, but special resolution has to be passed. He should be a managerial person or other director. He has to be functioning in a professional capacity. He should not have any interest in the capital of the company, holding company or any of its subsidiaries. There should be no direct or indirect interest or through any statutory structures. No direct or indirect interest are related to the directors or promoters of the company. Basically, he should be a pure managerial person. He should not be linked to any of these people. Interest should be checked at any time during the last 2 years before or on or after the date of appointment. Basically, he should not be any of these things when? On or after fully or 2 years before also. Should possess graduate level qualification with expertise. But the thing is, this director who's coming in, he'll say, I will revive the company fully. Will you give me ESOP? And the moment you take ESOP, you will be interested in the company, no? And then nobody will come then. Because these people will not work on salary. I'll raise some time pass for them. Their real deal is what? Equity. So they'll say, give me equity, boss, then I will work towards it and ensure its profit making. Makes sense. That's why this point was added. Can be an employee of the company but should not hold any shares. However, ESOP qualification up to 0.5% of paid up capital can be held. Paid up capital of the company is 100 crore means up to 0.5 you can hold. No problem. 0.5%. If the above conditions are satisfied, remuneration as per item number A only can be paid to him. But even 1 rupee also if you have to pay, how much? Special resolution. Which means if a person coming under item number B, negative effective capital, he has to be paid, let's say they have decided to pay 40 lakhs. What resolution? Special resolution. So in the exam, please see whether they have given any of these things. Are you a professional MD? If yes, limit number B. This will be explicitly given. If it is not given, then limit number A. Limit number A is generally for promoter MD or anybody related to the MD, like that. But common points for both A and B. For A, what is a separate point? If you want to follow as per the limit, OR. More than the limit, SR. For B, what is the common point? For everything, it is SR. Correct. Perfect. But for both A and B, common points are these. So if they ask in the exam and not give you this, what will you write? A plus the common points. A plus the common points. If they have given you that, then B plus common points. Next, what are the common points, guys? Check it. Payment of remuneration is approved by resolution passed by the board and if applicable also by the nomination and remuneration committee. The company, basically the entire remuneration should be by the NRC, nomination remuneration committee should approve this. Second, company should not have committed any default in payment of dues to any bank or public financial institution or non-convertible debenture holders or any other secured creditor. And in case of default, prior approval of the bank or PFI is obtained. So the company has not committed any default in the payment of dues to any bank or PFI or non-convertible debenture holders or any other secured creditors. Even if they have done so, if you take the prior approval of the bank, PFI and all these cases, basically NOC you should obtain from the creditors, no objection certificate. Within limits of A, ordinary resolution. Beyond the limits of A, special resolution. Any remuneration as per limit B, then special resolution. Remuneration time period covered in that special resolution is 3 years. You can approve for 3 years actually. Along with that, an explanatory statement should be given which has all these details. Background details, past remuneration, recognition, job profile, nature of industry. In all these items, some 7-8 items you write, it's enough. You cannot remember everything. Some 6-7 things you can write, it's fine. More than sufficient. Basically, this is nothing but informed decision making process. Informed decision making process. All this. Now we are all discussing here effective capital, effective capital. What do you mean by that? That is given here. Effective capital means very simple, paid up share capital plus security premium account. Revaluation reserve will not be taken into account. Long-term deposits and loans repayable after 1 year. Long-term loans. Long-term loans, 1 year. Remember, long-term loans in 181C, borrowing, that is more than 6 months. Long-term loans here is 1 year. So less than 1 year is not long-term loan here under this section. So I have to add paid up capital, security premium account, long-term loans and subtract what? Investments. Investments have to be subtracted. Then accumulated loss also has to be subtracted. Preliminary expenses also have to be subtracted. If you observe carefully, this one, paid up capital and security premium account will give me my and minus subtracting accumulated losses and preliminary expenses will give me my net worth. Basically, they are telling when money only is not there, where should I go? Net worth. Net worth plus long-term loans that I have taken minus investments that I have made, which will actually give me what? Whatever money I have with me. That is the effective capital. What is effective capital? Net worth. Because in net worth I will knock off all the losses. And then long-term loans that I have taken, funds I have minus investments I have made. Net effective capital. That's why it's called effective capital. Effectively my money is so much. Now if problem is if the losses are more, effective capital will become what? Minus. So then salary I have to pay, no choice, but then that's what you have to do, some adjustments. They have to get some cash flow. Now all this I studied and went. They asked one bomber, what bomb? Effective capital should be seen on which day? Date of incorporation, previous year, date of appointment, correct, or immediately preceding previous year, latest audited balance sheet, exam question. So that also we have given. Where the appointment is made in the year in which the company has been incorporated. Effective capital shall be on the date of such appointment. but only in the year of incorporation. In any other case, effective capital will be calculated on the last date of the financial year preceding the financial year in which the appointment is made. So if he is appointed on 15th March 2023, then 31st March 2022 I should see. So last date of the financial year preceding the financial year in which the appointment is made. So we have to be careful in this. Negative means it's 0. So section 1, 2, 3, I told you 3 is useless, that you can just go through. It is redundant now, but nevertheless you can just go through that. 1, 2, 3 done. 4 and 5. 4 also November 22 they had asked. May 22 or November 22, one of those papers they had asked. But anyway, let's see. 4. Perquisites not in November 22 paper only. Perquisites not included in managerial remuneration. That doesn't mean again it will not come. They had only asked one small part of it. Others are still there to be asked. Perquisites not included in managerial remuneration. The following perquisites shall not be included in computation of the ceiling on managerial remuneration. Contribution to PF, gratuity, leave encashment. And if you are a expatriate managerial person, including NRI, then expatriate means, X means out, patriate means your father. Patri is father actually. Patriate means what? Your, nation, your nation where your dad comes from. Basically, patriot word only comes from there. That is the land of your father. Generally, they'll say mother tongue, but they'll ask what is your native. Native, you will not ask your moms actually. It is about what? Where is your dad coming from? So basically, the land where your forefathers came from is the patriot. Patriot means that's what? Basically, expatriate means not from my country. Simple. And including NRI. NRI, though he is an Indian, but is not residing in India. That's why expatriate / NRI. Shall be eligible in the following perquisites: children education allowance, holiday passage for children studying abroad, leave travel concession. So these 6 items you will obviously, if you are a foreigner, you will get the 6 items extra, 3 plus 3. If you are an Indian, only 3. This is extra perquisites. We had just seen in 2 clause 78. Remuneration includes perquisites. Do those perquisites include this 6 or that perquisites excluding this 6? If they ask you in 2017-16, they asked one question: what is the maximum permissible remuneration that a MD can draw? Maximum permissible remuneration. Same with November 22 also, maximum permissible remuneration. So it is different from normal remuneration. If you are a profit making company, that 11% will include all these 6. Why? Remuneration includes perquisites. See here carefully, the following perquisites are included where? Section 2 and 3, not section 1. Section 1 is profit making company. Right? So this they had asked in November 16 once. November 22, this had not come. Though they had asked maximum permissible, this had not come. So if it was a profit making company, these 6 perquisites are included in that 11%. So you can't compute extra. But if it's a loss making company, let's say negative effective capital, 60 lakhs you will get plus these 6. 60 lakhs you will get plus these 6 if you are a foreigner. 60 lakhs plus 3 if you are Indian. So contribution to provident fund, gratuity payable, leave encashment. Children education allowance for foreigner. Then holiday passage for children studying outside India, family staying abroad. So basically, children want to come and meet their parents, etc. For that, they will give you the flight tickets and LTC, leave travel concession. So during Christmas and all, they will go out. You can't go to snow park here. You have to go to your hometown, right? So that's why they will go. That time they will give you flight tickets again. So all these things and leave travel concession. That is what they said. So in November 22, what they had asked was this encashment of leave should not be prorated, they said. So you should take it for the full 12 months. Remaining you should prorate it to 10 months. That was a tricky thing. But if they ask you maximum permissible remuneration, then it is 60 lakhs plus these six things. But if they ask you it's a profit making company, that 11% includes these six things. So this should be very careful. Then 2-3 attempts before that asked you, can you take remuneration from more than one company? I told you Cyrus Mistry had some 4-5 companies. Can you draw salary from everywhere? Like 11% in one company, 11% in Tata Power, 11% in Tata. Can you do like that? Or 11% overall? Yes, 11% overall it is. That is what section 5 says. A managerial person shall draw remuneration from one or both companies provided that the total remuneration drawn from the companies does not exceed higher maximum limit admissible from any one of the companies, any space one of the companies in which he is a managerial person. Any one of the companies of which he is a managerial person. That is section number 5. Remuneration payable to managerial person in 2 companies. Part 3. Provisions applicable to Part 1 and Part 2 of the schedule. Very simple, guys. If it is age restriction more than 70 years, special resolution. Normal cases, ordinary resolution. When special resolution? First one, if it is age restriction more than 70. Second, if it is beyond the limits of A, what? Within limits OR, beyond limits SR. Then any remuneration as per B. And CG approval only in 2 cases. More than 70. Next, Part A not followed. Part 1 not followed. Part 1 not followed and more than 70. The auditor also has to give this. No, this thing. That's all. Cluster 5, anything can come in this. Extremely simple. That there ends the matter. So the next whatever time we have left, let's see. Maybe we can finish the inspection part. It's easy. Or let's see. Let me check. This is also very important cluster, guys. From this cluster, what is this? Inspection, investigation, etc. How many marks will come? Inspection, inquiry, investigation, compromise arrangement, then this thing, what is it? Operation and mismanagement, 12 to 16 marks. 12 to 16 marks. Ignored section, hey, who will study this and go? They'll do that, unfortunately. They'll think only cluster 1 and 5 is the only company law. Other things are not company law, only will think. But small areas they'll ask in this because they know we will not study. From cluster 1 to 5, tricky questions can come. In cluster 6, it will be easy, but we will not write because we wouldn't have studied. That's the mindset. So cluster 6 is easy actually, but we will not study it. So they will not, consider that. Then cluster 7 is winding up. You can go through 8. Let's see. At least let's do the ones which are little chilled out because this requires some concentration. So all this we should not ignore, guys. Tomorrow we'll do this and also IBC, which is 12 marks guaranteed. So 10 to 12 marks. So all these are easy actually. We can quickly finish it. It won't take as much time as we did here. So we can finish and wherever it's possible where you can study, we cannot do all those things. Let's see. These are all the winding up. Let's see the 8th one actually, because so in this also, let's quickly see the important ones. What all generally they comes in the exam. After break, no break. 4 o'clock only is break, full break. Yeah, what man? I have one more class, I cannot take. I have class till 9 o'clock today. 4:30. I have a gym session. After that, I have to come back and again I have to start class. That's the life of teacher. No choice. So, if gym I miss, then gone. I'll also sleep off. It is very important to be fit or try to be fit little bit because physical exercise is extremely important. So moving on, tomorrow we'll extend. We'll give a lot of breaks and we'll extend tomorrow. Tomorrow I have not kept anything because I knew this. If I had to extend, we'll extend it. Day after tomorrow I have to travel, so I cannot extend anyway. Tomorrow is the last. We need to extend and finish it off. So let's see. We have half an hour. We'll have to do something which we can easily finish. I'm seeing. Okay, here in this chapter, I'll do the important areas, or rather whatever generally they ask in the exam. One thing for sure which they have asked 2-3 times is in the chapter of, okay, all this you can go through. What they have asked is also this one. This 2-3 times they have asked, guys. Offenses to be non-cognizable means what? Page number 141. What do you mean by offenses to be non-cognizable? Which is, you can arrest a person without a warrant. A cognizable offense is an offense where a police officer may arrest a person without a warrant, and it is non-bailable. These are big offenses. You can arrest a person without any warrant, and they are non-bailable. A non-bailable offense is non-bailable, true or false? A non-bailable offense is non-bailable. False. It is bailable. It is bailable by what? By whom? By the court. When I say bailable offense, it is, police only can do. You would have seen in movies, no? They'll simply take and go. Then father will come, he'll sign, then he'll properly slap. That is all bailable offenses. That is all bailable offenses. Non-bailable offense means you have to go to the court. That's the thing. So every offense, they have asked to 2-3 marks. Every offense under Companies Act is non-cognizable. Except what? Offenses referred to in 2126, which means non-cognizable means you can arrest a person only with warrant. And it is bailable. It is not a big offense. So since it's not a big offense, you need an arrest warrant. Right? If it's a heinous crime, you can't wait for the warrant. Immediately you arrest him. Those are called cognizable. What is the only cognizable offense in Companies Act? 212(6). That is SFIO, Serious Fraud Investigation Office. That is all linked to section 447. That is the only thing. So the company's investigation into the affairs of the company by Serious Fraud Investigation Office. Section 2126 are deemed to be cognizable, where police officer may arrest the person without warrant or are non-bailable. Then once or twice they had asked the court, this is actual question, based on a newspaper report, the court took cognizance and they called the accused. Can they do it or not? It was a 4-mark question. Based on a newspaper report about a person committing fraud, the court took over the case and called the accused. The question was for 4 marks. Will you write no? Right? The problem is we know the answer, it's no, but who can take cognizance? These are small areas, these people. These are areas which are, where we are inner, BCom, answer will come. When I'm writing those answers, there are many voices. 3 voices will come in the exam. First, active voice. What? I am writing the exam. Because I am writing this, they'll ask a question, can court take newspaper report? You'll say no, newspaper report cannot be taken. First. Next, the newspaper report cannot be, taken on record. Third one, the judge cannot take the newspaper report. All this will write. So then voices will be happening. Active voice, I am writing the exam. Passive voice, exam is being written by me. Inner voice, macha, next attempt guarantee. That is inner voice, correct? That also will be going on. Yes, so court to take cognizance. By what? Written complaint, not oral complaint. Written. By whom? ROC or shareholder. Person authorized by CG. Person authorized by CG. Then person authorized by SEBI. So rather than actually going fast, I decided this time I'll do more in-depth. This is the most in-depth revision session I have taken till now. If you see the previous videos and all, everything is some 6 hours, 7 hours. This is really in-depth I've done, because it's better to do, in hardcore areas, better to do so much in-depth, because the way they're asking now, simply by reading, there's no point. We have to explain stuff. So person authorized by SEBI for these things, issue and transfer of securities problems, and also non-payment of dividend issues, you can go with this. Court to take cognizance is what they say. Court to take cognizance. Then in 2018 and 2019, they asked this question, mediation and conciliation panel. People wrote Arbitration and Mediation Act. It's anyway there, no, that they wrote and came. They had not even asking about that. They're asking about this mediation and conciliation panel. This is a panel set up in the Companies Act itself. Rather than going to the court, it is a, alternate dispute resolution mechanism. In Arbitration and Conciliation Act also, it's the same only, but it's a separate law. If Panchayat is the best example of arbitration and conciliation. Whereas here, mediation and conciliation panel, rather than going to the court or when it's just still court case is going on, mediation is intervention of a third party. So the central government shall constitute the panel. Panel shall consist of the experts, and during the proceeding only I can approach the mediation. Any parties can approach the mediation, and it may voluntarily refer this number to such experts. On receipt of the application, central government may appoint a panel of experts. Now, only this part is relevant here. The mediation and conciliation panel shall dispose of the matter within a period of 3 months from the date of such reference to them, and shall forward its recommendations, not an order, mind you, recommendations to the central government. You may file objections to NCLT also. Basically, rather than going to the court, it's always better to have an amicable settlement. Amicable means friendly settlement. Rather than going through the court, it is better to go through a amicable settlement. So outside the court, out of court settlement, understand it, actually it's called out of court settlement only. Don't go to the court. Outside the court, you decide, you close it. Right? I handled many IBC cases. There also, I am not joking. Earlier, 1 lakh limit was there. No, if 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs and all was there, the judge only used to tell, are you mad? For 15 lakhs, you are coming and wasting my time. There's a tea shop there. Both of you go. Right? And go, you settle the dispute there. For 90 lakhs, 1 crore also you will not take. Small amounts don't come to me. 30 crores, 40 crores, 50 crores, yes. 80, 90 lakhs and all, why are you coming in front of me? So NCLT is there, no? That they should tell directly. NCLT is not like the court that you see on TV. It is that court exactly like in Jolly LLB movie. That is exactly the court that NCLT is. Worse than that actually. So yes, that is how the courts will be. Not the beautiful, nice courts you see in TV. That will not be there like that. So yes, so mediation is always better. Out of court settlement is always better. Then. Foreign company, again, generally around 2 to 3 marks they keep asking here. What is a foreign company and all that? You can go through, very simple here. But what is interesting is this point. Indians holding 50% share capital in a foreign company is deemed to be an Indian company. Right? If citizens of India or company or body corporate in India is holding greater than or equal to 50% of a foreign company, that is deemed to be a Indian company. Vedanta PLC. Vedanta PLC is actually the example for this. It is held by a citizen of India and he holds some 60% share there. So, or even a body corporate in India, if it's holding more than 50% in a foreign company, it is deemed to be an Indian company. For example, even Hamleys. Hamleys is a subsidiary of what? Reliance. So, companies, yes, leaving, 20 minutes. Companies are body corporate in India having more than 50%. What? In a foreign company. It is deemed to be what? An Indian company. Vedanta PLC is an example, and Hamleys also. So then if you see a revision of this entire thing, associate company means what? 20% of total voting power. Subsidiary company means what? 50% of total voting power. Government company means what? 51% of paid up capital. Foreign company, deemed Indian company, 379 to more than 50% of the paid up capital. All these things are theory, guys. You can go through. Wherever my value addition is there, I will definitely help you out. These things you can go through, no tension. Apart from that, yeah, removal of names also, here and there they ask, when can you remove the names and all that? It's all easy. It's nothing more I can add here, honestly. Vanishing companies, annual report. Yeah, this one you have to remember, guys, page 148. Section 447. Punishment for fraud. You have to remember this section as to when, how much amount, etc. If the fraud amount is less than 10 lakhs or 1% of the turnover, whichever is less, and it does not involve public interest, then 5 years or 50 lakhs or both. is what compoundable offense is the fine and the imprisonment. But if it is greater than or equal to 10 lakhs or 1% of turnover, whichever is less, no public interest or if no public interest is involved, 6 months to 10 years and fine 1 to 3 times. But if public interest is involved, 3 years to 10 years and fine 1 to 3 times. So fine 1 to 3 times is what they are saying here. Very, very simple. So this, what is public interest, what is not public interest will be decided by the court, nobody else. It will be decided by the court with respect to public interest. One examiner gave 8 marks question, define public interest. And which are all the areas in the act where public interest is there. I have given that also here somewhere. So that they had asked in the exam once here, page 151. Just once. So they will not ask it again and again. But these are examples of where public interest word is given. Words in the entire Companies Act. This they had given. Then guys, dormant company is also very important. They keep asking this dormant company. Then one more thing, if in entire Companies Act no penalty is given, where will I go? 450. 450. So it fine which may extend to 10,000 rupees. Fine which may extend to 10,000 rupees and a further fine which may extend to 1,000 rupees per day for continuing default. Dormant company means what? Either condition 1 or condition 2 to be followed. Can you start a dormant company? You feel no. Answer? Yes, you can start a dormant company. So when a company is formed and registered for a future project, this is again Make in India concept. Youngsters are so brilliant that when they are in college only, they will get these startup ideas. We were thinking what chocolate to eat and when we were in college. Yes, those fellows will always get ideas. At 7th standard, 8th standard only they are getting. 6th standard also they are getting. If you see, that's why this white hat junior at 6th standard they have this coding. We were thinking of red lollipop, yellow lollipop at 6th standard, right? Today we'll play gully cricket. Yes. So if you see, but yeah, if you have a future project in mind, you can register the trademark today, start the company also and request the company, sir, until I finish my education, make it dormant. So it is possible. So in India, anything, whatever idea you give, all of us will have the same idea. The only person who can execute is the real deal here. So where a company is formed and registered for a future project or hold on to an intellectual property, can start off as a dormant company. There is condition 1 and it has no significant accounting transaction. Means no business transactions. I have an office. No, I already have an office. I am paying salary to an accountant. No problem. That's not significant accounting transaction. Significant accounting transaction means actual business dealing. Are you having? No. Or this is the normal dormant company that you know. Inactive company means what? Not been carrying on any business, not made any significant accounting transaction in the last 2 financial years, not filed financial statements and annual returns during the last 2. If it becomes 3, then what happens? Disqualification. This is what happened on November 8, 2016. For almost 2-3 years they had never filed. Suddenly 30,000 crore went in. So in 2017 they sent a show cause notice telling, please tell me, since 2 years you have not at all bothered filing, why haven't you registered it as a dormant company? Point number 1. Second one, 3 years already over. Why should I not disqualify you? Please tell me. This was the show cause notice sent. Did those people reply? No. So 1.5 lakh directors DIN were deactivated. 1.5 lakhs directors DIN were deactivated because this is linked to removal of names also. We saw one concept called removal of name. Yes, there also you can link it because I am going to tell here. You see here. A company is not carrying on any business or operation for 2 immediately preceding years and you have not registered as dormant company. If you had registered dormant company, I will not tell anything. That's why it says other than dormant company. You are not registered also. So please tell me why I should not remove your name from the register. And then afterwards they also came out with the concept of physical verification and all this came in 2018 after demonetization. Because of the sham companies, many of the registered offices were public toilets. Registered offices, public toilets. some garage, public toilet, and there's nothing, the garbage dump, that is the registered office address. That's why these provisions came. So if subscribers have not paid the subscription, only dummy subscribers, then also physical verification is not done. So they had something called as active tagging, if you remember, where you need to send a picture of the office, the facade, the board, then CEO, CFO's picture and all you have to send. CS where he's sitting, all that you have to send. That is the, and then geo location also you need to tag. All this because of that only after demonetization, because a lot of sham companies were there. So regarding the dormant company, that's about dormant company. Then the procedure and all, they'll ask guys 2-3 marks. There's nothing for me to add. You can go through that. Company not eligible to get the status, requirements, etc. All these things are there. That is for dormant company. So if you see here a revision, annual accounts, I'm doing page 150. Annual accounts, that is what? Financial statements and annual returns. Financial statement, annual returns. 2 years if it is not filed, then I have to go to the dormant route. Else, section 248, it eligible for what? Strike off. They can strike off the name. Eligible for what? Strike off. Then also, if 3 years are over, then what will happen? 164. Then what happens? If 5 years happen, that 3 years become 5 years, even if it's a dormant company, it's okay. Strike off will happen under 248 separately, and it will also be eligible. There's a ground for winding up. Ground for winding up. Winding up provisions is reduced to these things only now, because winding up basically means what? Inability to pay. Now the entire inability to pay has gone under IBC. Since it has gone under IBC, winding up provisions are limited only to these areas, these residual areas where you can still go for winding up under Companies Act. The public interest is something which was, separate. Nidhi company, also they keep asking guys, Nidhi company. I have given you the amendments of Nidhi company. Everything is the same, just go by the charts only, no change, except a few areas where they have changed, which I have given here. 1 second, I'll show you. In Nidhi company, only the charts have changed, slight points have changed, that's all. Apart from that, there's nothing great there. You need to remember these figures actually. So page, first of all, in page 150, 1 second here, this is the full page we have given, see 152. So in the full page 152, 1 point has to be added, that's all. That is, sorry, 1 second, here, this point. Anything other than the registered office of Nidhi company shall be called as a branch. So they have added the new regulations. Nidhi company is, pretty simple. What does a Nidhi company do? It is cultivating the habit of thrift and saving amongst the members, accepting deposits, lending money to members and all these things. So in this, one part is this, then the basic declaration, etc., all these normal points which you can go through. But nevertheless, let's quickly see the amendments. Here there is no amendment as such, only in rule 4, capital amount. Now these amendments can come in the exam. These are all very simple. What is it? Let's see. If it is anything incorporated before Companies Act 2013, then you should file a declaration in NDH. Incorporate after 15/8/2019, again file NDH within the central government within 60 days. Timeline only, that's all. Incorporate after Companies Act 2013, but before the new rules came, that is 15th August 2019, then 1 year from that you should do so. Timeline. But more than timeline, what they can ask you is this part. That is, what is the nature of the Nidhi company? It is a public company. Capital, guys, this has been changed how much? That is the amendment here. Increased to 10 lakh with effect from 19/4/2020. These things they can ask, that's all. The one is capital required. Earlier with 5 lakhs you could have started Nidhi. Now 10 lakhs. Then other things are same. Share, only equity shares are allowed. No preference shares. No preference shareholders. Preference share issued between 1956 to 2013 to be redeemed also. Objective is mutual benefit, etc. Will you get locker facility? Yes. It is on rent. You cannot, sell it. And it is only given to members. And there is cap on income from rental also. Maximum 20% of total income should be income from what? Locker facility. When to check 20% cap? Anytime during the financial year. Like that. And here, if you see net owned funds, it used to be 10 lakhs. Page number 154. Net owned funds used to be how much? 10 lakhs. Now it has been increased to 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs. Within 18 months from 19/4/2022, 10 lakhs should be increased to what? 20 lakhs. Then they can give you MCQ. What is the minimum number of members? 200. It can start with 7, reach 200 within 1 year of incorporation. Minimum members 200, not maximum. It can start with 7, but you have to reach 200 within 1 year. Net to own funds 1:20 ratio. All other things are fine here. Next, rule number 6. Here, this is a most important change, guys. Earlier, a Nidhi company could have taken over one more Nidhi company. Now, prohibited. One Nidhi company cannot take over any other Nidhi company. Nidhi company cannot do business of chit fund, hire purchase, insurance, leasing, all those things. Cannot issue preference shares, debentures. Cannot open current account, only savings account, recurring and fixed. They cannot do business other than borrowing or lending. Cannot pledge security, no partnership with others, no advertising, no deposits, nothing. Additional condition. Nidhi company cannot raise loans from banks, financial institutions or any other source for advancing loan to members. Means they can't borrow from outside and give loan to members. It should be self-generated. Otherwise, what's the point? I am using the Nidhi company to utilize money so that they can borrow from outside and give it to me. That's the additional change. All other things are simple. Only the amendments, important ones, we'll see. Next page, 155. 155. This also they keep asking. MCQ, it will come. It will come. Nidhi company guarantee question will come. Just follow these charts, more than sufficient. You will have no time to do anything else also. Anything else also not required, honestly. Shares, equity shares only. Fully paid up, partly paid up cannot happen. What is the face value? 10 rupees. What is the minimum shareholding? This has been asked in the exam 2-3 times. Minimum shareholding. How much? 10 equity shares of 10 each or anything equivalent to 100. Means 2 shares of 50 each also I can do. Savings and recurring deposit, if I hold at least 1 share of 10 each, I should hold. Apart from that, if a member has taken a loan or made a deposit, until loan or deposit is subsisting, member can transfer only less than 50% of his shareholding. He cannot transfer more than 50% of his shareholding. He has some 1 lakh shares. He can only transfer less than 50,000 is what they are trying to tell. Minimum shareholding always to be followed. Means what? If I have only 17 shares of 100 each, I cannot transfer 50 because minimum shareholding always has to be followed. Membership, trust or body corporate cannot be a member, only individuals. Minor cannot be a member. Then director and auditor rule, there is no change in this though, but nevertheless, director shall be a member. Should director of a company, normal company, be a shareholder? No. Director, 160, this deposit rule, if you remember, instead of 1 lakh, it is 10,000. What? Deposit, giving deposit to be appointed as the director. Section 164 has to be followed. Term, normal section, what is it? 2 terms of 5 years each for MD. Here it is 1 term of up to 10 consecutive years. Cooling period, there is no cooling period for normal director, no term for normal director. But here it is 10 years and 2 terms after the first term. 2 years after the first term, sorry. 2 years after the first term, there is a cooling period. As far as auditor is concerned, this they asked in the exam for 4 marks. People started writing 139 until they saw the question. Auditor of Nidhi company. Right? It was asked 3-4 attempts before. Right? So what did they say? Removal is same as 141 and 144. But see the auditor provisions. Individual. 1 term of 5 years. Not up to, guys. 1 term of 5 years. Maximum, that is, you have to appoint for 5 years. Then 2 terms of 5 years if it's a firm or LLP. Cooling period similar to 139 to 5 years. Not 5 years, sorry, 2 years. My bad. Sorry, it is 2 years. This is again important point, guys. It is 2 years. Cooling period under 139.2 is 5 years. This was actually the question asked. Right? What is the cooling period? People thought they're asking 139.2, but the answer is 2 years. Not 5 years, 2 years. That is one change. Then one more thing. This term deposit, etc., which is unencumbered, means there is no security granted on that. I can withdraw also temporarily. I should take RD approval and file form number NDH2. It's there, everything in the amendment sheet it's given. These are all additional points. This all came in 2022 end this, so it's all applicable for our exam. That's why I'm only doing those amendment areas, because other things are very simple. You can only do it. Then in page 156, this is very simple in that. However, here this one point is added. That is, in case of joint members, loan will be given to the first name. Generally, loan will be given to anybody, no? Can I give loan to anybody? Yes, I can give loan to anybody. But in case of joint holding, joint members, it will be only given to the first guy, whoever name is given in the first. Then dividend also, an important rule was there. Can you give dividend beyond 25%? Maximum dividend rate is 25%. Can you give beyond 25? It was possible. Now that provision has been deleted. You cannot give more than 25%. Cannot give more than 25%. This is the thing. Apart from that, we have these prudential norms, which is similar to the banking sector. So this you can just go through prudential norms. Hope that they'll not give these questions, because generally they'll give this dividend rate and share capital stuff. But anyway, prudential norms also, if you see that if there is no default in repayment, is a standard asset. Default remains unrealized for less than 12 months. It is not an NPA. If it is unrealized for 12 months, then it becomes a NPA. It's similar to the banking sector, but slightly different. But again, here you need to keep the reserve. So you have to maintain the principal and interest. So there is the other point in these areas, which again can be gone through. Apart from that, let's see here. That's it. So these things are there. Equity shares, current account, chit fund, share capital, how much share capital, all these two details. So that's about it. Drafting, last part. Drafting of resolution, generally they will not ask. But you never know, it's part of the syllabus still. If they ask you, just keep these points in mind, guys. Every resolution shall start with, no need to study and go at all. Every resolution will start with resolve that. Resolve that. Whatever you do, it should start with resolve that. And if the second line comes, resolve further that. Correct? And you don't create your own law now. Resolve that. This section. Section reference should you give? Yes. If I do not remember, no problem. Try to manage something. In this, beyond 2 marks, you will not get. I am telling you honestly. 4 marks if they ask you. Beyond 2, whatever you write, you will not get. So you should try to manage. Example I will give you. So basically here, reference part, then the subject part here. For instance, let's just see. Appointing of managing director. So resolve that. Here, whatever you know in cluster 5, you can write here in your own words, correct? And then resolve further that director of the company. Generally, you know, this is one dialogue. Be and is hereby authorized. This is the legal language. Be and is hereby authorized. If you see everywhere, it is the same thing. Be and is. If you want to authorize somebody, right, it is called be and is hereby authorized. Company secretary also, be and is hereby authorized. So basically they have not asked off late, honestly, but if they ask also, no problem. You should just write resolve that and resolve further that, whether it's board meeting, whatever the case may be. What if they ask you a notice? In notice, don't write resolve that. Right? It is talking about resolution. Resolution, you write resolve that. Notice, you just call agenda, all that you should be there. You make it little formal. Macha, come off tomorrow. 3 o'clock, come off. So this is normal adda, right? All that you cannot write. So Bangalore English and all you cannot use. So if you just proper normal stuff you can write. So resolve that, resolve further that, resolve further that is not there. It is also resolve further that only. Yes. So songs etc. don't write. Yeah, that is what it is. Very simple. So here also you see this guy. This is appointment of audit committee. Resolve that. Generally pursuant to is generally given here to link to the section number. Pursuant to section 177. After you write percent, you'll forget the section number. So pursuant to, then you can say provisions of Companies Act, no problem. So section number, if you don't remember, it's okay. Do not ever write the wrong section number. So that's about it. This list of forms, etc., 100% you will not study, so no point. Yeah, I know it. So the thing is, this normal only we can't study. What will study that? But I've given you just to glance through. These are matters requiring special notice, matters requiring postal ballot, matters to be discussed only at board meeting. Once they had asked the question, I told you, no, all these things are given. Matters requiring unanimous approval. By the way, in 203 also, we missed out. In 203 also, guys, we saw 203. Appointment of auditor in one more, director in one more company. That also requires what? Unanimous approval. So I told you, there are two cases in board which requires unanimous. One is 186, one is 203. That is 203. Unanimous approval is needed. So all these areas, matters requiring central government approval. And then, of course, we have given the penalty. Penalty also, guys, it is impossible to remember. So let's be practical here. But still, whatever came on 21/12/2020, try to go through. But Nirmala madam made some 100 changes. So you will go through. Yeah. So if you see little bit here and there, you can go through. I have never been a proponent of remembering penalties because even if you do everything, you will still not remember. So 184, 185, 186, 188 and these 447, all these things you remember and go. This, is actually you cannot remember, guys. It's not possible. It is humanly impossible. But since if I don't give, then students will complain. This fellow has not given penalty only, as if you will study. And this fellow will not give penalty. So I have to give, no, as if you will fully study and go, but it's my duty to give. So I have given. So you go through this, 100% will not remember, all the best. So this is the one. Cool. So in the next session, what we'll do, IBC. So what is left is, I'll tell you, the cluster number 6, what comes, inspection, investigation, oppression, mismanagement, all those things, 12 to 16 marks will come. We cannot miss it. Then cluster number 9, IBC, guarantee 8 to 12 marks will come. We cannot miss it. PMLA and FCRA, both put together, off late, last 3-4 attempts, 15 marks is coming. So I'm not even kidding. You just open the, previous questions and see. Tomorrow at any cost, however long it takes, I don't care. Tomorrow at any cost, this is going to happen. So mentally prepare yourself. Right? I am not going to do some, just for the heck of it, I'm not going to do it. Tomorrow we'll sit. We'll sit here. Everything will pain, but we'll sit. But no choice. We have to finish this cluster 6, 9, PMLA in a proper way, not just for the heck of it. So tomorrow there is no commitment from my side. So because today and all it was there every day. Tomorrow also is there, but I've cancelled because I knew that's because I'm going very in depth this time. So I want to do it properly than simply for the heck of doing it. So tomorrow, yes, over. Leaving. Thank you. Leaving. 1 minute, 5 seconds. Yeah. So tomorrow we will do it, guys. So same 8 a.m. Ending time, God only knows. Starting time is 8 a.m. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Take care. All right, buddies. Good morning. Are you ready for today? Today is gonna be, we have to finish these things as I discussed. Cluster number 6, that is 12 to 16 marks, and cluster number 9, IBC, 8 to 12 marks, and PML and FCRA of late last 3-4 attempts, 2-3 attempts are asking for around almost 12 to 15, I would say. 12 to 15. Ideally, PMLA is to come for 4 to 6, FCRA is to come for 4 to 6, which is roughly around 12. 10 to 12, but off late, last 3-4 attempts, it is shot up to 15. Either way, whatever it is, we need to do all these things. So we will be covering easily around 25-30 marks today, which that is quite important. And predominantly they'll ask in MCQ also. And anyway, people who are doing paper 6D, IBC, PMLA anyway is there, so it is going to help us. Remaining portions, I have the recording of the the fast track or the regular, whatever it is, that portions I will cut and I'll post it. So like other things, no point. The thing is only the important areas are covered. Not that others are not important, but it doesn't require so much of analysis and so much of revision, honestly, that you can do on your own. But these things, of course, are important. So let's begin with cluster number 6, which is a page number. Sir, your book page number, you only don't know. Yes, I don't know. Please tell me which one. 80? 83. Cool. Page number 83. Yes, inspection, inquiry, and investigation. So this is one area which they'll ask generally 4 marks from inspection, inquiry, and investigation, and from compromise arrangement 4 marks, and from operation mismanagement 4 marks. Compromise arrangement, merger, amalgamation 4 marks. Operation and mismanagement 4 marks. Operation mismanagement also has class action suits, all those things, for all that. So roughly around 12 to 16 every attempt without fail they have been asking. Of late, especially since the last 7-8 attempts they have been asking, because people have been ignoring. They think company law is only cluster 1 to 5. That's the problem. No, this is also equally important. But it's little chilled out. But anyway, whatever exams, questions they have asked, along with the classes only, we'll quickly revise as we have been doing. So first, power to call for information, inspecting the books of accounts and conducting inquiries. So here, this is the first part of the story where you can call for information. This is the first step. How will you call for information? Based on the documents you have only submitted. So what will I submit? I will submit what I would be submitting the financial statements. So based on that only. So if you see, on a scrutiny of any document filed by a company or any information received by ROC, written notice. Through a written notice, ROC will ask for further information, saying that I would want to know some more details about your company. Whatever you have filed doesn't seem very satisfactory to me, so kindly give more information. So it is a duty of the company and officers to furnish information. It is very interesting to know that even past employees are obligated to comply. Generally, the current employees only have to comply, but in this particular section, even the past employees also have to comply. Comply with what? Like if they had done any work on it, and if I'm asking for the reasons, or I'm asking for, some documentation, they have to come and give. And it is statutorily, they have to give it. So you cannot say that, the past employees cannot say that I'm no longer working in the company, I'll not give. No. Then one more written order they will give for production of the books of accounts, seeking explanations. And so basically one is, first they will scrutinize, and then they will inquire, and you need to furnish the information. And once they will do so, if they are not very satisfied with it, then they will give you one more written order. And this time it is for the production of books of accounts, seeking explanation. For what? If they feel that there is no or inadequate information is furnished, and it has unsatisfactory state of affairs. As per the ROC, your company, the state of affairs is unsatisfactory. And then after this happens, I will call for further information on receiving. Okay, this is one part of the story, guys. Till here it is one. Apart from that, there are other 2 proceedings that can happen. So this is one route. 1 to 5 is one route actually. Normal scrutiny of your document. Then I will inquire by asking for further information, and then I will, if I'm not happy with the information, I'll further seek production of books. That's one part of this. On the other hand, if any complaint is received by the ROC, I can initiate an inquiry through a written order. If the registrar is satisfied that the business of the company is being carried on for a fraudulent or unlawful purpose, or not in compliance with the provisions of this act, or if the grievance of investors are not being addressed. So this is the second one. 6th one is a second proceeding. 1 to 5 is the first proceeding. Everything is parallel proceeding, mind you. 1 to 5 is a separate concept. 6 is a separate concept. 7 is a separate concept. If the CG is satisfied that it is needed, they can direct the ROC or otherwise any statutory authority to carry out inspection. So first one is the scrutiny method. Scrutiny, and after scrutiny, inquiry. And in inquiry, if you produce the books and you are satisfied, close it. Otherwise, again, it will go for inspection. Second method is based on complaint, inquiry, and inspection. So first one is just mere scrutiny, or any information received, not complaint, information received. Whereas the 6th one is a proper complaint received. These are some of the keywords that you need to write. Complaint. So under 6, I had lodged a complaint against one company actually. One of my clients who had invested 1.5-2 crores in a company, and that it's called Raha Financials. So I tell this company everywhere, making it famous, right? So those people ran away. The directors took money, almost 20-30 crores, and it went up to some 200 crores actually from all investors, and that no, they ran away. The owner, Rahul Bansal, I'll tell the name also. Yeah, Rahul Bansal. He was a fraud. He's a wanted man actually now. It's all in the list. Alok Agarwal and Rahul Bansal, two people. Alok Agarwal was also in jail for some time. Whereas Rahul Bansal has run away. He forget about our client. He duped his father-in-law only, right? So his father-in-law had come from Bihar with guns and all that. Imagine, to kill his son-in-law. Super one, like filmy scene only it had happened. Yeah, so then I had lodged a complaint in this section. I thought, okay, this section is there, let's lodge a complaint. When did I receive a reply? 2 years later. Right? It is in useless section. Simply it is there, theoretically, practically useless. So I received a response. 2 years later. Guess what will be there? What was there in the response? It's like, bro, please approach police station. That was a reply. Approach the police station. As if we have not done all that. So police station also we had gone. It was good fun. For us it was fun learning. Poor guy, for the clients and all, lost money. So 1 to 5. This 6th one practically useless, but you can still lodge a complaint. 7th one, if CG is satisfied, because if it has a complaint has gone through CG, then they will direct the ROC. Then it's an order. CG is passing an order to the ROC like, boss, please ensure that you do the inspection. Mind you, this is not an investigation, it is just an inspection. Spec means to see. So inspect means to what? Just to go through everything. It's not investigate. Investigate is to go more in depth. Inspection is just, go through the books of accounts. First is scrutiny, and then inquiry inspection route. Second one is complaint inquiry inspection route. Third one is what? CG direction, CG order. CG order and then inspection. There is no inquiry there. CG only is telling, boss, kindly inspect the books of accounts. These are the 3 routes available, so you should not get confused. It's not the same actually. 3 different routes. If fraudulent or unlawful purpose is proven, every officer will be liable under 447, which we saw yesterday. 447. Penal provisions. First failure, company and every officer in default, fine, it will extend to 1 lakh rupees. Continuing failure, additional fine, 500 rupees per day, which you will 100% forget. So I am simply reading. Leave it. Next, 10th one. The scope of this section, all this is useless, guys. Just remember 447. Let's be practical. Even if you study here, you will not remember one day before the exam. So I don't see any point of studying penalties, honestly speaking. The scope of this section is only limited to inspecting the books of accounts, while investigation is very vast in scope, as we have discussed. We will be seeing. Section applies to all types of companies, obviously. Now, should I give a, notice saying that I'm inspecting your books of accounts? Generally, law is silent, but should I give a notice? Answer is yes, because we all know when we prepare accounts. Only 1 month before, like in March, we will start preparing, correct? So that's why basically everywhere it's like that. February, March, we'll start preparing the account for the entire year. So the thing is, that is why, though the law is silent on it, there was a case law, Sudarshan Trading Company case law, where they have told the inspecting officer should give prior notice of not less than 4 weeks, saying that, boss, I'll be inspecting your accounts, please prepare your accounts properly. Since it is not an investigation, since it's not a raid, so you cannot say that, notice need not be given. It is a mere inspection of the books of accounts. So that's what. So first one starts with scrutiny, inquiry, inspection. Second one is complaint, inquiry, inspection. Third one is CG direction, inspection. That's it. This is about inspection of accounts. Anything can come. Now they'll ask you, what are the duties of the officers of the company during inspection? What should they do? So this is like normal dialogue. It shall be the duty of every director, officer or employee. Watchman is an officer or employee? Employee. So if you is employed, is an officer, generally will be your administrative, clerical, supervisory, etc. To produce the books and papers in his custody, furnish them with any statement, provide them with all assistance in connection with the inspection. Then they can make copies of the book, place any identification marks also. Power of the civil court. Inspecting officer shall have the powers of a civil court also. This dialogue is there in many places. They are as if it's a civil court. What? The inspector is as if he's a walking and talking civil court, which means he will have judicial powers. Quasi means false. As if he is a judge, quasi judicial powers. As if he is a judge. He can discover and produce the documents. He can summon anybody and enforce. If he doesn't come, enforce the attendance. See, these are all technical words you have to written. You have to write this in the exam. Discovery and production of books of accounts, summoning and enforcing enforcing. These are all keywords. You cannot say call the person. All that you cannot write. Summoning. Summon has a different meaning, right? Summon is to order. And enforce. Enforce means if that fellow doesn't come, enforce as attendance. Force him to come. Send a notice saying that you have to be present in the court. Court means before me, rather. Attendance of person and examining them on oath. You would have seen in the movies, no? They'll put Bible, Bhagavad Gita, and all that, Quran, and then say you have to oath, take it on oath. So that it's like that. Inspection of any books, registers, and documents kept at any place is what they say. You can, check that. These are the powers of the civil court. So they have asked this also. You should be very careful what they are asking. Duties of the officers during inspection is different from duties of officers during investigation. So clearly we should see what they are asking. But in inspection it is 207. So these are the small pointers that I want to share because they will get confused. If you write for investigation, we'll lose marks. Those points are similar. Some extra points will be there which we will miss out. Powers of civil court also. The civil court powers are generally same for everybody. Then, after doing all these things, he has to send a report under 208. The registrar or inspector shall submit under the Companies Act. An inspection person who does the inspection is called inspector. A person who does investigation is called investigator. Wrong, inspector. Everybody is called inspector. So we should be careful. There is nothing called investigator. Just because the law uses the word inspector, don't think it's inspection. It can be investigation also. So you should be careful. There is no separate word called investigator actually. For this inspection and investigation. Only SFIO people are called investigators. So we should see carefully. SFIO is 212. But there are other sections 210, 213, 216, 219. These people are called inspectors only. So inspection report 208. I should give an inspection report in writing to the central government. And such report with recommendation of further investigation. This also they had given one in the MCQ. Imagine the inspector's report should be given to dash central government, second one company, third both A and B, fourth none of these. Central government only. No copy to be given to company. These are the minute points they can ask in the exam, MCQs. Inspection report constitutes confidential official record of the central government. SFIO report can be given to company, central government, anybody. What do you think? Central government, SFIO report can be accessed by anybody, central government, company, none of these. Anybody, imagine, that is one deadly point. Generally, none of these inspection reports are given. But SFIO report, there's a departure from the criminal procedure code. SFIO report can be accessed by anybody. You can go and apply to the court, you can get the SFIO report. That's why if you see all these ILFS case, all these are SFIO cases. All papers have published everything about the report because its report is available. That's a departure from the CPC, Criminal Procedure Code, and Civil Procedure Code as well. Yes. And the privilege can be claimed in courts for non-production. Even the court demands also, I can say, no, I will not give. I will not give. It's a confidential document. So you will not get access to this at all. Now, the thing is, when the inspector goes to the particular place, if he feels that the books will be, sort of altered by that person, the books will completely be secreted, or rather he will feel that the books will be destroyed, or any item will be destroyed. Can he seize the books? Yes. What's the difference between seize and confiscation? Taking possession is when I am going on the road without helmet, Mama will take away my keys. That is seizure or confiscation? Seize or confiscate? Seize. Seize only. Seize is taking away the possession. Confiscation is taking over ownership. If you write reverse, gone. Marks gone. So please ensure that you write C. Sir, confiscation I didn't know only. So what? I will not write that. So only I'll write C's. But for confiscation, you cannot write C's. Right? In PMLA, confiscation and all is there. So we should, these words are only the most important things when for an examiner. Simple. So many times we lose marks because we don't write those perfect words. Especially like this, discovery and production, summoning and forcing, examining on oath, all that we have to write. So here, keywords again, registrar or inspector, he has reasonable ground to believe that the books and papers of the company are likely to be, see, these are the keywords, destroyed, like completely destroyed. Mutilate means, sort of beyond recognition, completely, charred or burn it, whatever. Altered, falsified means, false entries, etc. Change it. Secreted means he'll hide it off somewhere. So destroyed, mutilated, altered, falsified, secreted. Then, once they had asked a question, one of the the ROC got a report at 10 a.m. This was an exam question, not kidding. 10:30 he reached that particular place and he sees the records. Yes, so is it valid or not? Invalid, because the answer is this, most important, should obtain an order from special court. Obtain an order from special court. The SFIO inspector got a report at 10:30, went and seized it. He can do it. This fellow cannot do. SFIO has special powers. SFIO doesn't require special court approval, whereas this guy requires special court. So these are the minute points in this chapter which we generally miss out. So this is very important. 4 marks question, 2-3 times asked. You should write the full thing and of course this. And since the order was not obtained, that entire seizure was invalid. Enter and seize, search the place and seize the books. Company to take copies of such books. Custody of papers, how many days he will keep? 180 days from the date of seizure. 180 days from the date of seizure. Can it be extended? How many days? Further 180 days. Definitely can be extended for a further period of 180 days. So yes, it can be 180 plus 180. The registrar or inspector may call for the books and papers once again if needed. So this custody of books also is important because they will ask you custody of books in investigation. In investigation, it can be taken over for how long? 180. 180 plus 90. 365 till the conclusion of investigation. Yeah, actually, we'll see. It's actually till the conclusion of investigation. So basically, what I'm trying to tell is these things only MCQ questions they keep on asking. So 180 days from the date of seizure you can keep. That's all regarding inspection. Very simple it is. The 3 types of inspection are there, honestly speaking: scrutiny inquiry inspection route, complaint inquiry inspection route, CG direction inspection route, and all the other things. Duties are there, then 208 to 209, all that. Now, based on this 208 report, obviously, next part of the story is what? If the central government feels that this requires further in-depth analysis, you can go for investigation. So this is one of the routes. 208 is one of the routes for investigation. So inspection is done, then one of the routes, here it comes. Investigation. Investigation 210 into the affairs of the company. Then 212 SFIO. 213 companies affairs in other cases. 216 into the ownership of the company. 219 investigation into the related affairs, affairs of related companies. The best part or worst part of investigation is they will not give which section. We need to figure out which section. That yes, thank you. We just started today. Day has just begun. Yes. So if you see, that's the main tricky part of this area. They will not give which section. We need to figure out. So by seeing some keywords, we can figure out. We'll see. SFIO though very easy. They'll give SFIO directly. But other things though it's little problematic. We have to see the keywords. But if nothing is given, what will I follow? 210. This is if absolutely no indication in the question, means I have to follow 210. Because 210 doesn't have any reasons as such. 212, they'll only give you SFIO. 213, 216, 219, based on the keywords, you need to decide which section they are asking. We will see that, no problem. First, 210, investigation into the affairs of the company. 4 marks question they asked, central government, is it mandatory for them to investigate once they get a report? No, that was a 4 mark question. But if the CG orders, yeah, this was a question. So if, or not CG, if the tribunal orders, CG only has to do investigation. If the tribunal orders, yes, compulsory. So if you see, that's why I've given it in, highlighted here. The central government may order. It is discretionary. The central government may order an investigation. These are the routes, by the way. These are the routes. First one, on receipt of the report 208. First route. First route. You get the report, immediately you feel, no, this is some, major kirik here. So I will do the investigation. Second, on intimation of, this is special resolution can be passed. Shareholders can come together. So shareholders will call an EGM. Can shareholders requisition an EGM? Yes. Under section 100, shareholders can requisition an EGM. Shareholders will ask the board to call a meeting. Board will not call because they know that they are investigating against them only. So can shareholders themselves call? Yes. Under section 100, there is a provision where the shareholders themselves can hold and call a meeting. That they can do. So intimation or special resolution passed that the affairs of the company ought to be investigated. Or third one, in public interest. Public interest again is not defined anything. So generally it is 300, 400, 500, 1000, 200 crores and all is nothing, guys. It's peanuts. So when in that particular raw financials case, we went to the police officer, the branch there. That fellow said, how much amount? He said, sir, around, this client is 1 crore. He started laughing. Correct? He said, 1 crore, I am handling, that time this, what is that fellow man? Mining baron. That Reddy, Janardhan Reddy. That fellow's case was going on. He's like, there 10,000 crore cases going on. You are coming for bloody 1 crore. He laughed at us. No choice. He literally laughed at us. So if you see, public interest and all is not this. Even if it is 200, 300 crore, they will not care. So it is 1,000, 2,000. Your ILFS is 96,000 crore. Where is 1 crore compared to 96,000 crore? So public interest depends on the facts of the case. And also if you have some pull, even Rahul Dravid got duped in Vikram investment scam. He lost some 20 crore. So overall there in Vikram investments, I think 500 crore was the loss. So the investigation was ordered because of the people involved. You and I and all, if we go, what they'll open investigation. Right? So if you see, nothing. Public interest again depends on the facts of the case. So these are the 3 routes where central government may order investigation. But where such an order is passed by a court or the tribunal, then the central government shall order investigation. So investigation here can come, one is discretionary, one is mandatory. Under discretionary, 3 items. Mandatory, 1 item. So this, obviously, these things they keep asking. Now, what are the reasons for investigation? Not given anywhere. So I'll just have just few reasons I'll tell you. These are some of the reasons basically. No need to write down and all, just for your information. Misstatement in prospectus, fraudulent inducement to invest, acquisition of securities is done in a fraudulent way. They have not furnished any books of accounts. They are not allowing me to inspect the books of accounts. They have removed, or the auditors have completely resigned, saying that we do not want to carry on the business, auditing activity, all these things. So anyway, these are some of the reasons. So intimation of a special resolution passed that the affairs ought to be investigated. That now, the thing is, if for example, if the shareholders are passing a special resolution, should they also give a deposit? Yes. What if it's some false, allegation? Yes, they have to give. A security deposit of 25,000 may have to be borne by the applicant. So that also they allow. Security deposit dash 25,000. Who should pay? Applicant. Will it be reimbursed? When? Yes, that is the key word. If prosecution happens, then that 25,000 will be reimbursed to you. Later we'll see. The security deposit of 25,000 may have to be borne by the applicant only. Yes, shall be refunded if the investigation results in prosecution. These are all some small hidden points. So this is regarding 210. So if nothing is given in the question, then obviously you should go to 210. If absolutely nothing is given, then it comes to 210. 212 is almost same as 210. But the only difference is monetary limits. So monetary limits is high here. So apart from these three same things, it can also be through an order by central government or a government department. They will say, sir, let's open SFIO proceedings. SFIO was an organization which was sleeping all this while until 2014, 2016 onwards, it started getting activated. And then now it has become a full force by itself. And even as chartered accountants, you guys can also work in SFIO. Imagine being an investigator. Superb. So you can work there also. And I told this in one of the classes. So two of the students went and applied also. As interns, they got also. So two students from Kerala had come. They just wanted to try and they applied and they got. They worked for 2 months there as interns. They said they learned a lot. So it is nice. You can be an intern also, or of course after CA you can join this investigation wing as well. It's a government job obviously, but of course you will get a lot of exposure and you can investigate various companies, which shall be refunded to the applicant if the investigation results in prosecution. Now investigation, if you see, it's the same. You see here 1, 2, 3, same reasons as this. So the difference between 210 and 212 would be the monetary limits. This will really include huge sums of money in thousands of crores of rupees. The central government may, by an order, assign the investigation based on monetary limit to institution called SFIO, Serious Fraud Investigation Office, and its director SFIO, and may designate inspector. Here also they are using the word inspector, but in some 1 or 2 cases they have used investigator, but let's keep it inspector only for the purpose of such investigation. Same on the receipt of report. So rather than going to 210, since the amount is huge, let's go to 212 or special resolution, third public interest, or one extra thing here, request from any department of the central government or state government. So the forest department will say, look into this timber smuggling, please go into it. Yes, so SFIO will come into the picture. The moment SFIO takes up, all other investigations will stop. So no other investigating agency by central government or state government shall proceed with the investigation. The SFIO shall submit its report to the central government. The company and its officers and employees shall be responsible to provide all information. Report will be submitted to central government. Access anyone by applying to the court. All that we'll see again. Don't worry. The SFIO shall submit its report to the central government. And this is very, very important, guys. Arrest and prosecution 2-3 times asked. Similar provisions is there in PMLA also, section 45. Offence is cognizable, only section in the entire Companies Act where the offence is a cognizable offence. Means what? Can arrest without warrant, and it is non-bailable. So no warrant needed. They can just go in and arrest that guy without warrant, and it is non-bailable. Now, point number 2 is a very, very deadly provision. It has to be understood in the right way. Accused shall be released on bail or on his bond only if both the conditions are satisfied. So general rule in Criminal Procedure Code, if you are an accused, can you get a bail? Yes, you can. What should you prove? You should just prove that you are not a flight risk. Means what? You will not run away. That's all. Everybody will get bail. So generally in all cases you will get bail. Even in narcotic, drug, psychotropic substances, if you can prove that you are not a flight risk, you will get bail. Aryan Khan example, he got bail proving that he was not a flight risk. But just that released on bond means what? Every Friday, every Saturday, you have to go sign saying that I have not run away, sir. Like that. That fellow got excused for that also. Correct? Correct, because of good behavior, right? Yeah. He got, what do you say, exempt from that also. No need of signing also. Very simple. Correct. He was innocent, no. His father and all is very innocent. So yes, so basically he got the, what do you say? Yeah, it's fine. But basically he got the exemption. That is the meaning of signing on his own bond. Means you have to go and sign every week. That is normal rule, no problem. This is very dangerous. Here it is a complete departure from criminal procedure code. It is never like this anywhere except two places. One is PMLA and one more is this section. So what does this say? The public prosecutor has been given an opportunity to oppose the application. Public prosecutor is working for the government. Is working for the government. So in that case, Rao Financials, public prosecutor was the lawyer from the police side. So basically 14 days there will be something called this police custody. Police custody. You would have watched in the movies, no? That fellow will be dangling from below. Police officer will come, first he'll remove his shirt. So his banyan, either banyan advertisement or six-pack advertisement will be there. Then they will hit properly, put chili everywhere, all that you would have seen. So that is called 14 days. Only in movies, in real life it will not happen all those things. They'll do proper investigation. So 14 days. After 14 days, ideally speaking, they should continue in police custody. More information should be given. But they will go to a hearing there. In the hearing, the judge will say, ask the police's lawyer, that is public prosecutor, or state's lawyer, you want this fellow to remain with you or shall I send him to jail? That jail is called judicial custody. Judicial custody, full protection. Free, roti, kapda, makan, no problem. You can chill there. No tension. So that is until the trial goes on, you can chill there in jail. And even the police, if they want to question you, they have to seek permission from the court. So it's difficult. So police would want you to be with them only, so that they can investigate further. So the public prosecutor should always fight for what? Police custody. Extension. You will see the news, you will understand. Chanda Kochar, her CBI custody extends by 10 more days, 15 more days, 20 more days. Aryan Khan also, CBI custody extended by 10 days, 15 days. So it didn't go to judicial custody. It remained in what? Police custody. So now in that Rao Financials case, what happened? This fellow, they paid off that police's lawyer only. They said 20,000 I'll pay, don't come to the meeting only, don't come to the hearing. So he didn't come to the hearing. What happened? This Alok Agarwal, he went to judicial custody, fully protected he was. Bail you can get immediately if you prove that you are not a flight risk. So he got bail in some 1 week. The moment you go into judicial custody, you will get bail easily. Sometimes without going to jail, knowing that you will arrest me, I can get bail. That is called anticipatory bail. These things we should know, basic stuff that we should know. Why I am telling you all this in a revision session is, here it is important. It's completely different. Here, first of all, public prosecutor has been given an opportunity to oppose the application for such release. Okay. And where the public prosecutor opposes the application, the public prosecutor says, no sir, he cannot go to judicial custody, let him be here only. The court should be satisfied that there are reasonable grounds for believing that he is not guilty of such offense. Very, very dangerous line. Forget about flight risk. Before even the trial, you have to prove your innocence. It is a highly unconstitutional section. This also, 45 also. But it is still there, very dangerous. So under this and section 45 PMLA, what? You have to prove before even the trial that you are reasonably, the judge should feel you are not guilty. Very, very dangerous. So you should write like this only. It is not about flight risk, not about anything, not the usual. So it's a huge departure from criminal procedure code. Huge departure. Completely unconstitutional. You have to prove that you are not guilty. When I say reasonable grounds for believing, it's almost like proving only. Before the trial only, you should prove that you are not guilty. And then it is not likely to commit any offense while on bail. This part is normal. Everywhere you are not a flight risk, you will not commit offense. That's okay. But this is a most deadly sentence. However, normal rule, whatever I told, no, flight risk rule, that will apply for these cases. If you are under the age of 16 years. Second, woman. Third, sick or infirm. You are in the ICU. Correct, you are incapacitated. In that case, there is no point in, the first rule. This is the dangerous rule. This is a normal rule. So here, he may be released on bail if the special court so direct. Special court feels that, yes. Once I asked in the exam, Mrs. Reema or whatever name I forgot, 32-year-old lady, or Miss Preeti question it is. Mrs. Preeti or Miss Preeti, a 32-year-old lady. Obviously, Mrs. Preeti means 32-year-old lady only. But why they asked to confuse you? Is it 16-year-old lady? So that's why the main here is or. Correct? 16 years, even if he is a, male, no problem. That's what. That is to confuse they have given. Right? So when I say 32-year-old lady, then full confusion. Was it 16-year-old lady? It'll happen. In the exam, it'll happen. You wouldn't have touched law on, for so long. That's why. That's why these are some of the hidden points is what I want to tell. Under the age of 16 years or a woman. So many people in the, later the institute used to release before that what are the mistakes made by students. In that comments that mentioned that many people had written, it should be a 16-year-old woman. So that's why it happens. Fourth paper it is, you wouldn't have studied law for so long. First of all, this chapter nobody studies. On top of that, here you would have simply saw a 16-year-old woman like that, you would have studied and gone. That's the problem. It is 16 years or woman or sick or infirm. 16-year-old sick woman and all don't write. Right? It is all or. It is all or. May be released on bail if the special court so directs. The special court shall take cognizance of any offence. Yesterday I told you, normal court will take cognizance based on what? Written complaint by ROC, shareholder and by SEBI. Like that here, special court also will take cognizance. Not by newspaper report. It is by director SFIO or officer of the central government authorized by the general or special order. Then the arrest provisions that ask for 4 marks once, this part. Arrest provisions. So when can you arrest the person? The officer not below the rank of assistant director of SI has reason to believe that any person has been guilty of any offence punishable herein may arrest such person. Inform him of the grounds for such arrest. So when you arrest him, you should inform him why you are arresting him. You would have watched in the English movies, no? Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything that you tell will be used against you in court of law. In India, that is in India. In India, it's different. But there you have to read the rights. Here also you have to read the rights. Rights is what? Inform him of the grounds for arrest. Movies and all don't watch, guys. All nonsense they show there. Right? So if you see, inform him of the grounds. You have to tell him why you are arresting. That's the most important thing. Within 24 hours. Produced and within 24 hours. After arresting, within 24 hours, produced to a special court. Produced to a special court is what they are trying to tell. Right? Your office is near, you arrested him near the airport. Now you have to take him to Electronic City. Bangalore to traffic. Correct? No shortcut, everything road is closed. In the traffic only are stuck 20 hours. I'm not joking, that is also there. What? Yeah, that travel time is not counted. There's some Bangalore fellow only lawmaker. Yes. So travel time not counted. So travel time is not counted. Just for your information. 24 hours is excluding travel time. Yes. Special court or judicial magistrate or metropolitan magistrate depending on where you are. So that is what it is. Simple. On the receipt of the investigation report, CG may direct the SFIO to initiate prosecution. Other things will happen now. 447, all those things will come against the company and its officers. The moment it happens, prosecution happens. If a special resolution had been passed initially for investigation, 25,000 rupees deposit, that will be refunded. Otherwise, it can be frivolous applications also. Company did not pay dividends, so I'll put investigation letter. That's why 25,000. Though it's a small amount actually for all the shareholders put together, but still, it is initiate prosecution. When I initiate prosecution, and if I come to know that you have taken money fraudulently, I can ask you to refund that money. I can take over your personal assets also. That is called disgorgement. Legally mandated repayment of fraudulent gains made by directors or officers. Disgorgement. Once or twice asked in the exam. Disgorgement is a relatively new section. 2017-18 it came. Disgorgement. Legally mandated repayment of fraudulent gains. What is disgorgement? See the chart. Disgorgement can be based on SFIO report or it can be based on other report. This report of inspector, this is in other cases. Which cases? 210, 213, 216, 219, those cases. This is 212 report. Based on SFIO inspector, based on report by inspection other than SFIO. If the field director or KMP or officer has taken undue advantage or benefit in terms of what? Cash, asset or property. Before the investigation only, he has taken away some assets in his name. He has hoarded cash, company's cash. CG will apply to the tribunal and the tribunal will order for disgorgement. Ask them to refund. Plus personal liability. They have to pay each and every rupee back. That is called disgorgement. The disgorgement is applicable both for SFIO and other than SFIO cases also. This they had asked once in the exam for 4 marks. Apart from that, they can also ask you other things. So cash, asset, property. These are all the keywords. Just write the keywords, you will get the marks. And underline those keywords, that's all. 10 minutes he will take to evaluate. In that only whatever you have underlined, he will check. That's it. Legally mandated repayment. So that is regarding 210, 212. 213. If they have asked you anything relating like this, then automatically it is 213. Or anything this here, any of these dialogues, then it is, from here, first one, full. Then it is what? 213. So you should look out in the question what they are. If they have not given anything, 210. You simply say the company special resolution they pass for investigation, then 210. But if they say 100 members have applied, then it is 213. So minimum 100 members or 1/10 of the voting power. Minimum 100 members or 1/10 of voting power. 3 people have 11% voting power. Can they apply? Yes. Because it says minimum 100 or anybody having 1/10 of the voting power. Company having no share capital, minimum 1/5 of the members. Application must be supported by evidence here. Simply you can't make application, it has to have hardcore evidence. In 210 need not be. In 210 need not be. It's just a special resolution, mind you. These are all minute differences, small differences. So in the question, if they ask you minimum 100 have applied, 110 have applied, or 11% fellows have applied, then with evidence, yes, it should come here. Or if they ask you, this is, normal. Tribunal may also order. What are the circumstances under which these things? Business of the company is being conducted with an intent to defraud its creditors, members, or any other person. Then this is the thing. It is intention itself is to defraud the creditors. There was one, you ask your parents in Bangalore, there used to be a Shastri called Viniving Shastri. Vidyaranyapuram, he was the priest, main priest in a temple. He created a chit fund business called Viniving. That's why his name is Viniving Shastri. Your parents will know. In the 90s it was. So that fellow took money from all these middle class, lower middle class people and escaped. 20 crore that time. 1990s 20 crore scam. 7 years later he was found in Goa. Spiritual activities. Guru, no? Yeah, priest. So then they investigated. Why the hell did you start the company? Did you get greedy later or you intended only to defraud? He told, no sir, my intention only was to defraud. The intention why I started the chit fund business also was to take the first, have the trust. First of all, they trusted me because I was a priest. Man of God. So, first of all, they trusted me because of that. Second, of course, because intention itself was that. So, if those company made a huge company, 20 crore, that scam at that value, 1990s, early 90s, huge sum, intent to defraud its creditors, members and any other person, or for a fraudulent or unlawful purpose, or in any manner oppressive to any of its members. Then persons concerned in the formation of the company is guilty of fraud, or persons concerned in the formation of the company are guilty of fraud, misfeasance or other misconduct, then I will may order investigation. Here also it is may order. They'll see the facts of the case and only decide. If you see any of these wordings in the question, they are asking you 213. Same, after giving reasonable opportunity of being heard to the party, central government shall appoint one or more competent persons as inspectors. Then it will go on, same. What are the powers of inspector? This is powers of inspector under investigation. And generally, if they ask you powers of inspector, no, normally also you can write this. Powers of inspector, whether it is inspection or investigation, you can write this. It's fine. It's the same actually. Preserve, preserve the documents. You can ask them to produce the documents. All assistance has to be given. He has a right to get all assistance from the employees. Custody of books, as I told you, this is again not investigation as a general points. 180 days plus 180 days called for if needed. Examination on oath. He can examine the oath of which one? Directors, officers, employees, and any other person also. This also we'll see. This also was an exam question. I'll show the other charts in a while. Small points, MCQ questions. Power of civil court already discussed. Same. This is one part of the story. Next, you see now, while investigating under 210, 212 or 213, while doing these investigations, if he feels, that he has to lift the corporate veil of various companies and also look into other companies, related companies. Basically, you are a director in this company. I'm investigating your company for something which was done 2 years ago. 2 years ago, one fellow was the director in your company. He also happened to be director of one more company. So can I lift the corporate veil and whichever companies you are the director of, can I investigate that also? Yes. So that's why it's very interesting to know this is a result of 210, 212, 213. 210 normal investigation, 212 SFIO, 213 tribunal, that whatever 100 members and all those things. So based on these three things, the inspector may also investigate into the affairs of the following companies. But mind you, important to know that it is prior approval of CG. A body corporate which is or which has been the company, has been the company's holding company or the company subsidiary company of the holding company. Either the holding company, subsidiary company or previous holding company. Now it's no longer holding. It used to have 51%. Now it has only 20% shareholding. I can investigate that also. Any other body corporate which is or which has been managed by a person who is the or was the MD or manager of the company. So I am investigating this company. You were an MD of this company also. You were an MD of that company also. I can investigate that company. Or any other body corporate which has been managed by the company or accustomed to act in accordance with the directions. And person who had been earlier the company's MD, whatever it is. All these companies I can investigate. But with the prior approval of the CG. 219 is not a direct investigation. 219 is a result of 210, 212, 213. So you cannot directly investigate into related companies. It should be a result of 210, 212, 213. Yes. Under investigation, however, how much can I seize? This is a different seizure. Keywords and provisions, same as 209. What? Falsified, secreted, same thing. But here, custody till the investigation is completed. For normal inspection, seizure is 180 plus 180. Here I can keep it in my custody till investigation is completed. So that is, and thereafter will return the same. So 224 is other than SFIO. Because SFIO, everything is there in the section only. If you see disgorgement, see here disgorgement. Sorry. Disgorgement also we saw no here. 224.5. This is for other than SFIO. The SFIO, everything is there only. SFIO no need to see anywhere else. His follow up on the report is other than SFIO, which means same 210, 212, 213, 216, 219. Prosecution. If guilty, criminally liable, initiate prosecution. 447. All officers, employees, agents shall be duty bound to give all assistance. Recovery of damages. The proceedings may relate to recovery of damages in respect of any fraud, misfeasance or other things. Recovery of any property of such company, body corporate which has been misapplied or wrongfully retained. I can recover everything. Central government may also apply to the tribunal for winding up of the company on just and equitable grounds. So as I told you, winding up is completely reduced to these things now. Winding up main reason was inability to pay. That entire thing has now gone to IBC. So other things like this, for example, winding up is still there only for these items. Like here, I can now order you to wind up. Make an application, or instead of winding up, let me not go for winding up. They'll also say, let me go to 241, operation and mismanagement. Let me order new management to come in. Cyrus Mistry had put a case against this also, saying that first of all he said my removal was wrong under 169. Second, he said since Shapurji Palanji has 18%, it is operation and mismanagement by Tata Sons. Third, he said, I want you to either change the directors, change the management, or I want you to go for winding up. He lost all the cases. Right? Central government can make an order if it is satisfied in any of the following circumstances. That's what business is. Same thing, same whatever we have seen before here. Similar provisions here. That is, we saw 213, right? Same things here also. You can follow up on the report. Central government can make the final order. Now, this one on the other hand, this is one more separate investigation altogether. Investigation into the ownership of the company. So this was initiated in an actual case called Rendezvous Sports Private Limited. So Rendezvous Sports Private Limited was the company which started Kochi Tuskers, correct? They and RCB have one thing in common, they have never won. Yes. So Kochi Tuskers. But Kochi Tuskers was not even there for hardly a season actually. By the time it came only, it went off. So Kochi Tuskers. So this, the allegation was that time Dr. Shashi Tharoor was the member of parliament, and because of his blessing, suddenly this company came up and they acquired Kochi Tuskers. So on the board of Rendezvous Sports Private Limited, Dr. Sunanda Pushkar was there, who happened to be Shashi Tharoor's spouse. And Sunanda Pushkar had got some disproportionate amount of shares and money and all those things. So when they tried investigating, and that money was no longer there in those bank accounts. So when they investigated that time, there were almost around 400 complex layers. They wanted to tie the entire thing to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thinking that Shashi Tharoor was actually ultimately the beneficial owner of the entire shares. So when they saw where the money was routed, complex structure of almost 400 companies was there. Investigation went on, and of course, the only person who knew the truth was Sunanda Pushkar. But as you know, she was, she died. So it was ruled as a suicide later. It was proven that Shashi Tharoor was not guilty of this. He was exonerated, right? And Sunanda Pushkar obviously passed away. But the thing is, this investigation, was still going on, complex layer, because of which 216, was invoked. Apart from that, government made two changes. One is 2 clause 87, layers. One holding company can have maximum 2 layers of subsidiary. And more importantly, again 186, which we saw yesterday. In 186, they said, here you have many investment companies, if they are there, maximum there should be 2 layers. So company 1, company 2, in that 2 layers of investment companies must be there. So all these changes can. And apart from that, section 89 and 90 also was strengthened. That is called significant beneficial owner of Companies Act. It's an inter. So now if Shashi Tharoor is the beneficial owner of shares as of today, Shashi Tharoor himself has to declare that he is a beneficial owner. If he doesn't declare, prosecution and other provisions under section 90. So that is the provision. Anyway, in 216, I can now lift the corporate veil of all these 400 companies. Ultimately to check what? To check who is the beneficial owner. This is a different type of investigation. 216, investigation into the ownership of the company. The central government may appoint inspectors to investigate and report on the membership of any company and other matters relating to the company. The investigation may be ordered by CG suo motu, that is voluntary, or receipt of a complaint, or if the tribunal declares that investigation is necessary under this section. Mind you, 219 is not linked to this. 219 is only as a result of what? 210, 212, 213. Why 216 is not there? 216 anyway involves all those things, no? 216 involves 219. What is 219? Investigation to related companies. 216 is that only. I'm lifting the corporate veil of all the companies to reveal who's the real owner. So if they ask any dialogues like this, who was financially interested in the success or failure, to understand the true persons who were able to control or materially influence the policy, or who have or had beneficial interest in the shares of the company, or who have or had beneficial owners, been beneficial owners or significant beneficial owners. Again, after demonetization, Companies Amendment Act 2017 found there are many such people controlling companies. Hence, they inserted this provision. These are all the questions that they can be asked. Apart from that, if I know that you own shares and you are the main culprit, and before I can catch you, you are going to sell the shares. Even though it's a public company, what are the shares? Freely transferable. Can I impose restrictions on the transfer? Basically, can I freeze the shares? Yes, that is section 222. During investigation, if I feel you're going to sell the shares or you're going to claim any extra benefit, your shares I can freeze. Where in connection with an investigation under 216, when I'm doing 216, that is, all this ownership of the company when I'm figuring out, then, or a complaint made by a person in this behalf, the tribunal feels that more information is needed about the securities, whether already issued or to be issued. The tribunal may order, impose restrictions until facts are ascertained. What are the restrictions? These are the unissued shares shall not be issued. No voting right shall be exercised in respect of those shares. Transfer of shares shall be void. No right share shall be issued. All these deadly points. It is taking away the power of a public company actually, but you can do it. Except in liquidation, no payment shall be made on the shares by way of dividend, capital or otherwise. Nothing. No payment to that shares at all. Freeze. Now in MCQ, this freezing will happen for dash. MCQ question, 3 years. Up to 3 years. Up to 3 years. This can happen up to 3 years. Freezing of securities is one part. Freezing of assets also is possible. That is next one, 221. Freezing of assets of the company on inquiry and investigation. Application by CG makes a reference to tribunal or creditor having, so basically application by either a CG, it will make a reference to the tribunal, or it can be applied by even a creditor having 1 lakh rupees outstanding, or any other person, or any complaint made by any of those people, made by below these people. So if a member having share capital, how much? Minimum 100 or 1/10 members, whichever is less. Minimum 100 or 1/10 of the members, not 1/10 of the voting power, mind you. 1/10 of the members. If there are 1 lakh, then 10,000 or 100, whichever is less. That is one part. Or anybody having 10% of the issued capital. Interesting to know, not paid up, but it is issued. Which means it cannot be unpaid, calls have to be made. Company doesn't have any share capital, 1/5 of total member. So for freezing of assets, it has to be applied by these many people. 4 marks once they had asked. Who all shall apply? One is CG, they will on a reference by the tribunal, or creditor or any other person, or member. Which member? 100 members or 1/10. This is more of memory, unfortunately, but you have to remember 10% of the issued share capital. And if the tribunal has reasonable ground to believe that the removal, disposal of, it is funds, assets and property, movable or immovable, whatever it is. PFA, property, funds, assets, of the company is likely to take place in a manner that is prejudicial to the interest. Basically, they are going to sell it off if you feel so. It may by order direct such transfer, removal or disposal shall not take place. For how many years? 3 years. 3 years. Securities is different, assets are different. For assets, application is needed. Securities application is not such, it's not needed because the tribunal only if they feel they can do so. So there are minute differences. This also is important. 2-3 times I have asked in the exam. Investigation is happening. One employee, I'll call the employee and say, if you open your mouth, right, I'm gonna handle this the entire investigation. Don't worry. If you open your mouth, then I will demote you, throw you out. So basically, guys, it's all, if you're already comfortable in a job, ultimately we all join employment because of what? Security, right? Job security and money. So what I am doing here, there is no security. But for me, the grass is always greener on the other side. For you, grass is always green. You will tell full stadium is here. Everything is green. But I will say that for you, it's always like that. So if an employee is like that, no, the person will come and tell, if you leave, I know your mindset. You have so many liabilities. I know you have taken so many loans. If you do this, I'll ensure you will not get a job anywhere because I have connects in the entire industry. Like that, if I tell, obviously he will not tell. But still, if he tells that, there is protection for him. If the employee of the company under investigation makes a disclosure during the course of the investigation, they are protected against any of these things. Dismissal. Dismissal is, of course, throwing him out of the company. Discharge. Discharge of duties is, temporary suspension. Discharge. You are no longer needed in this. If especially these engineers, project, etc. is going on, they'll remove them from the project and they'll put them on the bench. If you are on the bench, amount is lesser anyway. Next, removal also. Complete removal. There is minor difference between dismissal and removal. All that will not get into it. A reduction in rank, demotion. Reduction in rank. Also I can do. If such employee are so removed, now the best part is, what is the protection? The company must obtain NCLT approval. So within 30 days, actually 30 days, 30 days, and I should send a notice and the tribunal should reply within 30 days. Basically, that's the rule. Once they asked a question, this was an actual question. On January, the dates I don't remember, but it was January, February. January 5th, application was made to the tribunal asking, I want to remove this guy. Basically, employer, if he wants to remove any employee, he should send a request to the tribunal. So on January 5th, the request was made by the employer to throw out an employee. On February 28th, correct, the company, without waiting for the tribunal's reply, threw the employee out. Valid, invalid? Valid. Imagine. Here, silence by the tribunal is acceptance. Correct? Silence by the tribunal is acceptance. That is the most important point. The tribunal has any objection to the proposed action, it must send a notice within 30 days. If the tribunal does not respond within 30 days, company may proceed to take action. This is important, 4 marks question. Silence by tribunal is equal to acceptance. Correct? Silence by the tribunal is acceptance. But if they say, no, you should not remove him, then the company can go to appellate tribunal. Appellate tribunal also said, no, you cannot remove. Can I go to Supreme Court? No. If you see, the final authority is appellate tribunal. Generally, you will feel that employees are always protected, and if the reply is not given by tribunal, you cannot say, no, you have to wait for the reply. Tribunal will take time. So many cases are pending in India. No. 30 days is the time. Silence is acceptance. These tricky areas they are testing because we will never study this and go. So I have tried to include everything in this. Now, can I go to a legal advisor and say you should disclose everything? Tell me. what all your client has done. Client is the company. So can the investigator go to the legal advisor and ask? No. Sorry? Yeah, attorney-client privilege. So law is one of the most powerful areas, correct, of practice. So if you see, this section grants professional immunity to legal advisors and bankers. A legal advisor is not bound to disclose any privileged communication made to him. If you go to him and ask, tell me about the client, you'll just tell the name and the address, which anyway you will know. That's it. That is what? Name and address of the client. Can I go to a banker and ask for bank statement? Can I ask for bank statement? So you can ask, he'll not give. But what I'm asking is, can he give? Should he give? Should he give? Yes. He can give the bank statements. But can I ask other people also related to that? No. Next line. Banker of a company is not required to disclose any information except information about the company and the related companies under investigation if he is owning those banks. What I'm saying is, other than where the money is transferred to there, if it's not related company. Related company is already what we have seen. If it is unrelated company, some random company, then can I go and investigate those things also? No. From the banker, can I ask for bank statements? No. Foreign companies, it will apply. So if you see examination on oath here, this also MCQ that asks who all you can examine on oath. 210, 212, 213, 216, 219. Employees, officers and agents, including former officers, employees, agents, I can do. No permission needed to examine on oath. Can I investigate or can I examine on oath the people in the company right opposite? The building, there's one more building opposite. They have taken the CCTV footage, etc. Now I want to examine them also on oath. I examine the watchman right in front. Can I do that? Yes, I can. If it is 200 if all any other sections, 210, 213, 214, 219, so it's 216 here, change it. 210, 213, 216, 219, CG permission is needed. This was an MCQ question. This also. Other than, see here, no permission needed, guys. Their own employees, their own officers, their own agents, no permission. Other than these people. In other cases, CG. In SFIO case, Director SFIO. Director SFIO. Then expenses on investigation. Again, MCQ they had asked. Apart from MCQ, normal 4 marks also they had asked. If investigation is ordered by CG, and I already told you the applicant has to give 25,000, it will be refunded. Other than these cases, when central government themselves are going ahead based on tribunal order, etc., all the tribunal also can order, no, for me to investigate. Then who will pay? Central government only has to pay. Central government will pay all the expenses. Defrayed means they will spend. The best part is, if tribunal has ordered me to investigate, I will pay. Central government will start the investigation. But once it results in prosecution, can I take reimbursement from the person who was convicted? Yes, that's the best part. So you only have to pay for your conviction, the entire process of your conviction. So if is convicted, then if 224, that action is taken, he has to pay for it. Or company or body corporate, it will become a first charge on the property. When the property is sold, first rupee will go to what? Investigation expenses. If any of these things are not there, if investigation did not result in any prosecution, whoever had applied initially, they only have to do so. Then in MCQ, they asked about the access to the investigation report. As I told you, for 212 SFIO, who can access? Any person. It is also a huge departure from the Criminal Procedure Code. How can they do it? Apply to the court. Other than SFIO cases, apply to CG. Who can do it? Members, creditors, any person whose interest is likely to get affected. Means I am going for a merger now. and I'm merging with your company and there's an investigation going on. I need to know what is the final report status, because my interest will likely to get affected there, because if without investigation or without seeing the report, if I merge, it will be a problem. So that is what this entire section says. So in this area, I've covered almost everything. Beyond this, there's nothing they can ask actually. Every single nook and corner of smaller points are covered. So from these areas, this till whatever we did now for an hour, this will come for 4 marks. Regularly asked in the exam, something or the other will come, MCQ or normal question. Apart from that, the next area is, this is from this area, compromise, arrangement and amalgamation. So from here, 4 marks will come generally. This is also very simple. 4 marks will come from here. Here 4 marks, here 4 marks, and then operation, mismanagement, class action suit, 4 marks. Minimum. It can be 4 to 6. Minimum I am saying 4. So every single time, only cluster 1 to 5 don't study and go. These are also very, very important. And at least in economic law, at least study PMLA, FCRA and IBC. It cannot be missed only. See, FEMA, the thing is, generally whatever you study, only 4 marks will come. Sometimes, they may ask little higher, 6 marks, but the thing is, FEMA is huge, correct? FEMA is so much to study for just 4 marks. Whereas these areas are like FCRA is so easy, it's like hardly anything, but 100% question. So you have to be smart. Arbitration conciliation is there, it's very simple, 3 marks. So you have to be smart while studying. Hard work is one part, smart studying is also one thing. Like FEMA, even if they are 7 marks, I'm just saying, it's fine. Rather than studying 150 pages for 7 marks, there is no point. I'm not saying leave FEMA, just read the important areas and go. That's what I'm trying to tell. Don't skip it. Please don't skip it. But you should just browse through. If you have the time, please study. But if you don't have the time, you cannot sit and study everything. Now it can come for 10 marks also. I'm just saying. But what I'm trying to tell is, it is better to put your, bet on other areas, because those are short areas. Then FEMA. FEMA generally 4 marks. Now this institute will be like, okay, let's go all out on FEMA this time. 10 marks. I'm just saying. But still, I would still put my bet on other things. It's all about being smart in CA, not hard work. Hard work is needed. Only hard work means we are like donkeys. Donkeys will not reach anywhere. We have to be smart. We should be like a racehorse. We should be very smart and calculative while studying. Not missing anything, not skipping anything, but being smart in studies. That's how we clear the CA exam. Otherwise, it's difficult. Keep on doing the same hard work, then telling that we will not be passing only. That's the problem. So compromise, couple of points and we'll take a break. So this compromise, arrangement and amalgamation. Compromise, arrangement, amalgamation, 100% question will come, undoubtedly. You take any paper, every paper there's a question on this area. So even inspection investigation also same. In MCQ they keep on asking. Compromise, arrangement, amalgamation. Compromise means what? What's the difference between compromise and arrangement? So basically business operates in a very dynamic environment, especially after COVID. Many companies which were doing really well shut shop. Now COVID was a reminder that we should always be grounded and proactive, of course, and always be grounded. We should not fly thinking that we are the only business which will run, because that was what happened to tour agencies. They thought they owned the world. World only shut down, right? Unfortunately. So the thing is, that is the problem, that all the tour companies shut down miserably. I'm handling one IBC case now of a tour agency, tour company. They were minting crores of rupees. Now they have around 70-80 crore loan unpaid. Arrest warrant and all has been released in Kolkata. Correct? Arrest warrant has been released by an NBFC against the directors. So dangerous it is, right? And that fellow has no job now, because that was the only thing that now slowly picking up. But then, of course, what is the point? Then that is one part. On the other hand, there are other companies that are not at all doing well, suddenly started minting money. So my friend in Gujarat, his father owned for 25 years, he owned a factory which never made any money. In 2020, he made so much money which will last for 10 generations. That was manufacturing of gloves and syringes. He had some small orders, but after that he started exporting also to other countries. So he is now minting money. So yes, whatever you feel that would never work suddenly will work. So that is why business is always very, very dynamic. Compromise arrangement and amalgamation is separate. This compromise arrangement is something which we always need to look for. Compromise is what? The moment there is any, problem that can happen. So, for example, that COVID, where I was not able to pay funds, then I will enter into a compromise, mutual concession. I will speak to the creditor and say, boss, look, I'm not able to pay. That's an, because before that even happens, before even, you're not able to pay, before any dispute arises, if I sit across the table, discuss, negotiate, then everything in life can be, what do you say, solved using communication. So if you say that, see, it's not going to work, let me please, what do you say, have this arrangement with you. Like we had a reading room. We have a reading room still. So it is, the thing is, it's just around 50 meters down. So there we started with full Josh, November 2019 or December 19, January 1st, 2020, we opened with full Josh. House full in 2 months, lockdown. So student said, sir, we said you take refund, no problem, or you wait for this thing to end, then whatever this credit, whatever 3 months you bought, we will extend it that time, your wish. So some of them took refund, some of them, so, and that, Malleshwaram area rent, I don't have to tell you also. So that rent, we, did it in 1 month actually, that entire library, and then reading room. And then I actually requested the owner, ma'am, now gone. Everyone, all students have left, 3 months. So please, before even any dispute happens between us, you will tell you didn't pay only. I don't have money to pay, honestly, because this is separate, this business is separate, that business is separate. And that's not even a business because it is I could not study when I was doing CA. That's why it was my dream to open a reading room at a reasonable rate so that people can, avail the services. So because I studied in all that Jayanagar library and all that with all public around me, it was horrible. So I needed one place where you can coolly sit with calm mind and study. Of course, at a quite reasonable rate compared to Bangalore standards, so that you can study from morning till night. Food, everything is taken. More of a homely environment is what I wanted. So I started. So I said, madam, see, it's not a commercial venture. We hardly break even. You know the rent here, you know the AC rate and all. AC also, these ACs we have installed. And students, though, full 6 a.m. they want AC. And till night 11 p.m. they want, it's fine, no problem. That's why it's an AC room. So they want all ACs on at full speed and all those things. So they said, this is the rate, this is the bill, electricity bill, this is what it is, ma'am. So please, you have to take care. She was a very, very nice lady. She said, no problem. 3 months, don't pay me rent. But once you start making money, once the thing opens, this rent, I am not going to waive off the rent. But you need to pay this. 50% you pay. She actually did it. That is called arrangement. Arrangement is before that dispute happens only. If you talk with the owner and explain your side of the story, everybody will understand if you talk properly, right? So if you see, arrangement is entered to modify the rights of the party for the mutual benefit, even in the absence of dispute. Dispute has not happened. I have not that I have not paid, but I am requesting. See, this is the global phenomenon. I know that you are also dependent on this rent for your income, etc. But see, this is also the issue from my side. So let's see how we can work this out. So she said, okay, 3 months do not pay. Remaining later, I'll only take 50%, but pay 50% later once the business starts. So once it started, March, whatever, whenever the lockdown opened, and we paid her the amount, no problem. But yeah, actually, I appreciate her a lot. So she actually allowed. So that is called mutual benefit. For her also, it is a benefit because we are good, tenants, and for us also it's a benefit because she genuinely heard us out. So we will never leave that place. She also knows that. So she knows that she'll get a steady stream of income forever until it is possible for us to continue. So that's how it is, arrangement. But if there's already a dispute, I have not paid for 3-4 months. Then she is now trying to lodge a complaint, and then she says that what is this happening? Then also, rather than going to the court, it is better to sit across the table and discuss. That is called compromise. Settlement or adjustment of claims during dispute. By mutual concessions. By mutual concession. Ma'am, you have increased 10% rent. That increase 1 year is over. That increase 10% is not possible for me. Make it 5%, mutual concession. You are also getting 5% extra. Otherwise, I will leave, and I'm not threatening, but I genuinely cannot afford. So I would obviously, leave this and go. So that is what they're trying to tell. So then I'm not threatening you, but I'm not able to manage the rent. Sorry. So mutual concession. Okay, fine. Anyway, you are here. So you pay this 70%, 80%. But there's a dispute already because she's already not happy with this particular company not paying them the rent. So dispute is compromise. Arrangement is generally no dispute, but still I will make mutual concession. So it can be through anything. In business also it happens, reorganization of business, issue of shares, etc. Constant reorganization keeps on happening. You have to change with the times. So then you will enter into a scheme of compromise or arrangement. So whereby basically it's nothing but internal reconstruction. Where I have a lot of losses, your accumulated losses and all is more. So from the credit side, from the liability side, I am going to ask the people to let go of something. So shareholders will let go of something, creditors will let go of something. All whatever they have let gone, I will now put it into an account called capital reduction account. And then knock off the liabilities, knock off the fictitious assets. And then it is called, that's why it is called cleaning the balance sheet. Cleaning the balance sheet will happen via internal reconstruction. The modes of internal reconstruction itself. Internal reconstruction can happen between company and the members. It can also happen between company and the creditors. That itself is the scheme of compromise and arrangement. It could be reorganization, issue of shares, conversion of class, fresh issue, sale, lease, variation, anything for that matter. So this procedure is again very, very important, guys, because this section 230 procedure, the same procedure is like the base for merger also, amalgamation also, everything. So preparation of a scheme, company and members or any class of them, company and creditor or any class of them, both you should be prepared after taking approval of the financial institution and other shareholders. First of all, for compromise and arrangement, we require a board meeting approval. And I should inform all the stock exchanges if it's a listed company. Application should be made to the NCLT. Here NCLT is involved, National Company Law Tribunal, for convening the meetings of members and creditors. So the entire procedure I have concised and given here. So this much if you write, these are the keywords, more than sufficient. So the proposers, the entire tribunal can be the company itself, creditor, member, anybody, or where the company is being wound up, even the liquidator under the Companies Act or IBC can apply for compromise or arrangement. Application will be made to NCLT and NCLT will call a meeting. And I have to give an affidavit. Affidavit is a sworn statement. It can be used in the court of law as proof. Tomorrow, if you backtrack after swearing like this, you will be liable for perjury. Perjury means, lying under oath. So here, all the directors should give an affidavit saying that all material facts have been verified and the latest financial position of the company is correct, whatever I have disclosed, and the latest auditor's report also. And then the entire affidavit should also say that will this entire reconstruction result in reduction of the share capital. If you reduce the share capital, there is one section 66 which we need to follow. Whether that will be followed or whether NCLT procedure is deemed to include that section 66 is also which I need to see. Then the scheme of corporate debt restructuring, if I have taken, it should be consented by not less than 75% of the secured creditors in value, including these dialogues. Creditors responsibility statement, liquidity test, RBI guidelines, valuation report and all these things. So this affidavit should have all these things. So if I enter into a restructuring with my creditors, it is called as a corporate debt restructuring mechanism, where I'll go to my creditor and say, sir, instead of this 1 crore I have to pay you, why don't you take 20 lakhs worth of shares? Restructuring. So from a creditor you become a shareholder. It is called corporate debt restructuring. So I should take the responsibility statement, some money if I give, liquidity test I have to take, auditor's report should be given, all that. All that is true and correct and true and fair, I should write in the affidavit. It's a sworn statement. Then I will give notice of the meeting in form number CA. Form numbers are all not important, guys. Even if it's important, you will not remember, so leave it. So notice of the meeting in form CA1. Notice should be sent to all the creditors, all the members and debenture holders of the company. Now again they'll ask in MCQ, how? Individually. Where? Address in India? No. Address registered with the company. And along with that, certain additions, statement disclosing all the details, copy of the valuation report, and explaining the effect on creditors, KMP, promoters, telling how much they will be losing, how much you will have to send to the capital reduction account, how much pay cut the KMPs are taking, how much pay cut the MDs are taking, all those things. You see, in the mass layoffs are happening every day, correct? So the thing is, there also, even CEOs also are taking pay cuts. You would have seen, I have taken pay cut after 30%, 40% like that, you'll be seeing. Yes, all those things. Effect of compromise or arrangement on any material interest of the directors of the company or the debenture holders, on any material interests. Because what happens in this entire compromise arrangement, what would be the material effect, most important effect, all that I need to write. Of course, in regular batch, I'll show you a compromise to entire thing to understand how it works. Here it's just, these are the keywords. Then the notice should be published on the website and also sent to SEBI. And of course, a newspaper advertisement also should come. The notice shall provide that the persons may vote in the meeting either themselves or through proxies or through postal ballot within 1 month. Generally, listed companies will go through postal ballot. Postal ballot is not a... What is the difference between postal ballot and e-voting? Postal ballot is also e-voting only, but what's the difference? Yeah, in postal ballot, will you come to the meeting or it's replacement of meeting? In a normal meeting, you will come for the meeting. You can come directly or you can come via video conferencing or you can do e-voting also. Or e-voting is either email voting or the voting at the kiosks. There will be kiosks, you can vote there. Postal ballot actually is a replacement of the meeting. Instead of the meeting, the documents will be sent to your residence via post or email. You can sit in the comfort of your home and vote. The voting is deemed to be the meeting. If you see the section, you will see that the voting is deemed to be the meeting itself. So postal ballot is a replacement of the meeting. So you could do that as well. Listed companies go for postal ballot. For the adoption of compromise within 1 month. Then I will send notice to all the regulators, central government, income tax, RBI, SEBI, ROC, stock exchange, official liquidator, Competition Commission of India. If there's an arrangement between Vodafone and it's taken over by Idea, I'm just giving an example, then obviously it will include competition. So CCI, Competition Commission of India, also has to be updated. Representations will be made within 30 days. Representation will be made within 30 days by all these regulators. If there no representation is received, then no objection. The most important thing in this is point number 7. Majority of the questions come from point number 7. So procedure, fine, we know all these things. Procedure can be asked for 4 to 6 marks. But the most important examination question, if you see, is always been this. How many people will approve or sanction the scheme? It will be approved by majority of the persons representing 3/4 in value. With an example, we'll see. If such compromise is sanctioned by the tribunal, the same shall be binding on the company. So what do you mean by majority of the persons representing 3/4 in value? The scheme shall be approved by a majority of the members or creditors who are present and voting. Such majority must also be the members or creditors representing 3/4 in value of those who are present and voting. It is to be noted that members or creditors not present in the meeting or present in the meeting but not voting are not to be counted. With an example, we'll see. And the expression here member will refer to what? Preference shareholder also. Both equity and preference shares will be taken into account. However, if a separate meeting of preference shareholders and equity shareholders is ordered, the scheme shall be approved by separately preference shareholders and equity shareholders. Calculation shall always be with respect to members and creditors attending the meeting and not with reference to the total. Such members of creditors approving the resolution shall be majority in number and 3/4 in value. Example. So like this, many examples come in the examination. Meeting of members of ABC was convened on the order of the court to consider a scheme. Notice was sent in the prescribed manner to all 600 members holding 25 lakh shares. Meeting was attended by 450 members holding 15 lakh shares. 210 members holding 11 lakh shares voted in favor. 180 members holding 3 lakh shares voted against. The remaining members abstained. How many? 60. 60, right? 60 fellows abstained. Examine whether the scheme is approved or not. To calculate that 75% and to calculate the majority, I should exclude what? 60 members. And 15 plus 20, 11 lakh is 20. How much? How many total? Sorry, 11 and 3. So my bad. 11 and 3. 14 lakhs. So I should only take what? 14 lakh. I should not take the 60 people that are representing how much? 1 lakh. Correct? Overall, how much, guys? Okay, they attended only by 450. Okay, anyway, leave it. This you leave. So basically, 14 lakhs is only the calculation I should take. I should not take 15 lakhs. I should not take who attended. I should not take how many people are there also. What should I take? Those who attended and voted. So basically, to calculate majority, I should count what? 210 plus 180. So if you see, the vote base for the purpose of 230 is what? 210 plus 180, 390. Do not take to 450. Only those attending should be considered. Attending and voting. Attending and voting. Next, share capital base should be what? Those who are attending and voting. 11 lakh plus 3 lakh, 14 lakhs. 11 lakh plus 3 lakh, 14 lakh. So my base for calculation should always be 390 in this example, 390 having 14 lakh. So what is majority in number and 3/4 in value? Half of 390. How much? 195. So if 196 fellows have voted, then no problem. 195 and 3/4 of 14 lakh. 3/4 of 14 lakh. So the majority in number and 3/4 in value means what? Majority of 390 and 3/4 of 14 lakhs. So overall, half is 195 members having 10 lakh 50,000 shares, which means the 196th fellow, if he votes, then this resolution is passed. In this question, how many people have already voted? 210. So it's more than 195, no problem. And 10 lakh 50 has to vote. How many has voted? 11 lakh. So it has been approved. Many questions they'll ask, this majority will be there, but this will be some 9 lakh. Not possible. And here 11 lakh, though it will be there, this will be 180. Not possible. So this is how we should see. Only the ones who have attended and voted should be checked. 3-4 points, then we'll take a break. Filing of petition, we'll complete only this procedure and take a break. So filing of petition with the tribunal and orders of the tribunal within 7 days of filing the report. These are all like normal points. Petition should be presented to the tribunal for confirmation of compromise. And the compromise, the tribunal will check all these things. Where the compromise provides for conversion of preference shareholders into equity shareholders, preference shareholders will be given option to obtain arrears of dividend in cash, or they can accept equity shares. So either you pay cash dividend or you can settle it by giving them equity shares. Protection of any class of shareholders. If it results in variation of shareholders' rights, means your voting power is decreasing, your dividend, etc., you are getting settled late, whatever it is, I should all take it into account. And in case the company is a sick company, which has gone through BIFR, Board for Industrial and Financial Reconstruction, then compromise and arrangement, once they do it, the other provisions will stop. But then guys, in this example also, there are 180 people who voted against. Who are they called? Yes, they are the people who are called dissenting shareholders. For them also, I should clearly give a exit offer. Exit offer to dissenting shareholders. There should be a certificate by company's auditor also that all these provisions have been followed properly. File with the ROC within 30 days. Now, one more question they asked was this meeting that they are calling for. This meeting. Members meeting. Members meeting. Assume if 90% of them say, I don't want this meeting, can the meeting be cancelled? Before the meeting happens, 90% say, I don't want the meeting. Can it be cancelled? No. No, it is only for creditors. See, one question they asked in MCQ. Yes. Power of tribunal to dispense with meeting of creditors, not shareholders, not members. The tribunal may dispense with calling of a meeting of creditor where such creditors having at least 90% value agree and confirm. Again, tomorrow you should not tell that no, I never told. That's why affidavit. See, if you write declaration, wrong answer. You will write everything, but you'll write declaration in place of affidavit and come. They will not give you marks. Affidavit is a technical word. These words have to be written. What if tomorrow you say, I never told? That's why affidavit. The scheme of compromise and arrangement. So, dispensation of the meeting of only creditors meeting can happen if 90% of them agree. If it results in buyback, section 68 also has to be followed. Now, to make things very simple, in a compromise, creditor, you can give him an option to also what? Take over. Correct? So, if you see, inserted by Companies Amendment Act, member along with any other member holding not less than 3/4 of the shares, equity shares of the company carrying voting rights and all these things, he can acquire any part of the remaining shares of the company. So, to make things very simple, they have also given a takeover offer in this section only. If you are holding 75% of the shares, minimum, let's say you are holding 90%, 95% of the shares, rather than in this compromise, let's say the remaining 5% are not agreeing, and based on creditors' insistence, these are all, everyone agrees to everything. Can I take over this 5% from them? Yes. That is this, a special point given here only. Though there is a separate takeover section which we will see later, but this is a relatively new provision which they have not asked till now actually. Member along with the member holds not less than 3/4 of the shares, equity shares, securities, depositories, whatever, and such application has been filed for acquiring any part of the remaining shares of the company. An application for arrangement shall contain report of the registered valuer, details of separate bank account by the member, plus minimum half of total consideration of the takeover offer is deposited. 90%, basically generally what happens is, if one company owns 75% of the other company, they want to take over the full company. So they'll say, boss, remaining 25% also you sell to me through this offer. It's a compromise. I am also your creditor, I am your shareholder also. Let me take over your company fully. So rather than going through other route again, like a shortcut method here they have given, anyway NCLT we are going, we'll also petition for a takeover offer. Because takeover offer is in 235, 236, 238, it's again one more procedure. So to make things fast, to including in compromise only a takeover, rather than following the other sections, they have done this section. Not asked in the exam. For that, what you should do, registered value report and separate bank account, and half of the consideration you have to deposit. You have to deposit. So till here finished, then we'll take a break. Done. Power of the tribunal to enforce compromise or arrangement. Yes, tribunal will sanction it, shall have the power to supervise the implementation, and they will give such directions, whatever they want, as it may deem fit. So as you can see, there is no new company that is formed in compromise or arrangement. As I told you, if a company owns 75%, they'll ask, let you give me the remaining 25 also. Same company will continue. The ownership will change. Compromise and arrangement is nothing but an internal reconstruction. On the other hand, after the break when we do, that is merger and amalgamation. So that is one company taking over one more company fully, or one company and two companies joining hands to form a brand new company. Correct? A merger by new formation or a merger by absorption. One company absorbing the other company. So Reliance taking over Tesseract. That was a company in 2012. There's a company called Tesseract, which in Bangalore based company which they took over. Tesseract is the artificial intelligence wing of Reliance and also the virtual reality wing of Reliance. So in the 2 years ago in the AGM that Mukesh Ambani launched Geo glasses. Alright, it's the first ever virtual reality glasses. So mark my words, next 4-5 years there will be VR classes also. Yes, you can put on the glasses. I will come. What's up, guys? How are you? Yeah. Whichever background you want, you can choose. In Chennai, you can choose in beach in wherever in Pondicherry, whatever background. It will come for sure. A different way of class. Now, because nobody thought Google Drive will come, they are all thinking face to face. Your bosses only will tell, no, when I was doing CA, yeah. There were no classes. We did on our own one full sad story. They'll tell us sitting under the electricity, and that and light, all that he will tell. Then his boss, that old boss will be some 80 years. Boss's son will say, when I was doing CA, it was only in Chennai classes were there. In ICAI, I used to go there. Mosquitoes and all were biting. Odomos I was putting. Right? All that they'll tell. Right? Now you guys will tell, no need. I'll open the, laptop. I want tea break. I will pause that fellow when I want tea break. Right? Now, your future fellows will tell, bro, no problem. I will get up in the morning, sit in the loo and wear the glass. Right? Teacher will come in front only. Yes. It happens. You see, I'm 100% sure. 4-5 years, AI plus VR. Will AI take over, us? Will AI take us over? No. But a person who knows AI will take us over. That is what Elon Musk told. I didn't tell. Elon Musk told this dialogue. So yes, we have to start, learning artificial intelligence, how to use it. And of course, the virtual reality will come for sure. So when Reliance took over Tesseract, Reliance Ambani is very, very smart. So when he took over Tesseract, he's also taken one more company which has around 75-76 patents. This is on sodium ion technology. Now everybody is dying, EV, lithium ion. Lithium ion is not there only. Lithium ion is a very, very endangered, commodity, which is we found in Kashmir now. That also will loot everything. So eventually it will run out. After that, what? This fellow is so brilliant, is already figured out sodium ion technology. He has bought a company which has 75 patents on that sodium ion. So you see again, in 7-8 years, when lithium ion is not there, like Jio will launch now, like that he will launch sodium ion and he'll give it for dirt cheap rates. Everybody will start buying. So that's how it is. He's already constructing the, EV stations across the country slowly. 4-5 years, everything will change. So the petrol, etc., it will be replaced. Even now, many people are opting for EV bikes and all those things. Yes. So what I'm trying to tell is why all those things are important is because of this merger and amalgamation. So who will do merger amalgamation? Lawyers and chartered accountants. For that, we need to know provisions of law. And for that, law has to be there in the syllabus. I'm just saying. So you guys are actually beneficial. You guys are benefited from that. Your juniors will die. Let them leave. No problem. Okay, let's take a break. Come back. I keep trolling ICA. It feels nice. Okay. For the stupid decisions. Yeah. Take a break. Alright guys, let's continue with mergers and amalgamation. So meaning of merger and amalgamation, both. It's an arrangement whereby the assets of two or more companies vested in one company, which may or may not be one of the original two companies. So basically, they're trying to tell two companies can merge to form a new company, or one company, existing company, can take over the other company. It's a legal process by which two or more companies are joined together to form a new entity. There are various modes of mergers, so anything they can ask in the exam. Merger and amalgamation of companies is 230. But for all these things, the base is 230. This is 232. The base is 230, that is compromise and arrangement. This full procedure with some modifications. Same, whatever we saw, the entire procedure with some modifications will apply when we are discussing this. Mergers and amalgamation of companies 232. Of certain companies, if they give you specific type of companies, it will be 233. Then merger and amalgamation of companies with foreign companies 234. So 234 is the same as normal 232 only, but with some minor changes. Mergers and amalgamation by transfer of shares. This is the takeover method. I told you takeover is in 235 and 238, but one more takeover they have given it in 230 only now, which we saw. Purchase of minority shareholding by majority 236, and lastly amalgamation of companies in public interest by the central government in section 237. So all these things are the merger points. Anything they can ask you in the exam. This however is separate, which is linked to this, we will see, and other things we will check out. First, one by one. 232. As I told you, it's almost the same procedure as compromise or arrangement, which we saw in 230, but some special points are given below. These are the special points. So there it was approval by one company. Here you should need approval of both the companies. Anyway, whether it is merger, reverse merger, demerger, all the cases, it is the same procedure under Companies Act. The reverse merger is what was employed by Vijay Mallya when he did a reverse merger of Deccan Air with, Kingfisher Airlines. So there was a loss-making company. Rather than a profit-making company taking over loss-making company, he did the reverse for some tax benefits, which we'll discuss in tax. So that is reverse merger. It takes place when a healthy company amalgamates with a financially weak company. In the context of provisions, there's no difference between regular merger and reverse merger. Demerger is hiving off, also called as hiving off. That is, undertaking is removed. So 180, 1A, we saw selling of an undertaking, that comes under demerger itself. Arrangement whereby some part or undertaking of one company is transferred to another company which operates completely separate from the original company. So we have transfer of assets and liabilities, one thing, then reverse merger, demerger. Here, approval should be done by both the companies. So amalgamation is sort of compromise, therefore it requires compliance with both the companies. It's the same as 230, but here it requires approval from both the companies. Shareholders of the original company are usually given an equivalent stake of ownership in the new company. Demerger is undertaken basically for two reasons. First, as an exercise of corporate restructuring, and second is to give an effect to kind of family partitions. In case of family-owned enterprises, Reliance, all these people have undergone demerger. Demerger is also to help each of the segments operate smoothly, as they can now focus on, more specific task. Approval should be there by both the companies. Amalgamation is a sort of compromise or arrangement, whereas here it requires 230 basics, whatever we have done. Besides, 232 contains special powers of the tribunal regarding amalgamation. So here, if you see guys, voting majority. The scheme shall be approved by a majority of the members who are present and voting. Such majority must be also members representing 3/4 in value. Same, no change. Same provisions. That's why I'm saying 230 is the base. Once you follow 230, everything else remains the same. And some additional points here. Circulation of documents for members or creditors meeting. When an order has been made by the tribunal, so the tribunal has to make the order for amalgamation. Merging companies or the companies in respect of which division is proposed shall also be required to circulate the following for meeting so ordered by the tribunal, namely draft of the proposed scheme, confirmation that the scheme has been filed with the registrar, ROC, report adopted by the director of the merging company explaining the effect of compromise. This also same thing was there. Draft has to be given, that will be validated, and effect of merger also I should give on everybody, on the managerial personnel, on promoters, on non-promoter shareholders, and all these things. Report of the expert with regard to valuation, and a supplementary accounting statement of this company. It is 6 months before the first meeting of the company summoned for the purpose of approving the scheme. So from that day till now, 6 months before, I should give a accounting statement of how the accounting has changed and how the company has done. That also I need to give. And what should the tribunal provide for? Of course, transfer of the entire or part of the undertaking, allotment of the shares. And what happens to the legal proceedings? Will it continue? Yes. Continuation by or against the transferee company of any legal proceedings. And of course, this amalgamation, generally in winding up, what happens? The entire process of bringing an end to the company is called winding up. And each and every, benchmark here, each and every, the pointer that you discuss in the winding up proceedings, it is called as liquidation proceedings, liquidation process. The whole process is called winding up, the entire process, but in that each and every point is called liquidation proceeding 1, liquidation proceeding 2, liquidation proceeding 3, and once finally when the name of the company is struck off from the register, it is called dissolution. So final dissolution. Now the beauty about amalgamation is this is a dissolution without winding up, without following this entire procedure. If I directly dissolve, that comes under this section, dissolution without winding up of any transferor company. The transfer of the employees of the transferor company to the transferee company also. Employees also will be transferred. It is not mandatory. They may choose to do so. Where the transferor company is a listed company and the transferee company is an unlisted company. Transferor company is the company who is selling. Transferee company is the other company. Transferee company shall remain an unlisted company until it becomes a listed company. So listed is merging into an unlisted. It remains unlisted unless you want to make it listed, of course. And the shareholders can opt out of the scheme also. If I opt out of the scheme, exit offer, that will be based on a predetermined rate or a valuation. Either case. SEBI, there is SEBI determined predetermined formula as per SEBI guidelines, SEBI takeover regulations, or a registered valuation has to be done. Where if it is completely dissolved, any fee, etc., and there's an increase in the authorized capital also because both are merging, stamp duty will increase, but that case, that fee, etc., that also has to be paid is what they are trying to tell. And auditor certificate has to be given. These are some of the important things. And of course, declaration of compliance that every company shall, until the completion of the scheme, file a statement that every year duly certified by CA. So if you see many places, chartered accountant certificate is needed. And the order of the tribunal may provide for the dissolution without winding up of the transferor company. However, the tribunal will not make any order unless it has received a report from ROC that the affairs of the company have not been against the public interest. When the investigation is going on or the investigation is supposed to be initiated, can you dissolve a company? No. Can you amalgamate that into some other company? No. That's why I should take a NOC from ROC. That the affairs of the company have been conducted, NOC from ROC, yes, conducted in a manner prejudicial, it's not conducted in a manner, prejudicial to public interest. Then tell me, if a company is merging or reorganizing into one more company and the same fellow will become MD there, will he get compensation? No, that is the 12th point. MD, transferor company, if appointed in transferee company, will not be entitled to compensation. Then, binding effect of court order, yes, it is binding on everybody. Workers, on the other hand, cannot be forced to join the other company. They should be given an option and a severance pay, severance package, all that has to be maintained. Simple point. Generally, the objects clause of the memorandum of association should have all the provisions that you can think of. For example, if I am a company which is selling fruits and vegetables, in my MOA, I'll only say selling fruits and vegetables. Can I enter into a partnership with somebody else to sell fruits and vegetables? Valid, invalid? Invalid. Because I have not entered that thing. What should I enter? That I can enter into a partnership to sell fruits and vegetables. Just by selling fruits and vegetables? No. All the things that I will make to, what do you say? Sell the fruits and vegetables. That is entering into a partnership to sell fruits and vegetables. That also has to be mentioned. If I want to open a bank account, that has to be mentioned. Everything has to be mentioned in the memorandum of association. Let's say the power to amalgamate has not been mentioned there. They have not given the power to amalgamate with some other company, which means this is silent. MOA is silent. Should I amend the MOA and insert that provision? Point number 15. To amalgamate with another company, it is the power of the company and not an object of the company. Therefore, no special power in the objects clause is required to amalgamate with any other company. So generally, in all these merger amalgamation, when is the amalgamation completed? When is it? When is the scheme? What do you say? Coming into force? No, don't know. That's why there is something called appointed date identified under the scheme shall also be the acquisition date and date of transfer of control also for all purposes of your Ind AS 103 and all that. So these two questions, especially this question, at least 5-6 times they have asked. This is what? Exchange ratio approved by shareholders of merging companies, can it be questioned by a small group of dissenting shareholders? Dissenting shareholders are the shareholders who have voted against the scheme. They are telling that you have given for every 2 shares you have given 1 share here. I object to that. Can dissenting shareholders object? You can object, but can you say that the entire merger is invalid? No. That was this case, Hindustan Liver Employees Union versus Hindustan Liver Limited. The court held that where the exchange ratio has been approved by an overwhelming majority and there is no basis to doubt their judgment and valuation, it has been confirmed to be fair also by firms of auditors, objection cannot be sustained. Thus, the exchange ratio approved by shareholders of merging companies cannot be questioned by a small group of dissenting shareholders unless it is unfair and unreasonable. Whether transferor company is justified in excluding the assets held on lease and license arrangement from those transferred to the transferee company. Again, if you see, can I exclude the assets held on lease? Obviously, I should only take the assets which I have owned. Assets held on lease I can exclude in the entire transfer. That's not a problem. That is one more question that they didn't ask, but this question has been asked. First one. Now this is what? This is normal companies. You should always look out for one more dialogue. If they ask holding company and wholly owned subsidiary, they will not even tell which section. They will only say a holding company wants to take over his fully owned subsidiary. Means they want to lift the corporate veil and merge into this. So section 233. Or they will say between 2 or more small companies. What is a small company? There has been an amendment in the definition. What is small company? First of all, it's a private company. Then paid up capital 50 lakhs was many years ago. Correct, 50 lakhs is the base. But now what is the answer? 4 crore. Amendment 4 crore. This is applicable from May 23, by the way. Came recently. Paid up capital less than or equal to 4 crore. And turnover the immediately preceding year, how much? I mean the previous year, 40 crore. This is as from May 23 onwards. So a private company with paid up capital less than or equal to 4 crore and turnover less than or equal to 40 crore is called as a small company. So if one private company with paid up capital 2 crore, turnover 30 crore is merging with one more private company, paid up capital 3.5 crore, turnover 35 crore, then procedure under 233 has to be followed. Correct? 233 has to be followed. Two small companies, between two or more small companies. Procedure under 233 has to be followed. So they will not ask you 233. They will give you two small companies, or they'll simply give you paid up capital. They'll give you turnover. So you need to figure out what they're asking. Then holding company with a wholly owned subsidiary. So Apollo Hospitals, they had many divisions. Apollo Hospital had many wholly owned subsidiaries. So after COVID, for economies of scale and for single control, they merged. And Reliance also has merged with many of its wholly owned subsidiaries. Because of that layer concept, it was creating problems. So they merged. Better to merge. Holding company with wholly owned, or such other class or classes of companies as may be prescribed. That is what? Between two or more startup companies, or between one or more startup with one or more small company. So what is a startup? Generally, word is loosely used. If you ask your friend, what are you doing? Startup. What is a startup? Pani Puri shop. Correct? That is not a startup. Right? Whatever you feel like is not a startup. In Bangalore, that's the problem. We are stuck in traffic, we start up. Right? So that was a joke by one of the comedians, I think Rahul Subramaniam. Yes, so one or more startup with one or more small companies. Right? So if you see, that's what they will just. Startup means what? It should have, technological advancement, innovation, and scalable model. It should be a scalable model, not just random, Pani Puri shop, which is not even scalable. So it should have a model which is highly scalable in nature. So that is what a startup is. The startup, and of course, what should be the earnings? Turnover less than 100 crore. It was 25 crore before, now it is less than 100 crore. 100 crore every year. The moment you cross 100 crore, you are no longer a startup. With one or more small companies. So if they ask any of these things, I think one or two items before they had asked this, I think holding and wholly owned subsidiary, and two small companies also they had asked. Yes, here guys, it is very simple. In this case, obviously you don't have to go to NCLT at all. No wasting time going to NCLT. So here first an objection, inviting objections or suggestions, if any, from the ROC and official liquidator, asking them, do you have any problem if you amalgamate? Then of course I have to go to the shareholders general meeting and say 90% of the value. How many people should agree? Those holding 90% of the value. File a declaration of solvency. So basically this scheme, I should tell that after merging doesn't mean I become insolvent. I am absolutely solvent now, but still because of some reasons I want to merge. So declaration of solvency, and of course same approved by 90% of creditors also. Value. I will file the scheme, and then objections if needed by ROC, official liquidator, all that will they give the objections if needed. So basically when I'm merging, the other company which is taking over, that also declare solvency. So if one other company is not doing too well, I can take over that company under this two small companies merger. I can communicate everything. Now, finally, CG will recommend. It will go to the central government. Central government, after receiving everything, objections, etc., if they feel that the scheme is not in public interest, then only it may file before the tribunal within a period of 60 days, stating that objections and requesting the tribunal to consider the scheme under 232. 232 is what? Normal scheme. 232 is again nothing but 230. 230 is the base. So this is like a shortcut method without NCLT approval. So if you write anything in 230, 232 and all, if you write in this, you lose marks. This is a shortcut method, different procedure. Not majority in number, 3/4 in value, it is 90% in value. 90% in value, then you'll file, then same, dissolution effects and all will be the same, no change. Shares will be cancelled, all those things. So if you see the difference, this is amalgamation and merger, 233 is fast track merger. Approval is NCLT, here it is CG. NCLT only in rare cases when CG feels it is not in public interest. Voting power, majority and 3/4 in value, here 90% in value. Authorities, many authorities are involved here. Here only objection or representation of ROC or official liquidator. Time limit, lengthy process, never ending. 233, 6 months. 5-6 months will be here. That will take 2-3 years easily. Merger or amalgamation with a foreign company, same as 232, no change. Only one change is prior approval of RBI is needed. And when I am giving purchase consideration, you can give in shares and you can also give it in depository receipts. Depository receipts, or partly in cash, partly in depository receipts, as the case may be, as per the scheme to be drawn up for the purpose. As per the scheme drawn up to the purpose. Merger or amalgamation by transfer of shares. This is takeover method. This section is called as takeover method. This takeover should not be confused with the other takeover which we saw in compromise and arrangement. That is a different takeover. That's why instead of following this procedure, they have given this other method here. Under this section only you can do so. 75% if you have the shares, remaining shares you can take over and close it. Whereas here, this is takeover of the entire company. So, when L&T took over Mindtree, they had gone through this method. Amalgamation by takeover of shares. Because, Mindtree shares, 23% or so was held by VG Siddhartha. And when the income tax department raided VG Siddhartha's, all this Cafe Coffee Day, he was forced to sell it to, L&T. So that's when L&T already owned. First of all, they owned some shares. On top of it, they owned now 23% more from VG Siddhartha. So VG Siddhartha was the owner of Mindtree. 23% was taken over by L&T. After which they started this method of takeover. So takeover here can also mean hostile takeover, where I would want to take over your company even without your consent. But nevertheless, this section will attract, important to know, this section will attract only and only if you have already the consent of 90% of the shareholders. If you already have the consent of 90% of the shareholders, then this particular method will come. Otherwise, this method will definitely not come. So, how it is to be done, all that we will see. Basically, this section will get attracted if you already have the power of, already have the consent of 90%. This is predominantly to acquire the remaining 10%. So, under 232, merger amalgamation involves a very complicated process. So, here you have to go through the tribunal and all those things. But in this case, it's a simple method without tribunal approval. One company acquires the entire interest in the second company by purchase of shares. Normally, such purchase is effected by negotiation and agreement. 90% has already agreed. If all the shareholders have already agreed, there is no dissent also, 235 will not apply. Thus, it's like hostile takeover, taking over of the remaining 10. I already have majority, remaining I'll take over now. That's the procedure. 235 provides that whole of the share capital can be acquired by enforcing compulsory purchase of shares of dissenting shareholders, subject to their right of appeal. So in this, it's basically hostile takeover, quick takeover. And guys, in takeover method, creditors are not at all involved. Their interests are never affected. I am just taking over the company. When L&T wanted to take over Mindtree, creditors were not involved at all. And all the debts remained the same, everything same. It was just the management and the shareholders being taken over by one more company. So takeover is followed only when creditors are not involved in the reconstruction and their interests are not affected. In case of listed company, SEBI regulations have to be followed, obviously. Takeover may be effected either by an agreement or by purchasing shares in the open market also. Very simple. Then you can see procedure. A transferee company, in this example L&T, shall make an offer to the shareholders of the transferor company, Mindtree, to acquire their shares under a scheme or contract at a stated price. The offer shall be kept open for a maximum period of 4 months. Every circular containing such offer to the members by its directors to accept such offer shall be accompanied by such information as may be prescribed. Statement by the transferee company disclosing the steps it has taken to ensure necessary cash will be available. Every such offer shall be registered with the ROC. And I'll tell cash is available. If you're ready to buy, I'm ready to sell. ROC may refuse to register it also if it does not contain the information required, if it gives a false impression and all that. Anyway, the shareholders of the transferor company may accept the offer. The transferee company must get acceptance of at least 90% of the shareholders in value before the expiry of the offer. So I'll make the offer, 90% agree. Fine. The transferee's company's holdings are ignored in calculating the 90%. So if Mindtree already held, L&T already held 40% of Mindtree, will I take 90% of the remaining 60%? Yes. That's what they're trying to tell. Overall, 90% should be there. Next. For example, transferor company has 100 shareholders holding an aggregate of 10,000 shares. Transferee company is not a shareholder. Offer must be accepted by shareholders holding 9,000 shares, 90%. Transferor company has 100 shareholders holding aggregate 11,000, of which 1,000 are already held by transferee company. Acceptance must be, excluding the transferee company, 90% of the remaining 9,000. Where 90% acceptances have been received, the transferee company may give notice to one or more dissenting shareholders that it desires to acquire their shares. It will be given within 2 months of the expiry of the offer. First offer is 4 months. There 90% I'll get. Once 90% gets, this section again gets triggered for the remaining 10%. Now, who is this dissenting fellow? Dissenting shareholder is a person who has refused to transfer his shares or who has not given assent to the scheme. Even inaction amounts to dissent. Means he is keeping quiet. It's also called as dissent. Now, because this has happened, can I object to this scheme? Yes. The dissenting shareholders may make an application to tribunal praying that the acquisition of their shares shall not be permitted, although the scheme has been approved by 90% in value. The application should be made within 1 month. Now, very simple. First of all, 90% I'll get in 4 months. After that, for the remaining 10%, 2 months. There, in that 2 months, those 10% fellows can go to NCLT and say, sir, I don't want to give. I don't want to take over. I don't want them to take over my thing. So then they'll say, why, what, how, all those hearing, etc. will happen. Tribunal may do 2 things. One, they may say, yes, you're right, let's not go for takeover for whatever reason. That is one. Or they'll say, boss, you have no choice. Anyway, 90%, I don't have any valid reason why you don't want to sell your shares. Because the method, whatever value, etc., everything is as per market value. So either you transfer the shares there and you become a member, or no, the exit offer is very good. You can take the exit offer. Why are you objecting to it is their idea. So 2 things can happen. One is NCLT accepts the appeal or NCLT rejects the appeal. What happens if NCLT rejects the appeal? Is the main company, that is this, basically the section is to protect the rights of both dissenting shareholders and L&T. If the NCLT rejects the appeal, question is, can L&T, are they bound to acquire the shares? This was an exam question. 1 or 2 attempts before they said the appeal was filed and appeal they rejected it. Now the L&T, for example, they rejected the dissenting shareholders' opinion. They said, now so much you made me run around, I will not buy. What do you think? Are they bound to? Yes, this protects the dissenting shareholders. They are bound to. They are bound to. And do they also have a right to, what do you say, accept it? Yes. So if you see, the transferee company becomes entitled as well as bound to acquire the shares of the dissenting shareholders. Can that, what do you say, dissenting shareholder say, no, I will not go and again sell? No. The transferee company becomes entitled as well as bound. They are bound to acquire the shares of the dissenting shareholders. So they cannot reject. Now, for the other 90% shareholders, I have given 350 rupees per share. Because you played around, can I give you 300? No, that is also next point. These are all protection mechanisms on the same terms as originally offered to all shareholders. This is provided to ensure that dissenting shareholder should not be penalized as a result of his dissent, or he has to pay a higher price to avoid a dissent. This is if they reject the appeal. What if they accept the appeal? Seventh one, where the tribunal allows the application of dissenting shareholders, the transferee company shall not be entitled to acquire the shares of the dissenting shareholders. They shall not be entitled to acquire the shares of the dissenting shareholders. So this is a place where 235, this is read with 238 actually. 235 and 238 has failed. 235 and 238 has failed here. So what is the next option? It creates like a deadlock. No, again the 10% they don't want to purchase. So main reason why these things happen is all about ego. It's not about the money, it's not about anything, it's ego. The 10% shareholders will generally be promoters. It is their baby. Their baby is now being taken hostile, taken over by some random person. So they are okay probably with selling the shares to other shareholders. Like all of us are shareholders, you fellows have gone. I'm the promoter. You have already gone 90% to Mindtree. To L&T. But I am the promoter of Mindtree. I do not want to sell my stake. Now the thing is, I'm okay with you because you have shared your concerns and you said that this is what's going to happen. But I don't like L&T. That happens. Lawmaker is very brilliant. So he's told here, I also filed an appeal, and then in appeal they have accepted my thing also. They said, okay, fine. So my ego has boosted now. Because of me, I have stopped the entire takeover. But law should give a conclusion. Because that 10% is no point in keeping, honestly speaking. It's just the ego boost. Now, law also gives one extra section for this. And that section is 236. When 235 and 238 fails, when I say fails, what does it mean? It means that when you have no choice, basically when the NCLT has told that, okay, need not transfer the shares. I have already a win for me actually, because NCLT has told not to do so. But then, because I didn't like the price, whatever it is, whatever they have agreed, there's already a win for me. But still, law wants the logical conclusion. Even though if it is hostile takeover, law wants a logical conclusion. What is that conclusion? 236. In 236, law will completely ignore L&T. Law says L&T, you don't come there at all in the picture. They'll say, L&T, you negotiate with the majority and request the majority to come to me and then purchase the shares. This is what? Purchase of minority shares by majority, not by the company. Purchase of minority shares by the majority. So you will come to me and say, bro, you have already won, man. Leave it. No. You went to the NCLT, already won. Now, okay, you leave them. You leave L&T. At least you deal with me now. I will buy your shares. That fellow gave her 300, I'll give you 350. Let's do valuation. this is what happened in there also. In Mindtree, couple of promoters did not agree. So then they went to this route. So Subrato Bakchi also one person, he obviously sold, but then of course he wanted certain things to be done. All that was handled. But there are other promoters who are not ready. Ultimately, their stake only have to purchase. I want the full control. L&T wanted full control of the same. Even today, the Mindtree thing, one of my friends is working in L&T, information technology. L&TI is one more company. So he's working there. Now that they are also merging with Mindtree. It is going on now, by the way. One was takeover. Now they are merging. So he's telling now also they are fighting. Yesterday only I met him. So we met after 6 months. He came and sat down. We started to talk. Then he went for call. 1 hour, 2 hours call. Then he said, sorry, he said, no problem. You understand? It's a US based thing, right? US timing. L&T and Mindtree are fighting now. They are fighting because Mindtree says this is our procedure. We have been doing like that since 20 years. This fellow said, bro, you are now, I am taking over you. You have to listen to me. I don't care what you did 20 years ago. So that's what he was actually fighting. He said, I don't care. Follow the procedure of L&T. That happens. Right? So that actually happens. So yesterday only I thought, oh, good, tomorrow I'm doing merger. I'll give this example. Yes. So it actually happened in front of me. 2 hours he was the project head of something L&T is. He's blasting those fellows. Mindtree fellows are telling, sir, we have been doing this for 20 years the same way. And that's why you have been merging. No, that's why you have been merged. You are not doing that properly. That's why I'm taking over you. He was very ruthless. It is needed sometimes. Nothing can be done. I know that your experience may be more, but this is how things are done here. When I have taken over you, you should follow the process here, due process. But there is this problem. One is Indian company. L&T is, foreign. So there are many other directors. Culture is different. So obviously there is a friction. So if you see, it's a US based company and all the people, everyone, all the management is US based there. Mindtree on the other hand, different. So that's the problem, right? The culture is different. So now that about the companies you leave. Now the promoter only doesn't like L&T for the same reason. So his culture is different from them. That's why the other shareholders will come and tell, boss, I will take over. You give me. That is the 236, different concept. See, the heading only is different. Purchase of minority shareholding by majority. So here what you should do, here the transferee company may appoint a person, all this is fine. Entire thing will happen within 60 days, that will close. If you agree, then money will be transferred, all settled. But if you don't agree or if you win the case here, this one, purchase of minority shareholding by majority. If the NCLT asks you to transfer, by the way, should you transfer? In this case, if the application is rejected and NCLT asks you to transfer the shares, you have to transfer. Why? Entitled is the word. Similarly, that company, Mindtree, L&T cannot say, I will not do so. You are bound. But here, if you win the case there, here at least purchase of minority shareholding by majority. In the event of an acquirer of any person holding 90% of the issued equity capital of the company, by virtue of amalgamation, share exchange, or any other reason, they shall notify their intention to buy the remaining equity shares. So L&T will notify that 90% saying that, boss, I want to buy the remaining 10. Such person shall offer to the minority shareholders. Now the majority 90% fellows will offer to the minority for buying their equity shares at a price determined by registered valuer. Registered valuer is also their pointers. You can go through that also they keep asking 3-4 marks like that. These are all new areas. Also, the minority shareholders may offer to the majority to purchase the minority equity at a price determined in accordance with such rules. The rules also you should follow, or you can follow valuation. You also get a registered valuer, we'll also get valuation. That's all negotiation method. And the majority shareholders will say, boss, see, you feel that I will not pay. Let me deposit the amount right now. I am ready to pay. I am ready to acquire. They will deposit an amount equal to the value of the shares to be acquired in a separate bank account for at least 1 year. Payment to the minority shareholders and such amounts will be dispersed to the entitled shareholders within 60 days. Now here they are no longer calling. If you see in the previous section, they were calling Mindtree shares as transferor company and L&T as transferee company. Here there is no Mindtree shares. Here shareholders of Mindtree 10% is selling the shares to 90% shareholders of erstwhile shareholders of Mindtree and now L&T. So which shares are being transferred? Mindtree shares. So it is no longer company is not transferring shares. Shareholders are transferring shares. Hence, you cannot call transferor company a transferee company. You should call it company whose shares are being transferred. That is Mindtree. Mindtree is not the transferee company, or rather, Mindtree is not the transferor company. Mindtree is the company whose shares are being transferred. Right? Whose shares are being transferred. This amendment came in 2018. It was earlier called transferor company. It is wrong. Mindtree is not selling shares. Shareholders of Mindtree are selling shares. So shall act as a transfer agent. Mindtree will only act as a transfer agent for receiving and paying the price to the minority shareholders and for taking delivery of the shares and delivering such shares to the majority. In the absence of a physical delivery of shares by the shareholders, the share certificate shall be deemed to be cancelled and the company whose shares are being transferred shall be authorized to issue shares in lieu of the cancelled shares and complete the transfer and make payment of the price out of the deposit made. Shareholders who have died or ceased to exist or whose heirs, successors, administrators, assignees, all that have not been brought into record, that offer will continue to remain open for 3 years. So now basically there's a negotiation method between L&T and 90% fellows and 90% and 10% guys. That's what they're trying to tell. Out of this 10% people, let's say there are 10 people who are there. Who are having 10% shares, in that 80% of them assume have already agreed on some rate. Let's say they have agreed on 350 rupees. But the final rate fixed was 340 rupees. But you've already agreed. See, negotiation will be going on. L&T will be offering some 400 or 390. These people also for negotiation, they have to make some money. It's a negotiation method. And here, let's say 80% of 10% and 20% of 10%. 20% people, finally, they were like, there's no point, let's sell it off. They will tick one thing saying that the registered value or rate we are agreed to sell. What is the registered value or rate? 340. But these 80% people, 50 rupees or 10 rupees extra they are claiming. 10 rupees per share and we lakhs of shares guys. So it is amounting to 10, 15, 20 lakhs. And these people also will be negotiating here at a higher rate. Whatever some extra amount they'll get. That's all we need to remember here. Extra amount. That extra amount when they get, because the valuer fixes it at 340. That's a different issue. But I am negotiating at higher rate. Here 90% is negotiating at a higher rate. Whatever the rate may be. Will it be shared with those 80% people also? Extra. Over and above what the registered valuer fixed. The remaining 20% did not even want to take a risk. They ticked the line which said registered valuer rate. So for them they'll get 340. But for the others who are pushing for a higher rate, will they get a higher rate? If you say no, again hostility, again dissenting. So law always thinks about resolution. So they say point number 7. Where shares of the minority shareholders have been acquired in pursuance of this section as on prior to the date of transfer following acquisition, shareholders holding 75% or more minority equity shareholding will negotiate or reach an understanding on a higher price held by them without disclosing the likelihood of transfer. Majority shareholders shall share the additional compensation with such minority shareholders. Such means what? 80%. 80% of 10%. Remaining 20% will not get. Whoever negotiated a higher term and who almost had an agreement with higher term, they will get the extra amount if these people get extra amount from L&T. If L&T pays extra amount to these people, that has to be shared proportionately. There will be an agreement on a pro rata basis. Correct. Where a shareholder, the majority, fails to acquire, then the provision of the section shall continue to apply until the residual minority, even though shares has been delisted 1 year, whatever it is, it will still continue. This section is, classic CA section. Never give up. Correct? 236. Until you finish that, until you get that PASS, never give up. That also, there's already a provision here. Even if they don't sell, keep trying. Because ultimately it is resolution is what we want. That is 236. So they can ask you anything in this case, one question guaranteed, anything they can ask. So this is mergers and amalgamation. Compromise, arrangement, anything, all these areas, one question. Last part in this 237. Amalgamation of companies in public interest. So can I go for amalgamation of companies in public interest? Yes. You would have seen this Syndicate Bank, Andhra Bank, all got merged into Canara Bank and many things got merged. That is under this section only. So under this section of Companies Act, it is merger of amalgamation in public interest. So this will be done for generally government companies. Question is, can it be done for public companies also? Ideally, if you see the central government satisfy that essential in public interest that 2 or more companies should amalgamate, they will mention it in the official gazette. It will be laid before the parliament and it will be done. So they'll give opportunity to both the companies and all that. And finally, they'll give an appeal. If the interests of the person should not be affected, if they are affected, then they can go to the court, appeal to the tribunal. Very simple provision. You can go through this, nothing great. But my question is, can it also be done for normal companies? Ideally, the section says yes, possible. But there was one case law also, 63 Moons Technologies. 63 Moons Technologies was the first ever company. There were two companies. So, that one forward, rating company and with 63 Moons, it was merged. That is, they said you have to merge these two companies. One was a loss-making company, one was a profit-making company. The profit-making company shareholders went and told our interests are getting affected. That's why this should be banned. It went to court and it went to finally High Court. High Court said, yes, you are right. Who is the government to forcefully merge? The moment they start doing that, they'll act like dictators. So that is not allowed in our country. Anybody can start the business. Anybody can run the business. Nobody can ask to merge unless you have committed any fraud. So in the subsidiary company, there was fraud. But in the holding company, Jignesh Shah was the CEO of that holding company, 63 Moons Technologies. They said, no, he has not done anything. Why are you forcing him to merge? This merger should be restricted only to PSUs and other companies, but not public companies. So this are private companies also for that matter. No forceful merger. Unless there is a fraud, that is in 241, 242, then they can initiate something. But here nothing has happened. So why should a good company, holding company, suffer for some other company? So they won the case. First ever case, 63 Moons Technologies, they won. So that is regarding this parliamentary control. So till here, one more question will come for sure. Next, one more question will be from here onwards. It is very easy. Oppression and mismanagement. Whenever they ask any question on oppression, what do you mean by oppression? It is not a single isolated act. It is not an isolated act. But it is a part of a continuing story. Basically, it is not just if you oppress me once. That is not called oppression. Basically, majority people, majority 70-80% are not listening to that remaining 20%. They are always telling that we are only the majority. There is a constant difference between majority rule, that was in Foss versus Harbottle, and oppression. Oppression was Shanti Prasad Jain versus Kalinga Tubes. Majority rule, everything is majority, to be done by majority. I need not listen to the minority. It's always based on corporate democracy. So if any minister also gets more than 50%, he will win the election, even though the remaining 49% don't like him. That's as simple as that. But here, what if it becomes a continuous thing where we don't even have a voice? You don't even listen to what I have to tell. Then it becomes oppression. Oppression is not just majority oppressing the minority. It can also be reverse. Can the minority oppress majority? Yes. In our own case, our India was a majority. It was oppressed by whom? Minority, British. They came and took over the entire country. A bunch of people controlled the entire country. Think about it. So oppression can be anything. In one of the cases also in Andhra Pradesh, one minority shareholders, 10-15%, but all rowdies. They came into the main meeting where 85% are sitting and then said, now let's see how you'll, with all guns, long, all that. Then now let's see how you will pass resolutions. Actually happened. Right? So a minority also can oppress majority. And it is not an isolated act. It is a continuous, transaction. So if you see, general rule, yes, everything will be decided by majority. But you see, what constitutes oppression? These three dialogues you have to write. If you write these three dialogues, evaluator will start shivering. The conduct must be burdensome, harsh and wrongful. Full Shashi Tharoor, Bhuta inside you. Not an isolated act, but part of the consecutive story. An element of lack of probity. If you don't understand also, right. And fair dealings to a member. Probity means what? Honesty. Lack of honesty. Lack of probity. And these are the exact dialogues mentioned by the court. What do you mean by oppression? There must be burdensome, the action, harsh, and it must be wrongful. The conduct must be burdensome, harsh, and wrongful. It is not an isolated act, but it should be part of the consecutive story. It is not a simple isolated act, but it should be part of the recurring story as such. It is not one act of oppression, it should be part of the entire deal. And it should have an element of lack of probity. Lack of probity means what? Lack of honesty. And fair dealings to a member. Fair dealings to a member. So, and violation of all the individual rights, where notice will be sent to you. In that minority case, notice was not sent to him only. Basically, they don't care whether you are there or not there. They really do not care. That is oppression. So, generally, these things are all normal points, guys. If you leave, you can just go through all these things, nothing great. But what they actually ask in the exam is this. How many people? All your oppression mismanagement questions will be based on how many people will apply. Following persons can apply under 241. Requisite number of members, or central government also can do so. Requisite number of members, how many? This is again very, very important. 100 members or 1/10 of total number of members or 1/10 of issued capital. Lower of the following. Correct? So either lower of A and B, actually 100 members or 1/10, or third is separate. 1/10 of the issued share capital again. Issued share capital. This you have already seen in which one? 2 and 3. How many people can apply? Same, no change. Same as 2 and 3. How many people can apply for restrictions on which one? The imposition, which one? For the 2 and 3 section. And also this, if you see, this you can link it to that page also if you want. Same, no change. Where did we see? Here. All this one. 89, same. For the 2 and, not 2 and 3, sorry, 2 to 1. Freezing of assets. 2 to 1. So this, it's the same. No change. Page number 89, same. So the same people also can go for what? Oppression and mismanagement. 221. Yep. AC, what? Increase. Increase or reduce? Increase. Too cold. It's 26, man. Beyond that, since there's no windows here, we need to 26. I think that's fine. Otherwise, probably you sit at somewhere there or in front. That area is little dangerous. Those who can withstand the cold can sit there. So, sorry, T, what? Video, okay. I heard it as T. Whenever you tell, I heard it as T here. Yeah, yes. When I see only, I look at T only. Yeah, yes. All right, I will show you. 1 second. So, 1/10 of what? Issued capital. Okay, this is same as not 221. Page 89. Same, no change. So guys, this whichever is lower, first you stop here. This is like little lower of these two, or 1/10 of issued capital of the company. In case of a company not having share capital, then what will happen? 1/5 of the total number of members. Same as that. The tribunal may on an application waive all or any of the above requirements also. So basically they say 100 members should apply. But guys, it's an operation case. 100 members will want to do so, but then only 90 members I will get. 10 members back out at the last minute. So I will go to the court and say, sir, really we are being oppressed and they are threatening us with our lives also. Kindly do something about it. So here, yes, tribunal may waive the requirement also. This I will apply to the tribunal. On the other hand, central government also, if it is of the opinion that affairs of the company are being conducted in a prejudicial, it may itself apply to tribunal. Two types of application can come. One, CG. Second one, members. That's why following persons can do so. One, CG or central government. Both can apply. Both are important, especially the members. This is very, very important. All questions are based on this only. Lower of 100 members or 1/10 of total number of members or 1/10 of issued capital. Issued capital. Application in respect of classes of companies which they will prescribe will be made before whom? The principal bench of the tribunal. Principal bench generally is in New Delhi. Now 1 or 2 attempts before this also asked in the exam. I think last to last attempt 110 members gave consent, 20 members withdrew. That they asked in the exam. At the time of application, whoever has signed, that's it. Or 110 members applied, 20 members sold their shares. They are no longer members. Still, at the time of application. Meaning of member, the applicant or applicants has or have paid all calls because it's issued capital. Joint holders of shares are counted as one member only. A person entitled to shares but whose name has not been entered in the register cannot apply. Where a person has obtained a decree for rectification of register of the company to have his name entered, he may make an application although his name is not entered in the register of members. A person in whose favor share certificate have been issued can exercise the right as a member, notwithstanding the omission of his name. Still, applicants must hold the requisite number of shares at the time of filing the application. And it is requisite number of members. Can a preference shareholder also do so? Yes. Consent can be given by a duly authorized power of attorney also. Yes. And if a person is dead, then the legal representative also can file the petition. No problem. Because even though the name of the deceased member is still there in the register, the legal rep also can give so. Shareholders of holding company cannot file petition against a subsidiary company of the holding company because why? Board of directors of holding company did not hold any shares. So that is not possible to do so. Yes, any one member can make an application on behalf of others. And all consenting members need not join in the application. They just need to sign. One member can go and apply. Consent to make application must be obtained before making the application. Mere consent is not enough. They have to apply their mind is what they say. And this they had asked 1 or 2 attempts before. It should be satisfied only at the time of filing the application. Withdrawal of consent by a shareholder during the course of proceedings does not affect the maintainability at all of the application. It will not affect the maintainability in any case. So this is what they say. So these are all the various points that we have to think of. Cool. Okay, so next, allegation against the company, 241(1). So this is the application. All the questions, 80% of the questions come from this only, honestly speaking, because that's procedure no one cares. It's all about how many people can apply. So that you please remember and go. Next, moving on. The specified members can apply to the tribunal alleging that the affairs of the company are being conducted in a manner prejudicial public interest of the company and all those things, and material change is there. That's the allegation. What has to be proved before the tribunal is the company's affairs have been or being conducted in a manner prejudicial, and even though it's a just and equitable ground for winding up, they'll say if the shareholders' interests are not affected, I would rather go for winding up. But if I go for winding up, it would unfairly prejudice the members. If that is proven to the tribunal, then they can give the following orders. So they will give these orders actually. I'll come to this. These orders they'll give. Regulate the conduct, purchase of shares, termination or an agreement between the company and the MD. They can throw out a director, throw out an MD. They can set aside the property within 3 months. All these, you can just write a few if they ask you. And then here, this is a new, relatively new section, this one. Circumstances under which CG can apply to a tribunal against a person. So if the tribunal, central government feels that the company does not have a fit and proper person, and he is obviously guilty of fraud, misfeasance, negligence, etc. If you remember, anybody who is guilty of fraud, etc., will be disqualified under 164. If you have seen, also vacate his office under 167. All that comes from this section only. These things. The business of the company is not as per sound business principles or prudent commercial practices. He has started the company only to defraud the creditors. In all these cases, same. This is to check whether he is a fit and proper person. So if they ask you a 4-mark question, what are the circumstances under which CG can apply to tribunal against a person to see whether he is fit and proper, then we have to write these provisions. Not anything else but these provisions. And this is the entire procedure. Hearing will happen. And here, as per section 243, person who is not a fit and proper person shall not hold office for how many years? For any company for 5 years. This is one more disqualification. 5 years. He will not hold any office. But here there is a saving clause. In 167 there was no saving clause. In 164 there was no saving clause. Here there is a saving clause. Central government, after tribunal's permission, will permit to hold before the expiry of 5 years also. 5 years disqualified. And he has to vacate his office as well. These are some cases where you can just go through acts which are held to be this. Generally they will not ask these so much, but you can just go through to see the examples of what are operation and what are mismanagement and all these things. But what they generally ask actually is, yeah, this one. Can majority members invoke 241? If I merely am making a loss, is it mismanagement? No. If I have not paid dividend to you, is it mismanagement? No. So it should be burdensome, harsh and wrongful. You should write that dialogue. Instances, okay, sorry, here. Can majority invoke? This was Sindri Iron Foundry Private Limited. This was the case. Oppression of minority, majority also can happen where by minority, by physical force or other wrongful act will oust the majority. So in this case, 2 different companies, same company, 2 different rival boards were there. The entire assets were controlled by unauthorized persons. So yes, it is not about majority oppressing minority or minority oppressing majority. It's all about burdensome, harsh and wrongful, and not an isolated act but a continuous act. This also some 6-7 times. I don't know what is there in this question that they keep asking this. As recent as 3 attempts before also they asked the same question. Very, very famous question. I mean, that doesn't mean it will come again, but what I'm saying is regularly they have asked this question is what I'm trying to tell. So my job is to just tell what are the important areas. In this case, 60% shares were held by one company, 40% by Indian company. But the voting power was 50-50 through differential voting. And both this fellow is telling yes for something, this fellow has to tell no, and vice versa. Basically, nothing is moving forward. There's a deadlock. What to do? They went and approached the company for, what do you say? Oppression mismanagement. Who is oppressing who? Nobody. So that's why they think here NCLT, they say it is not a case for winding up also. There may be a deadlock, but not oppression. They are equally strong. One is unable to oppress the other. So NCLT said nothing can be done. You can just, buy the shares. That 40% fellows, 60%, you buy out the 40% and close it, is what they told. Then other things, that's what, burdensome, harsh and wrongful is what you need to write. Apart from that, that's about it, guys. In class action suit, these two charts are important again. They will ask you who can apply as a class action suit. Class action means what? Group of people coming together to sue the company. So it can be a particular class, debenture holders, equity shareholders. It can be normal members also. Against whom? It can be against the company, against the auditor also. That's why class action suit, they can apply to the tribunal. Correct? So same, prejudicial, oppressive, prejudicial to public interest and all those things. It can be against company and director, audit and audit firm as well. And you can, this also is 4 marks question. What is the relief that you can ask under class action suit? To restrain the company from committing breach, to declare resolution, to suppress, etc. And this also, most important question is this only. They are keeping on asking how many people can apply. So 245, listed company, member or members holding 2% of issued capital or 5% of total members or 100 members, whichever is less. So either 2% of issued or 5% or 100. In the operation and mismanagement, how much is, what was it? 100 members or 1/10. 100 members or 1/10 or 1/10 of issued. Here it is 2% of issued, not 1/10. 2% of issued or 100 members or 5% of total members. This is for listed company. Unlisted company also it remains the same. 5% remains the same. But one extra here is member or members holding 5% of issued capital. You have to remember this, guys, no choice. Why not 6%? Don't know. 5%. Correct? So 2% and 5. You have to remember this, no choice. This we need to remember. The operation mismanagement points that you have to remember, 241. This you have to remember, no choice. Depositors on the other hand, 5% of total number of depositors or 100 depositors. That is similar to this only, whichever is less. Or depositors to whom company owes 5% of the total deposit. So the deposit is 100, then 5. The deposit is 100, then 5. 5% of the total deposit is what you need to see. Class action suit and then depositors. These are the two things that we have to keep in mind. 245 class action suit or the depositors. And depositors also can do, that is 5% of total number of depositors or 100 depositors, whichever is less, obviously. Or if the deposit to whom total deposit is 100, if you owe 5 to 1%, even if it's 1%, he can do so. That is what it is. Apart from that, other things are fine. What are the relief that you can see? These are all pure theory areas. Registered valuer, yes, you can go through these provisions. This whatever I have given in 114, 115 is just the areas where registered valuers are used. That is not very relevant. But what is relevant is in 116, especially, we are only looking at the third one. MCQ question. What is the qualification of registered valuer? You should be member of the ICAI, ICSI, MBA can be, and validity for how many years? 3 years. Experience is 3 years experience. Then this they have given once for 4 marks. What are the eligibility criteria for registered valuer? He should not be a minor, not unsound mind. He must be a resident of India. Resident of India is FEMA definition. Moral turpitude, same. He cannot be levied a penalty under 271J of Income Tax Act, that is penalty for furnishing incorrect information. And 5 years has not been completed, all this. Then qualification. Then apart from that, other things are fine, guys. They can just go through these provisions. They can ask one or two things, in here and there, MCQ questions they'll ask. So there's nothing much for me to add here. But do not get flustered, because though they ask, registered valuer, see, for example, these 2 questions had come for 4 marks. Especially this. what is the punishment for false statement. They had given one full story about registered valuer and they said 2 times it had come. And he had made a false statement, they said. This question is not even about registered valuer. This question is actually about 448. And for 448, there's some penalty, which you can see in the index and the table we have given. But 448 is anyway linked to 447. If it is fraud, 440. So that's why 447 chart, you study it properly and go. So actually, though they asked everything about registered valuer, the question was not at all about registered valuer. It was about 448. So other things here and there, you can check, quickly read and go. Nothing great there. So it can be managed. So no value addition from my side in this revision session, not needed. That you can study and go. 7 you leave, guys. 7, 8 and all we have done. 7 is time pass, study and go. Time pass only it is, because the big daddy is already there, which you have to do now. Which is the big daddy?